Chapter 1 of The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 1. Khaki boys in the sunny Southland. That's always the way it goes. Why, what's the matter with you now, Step Hen? You seem to be in a peck of trouble. Who wouldn't be when some fellow went and hid his hat away? Didn't you see me hang the same on this peg sticking out from the trunk of the pine tree when we all came ashore to eat lunch? Because that's what I did, as sure as anything. Oh, you think so, do you? I know it as well as I know my name. Think because I've got a stuffy cold in my head, just like Bumpus here says he has, and can't smell, that I don't know beans, do you? Well, you can see for yourself, Davy Jones. My nice new campaign hat ain't on the peg right now. Do you know why that's true, Step Hen? Because a thing never yet was known to be in two places at the same time. And unless my eyes are telling me what ain't so, you've got your head on right at this minute, pushed back on your head. Told you, boys, Step Hen ought to get a pair of specs. Now I'm dead sure of it. The boy who seemed to answer to the queer name of Step Hen threw up his hand, and on discovering that he did have his hat perched away back on his bushy head of hair, made out to be quite indignant. Now, that's the way you play tricks on travelers, is it? I'd just like to know who put that hat on my head so sly-like. Mr. Scoutmaster, I wish you'd tell the fellows who love to play pranks to let me alone. I'd be glad to, Step Hen, only in this case I happened to see you take your hat down and clap it on your own head, though I reckon you did it without thinking what you were doing, so the sooner you forget it, the better. A general laugh arose at this, and Step Hen, subsiding, continued to munch away at the sandwich he gripped in one hand. There were just 8 lads dressed in the khaki suits of Boy Scouts, some of which were new, and others rather seedy, as though they had seen many a campaign. But those who wore the brightest uniforms did so because their others had become almost disreputable and fit only to be carried along for use in case of absolute necessity. While they sit there enjoying their midday meal, with 2 pretty good-sized paddling boats tied up, showing just how they managed to reach this lonely place on the border of one of the most impenetrable swamps in southern Louisiana, let us take advantage of the stop to say a few words concerning these lively lads. Of course, the boy reader who has had the pleasure of possessing any or all of the previous volumes in this series will readily recognize these sturdy fellows as the full membership of the Silver Fox Patrol connected with Cranford Troop of Boy Scouts. Under the leadership of Assistant Scoutmaster Thad Brewster, they had been having some pretty lively outings for the last 2 years, at one time in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, then up in Maine, afterwards finding a chance to pay a hunting and exploring trip to the far distant Rocky Mountains, and finally, on the preceding summer, cruising upon the vast stretches of Lake Superior. Besides the patrol leader, Thad, there were Alan Hollister, who had seen much actual life in the woods and was perfectly at home there, a tall, lanky fellow with such a long neck that his chums had long ago named him Giraffe, a dumpy fat scout whose jolly red face was almost the color of his hair and who came when anyone called Bumpus, a very neat and handsome boy who had been christened Edmund Maurice Travers Smith, but who did not object when all that was shortened to just plain everyday Smithy, an acrobatic chap who loved to stand on his head and play monkey, Davy Jones by name. Step Hen himself, otherwise Stephen Bigham, and last but not least, one Robert Quail White, a native of the South, and whose rather odd name was soon happily changed among his mates to plain Bob White, which, as all boys know, is the popular way a quail is designated in the country. It might as well be said right here in the start that Bumpus was also occasionally at school and at home addressed as Cornelius Hawtree, and that Giraffe would come to a meal if someone called softly Conrad Stedman, because he was very, very fond of responding to any sort of a summons that had something to eat along with it. These 8 boys did not constitute the whole of Cranford Troop, for there was another full patrol enlisted and part of a third, but they were all boon companions, and chancing to have a snug amount of hard cash in the treasury of the patrol, separate from the troop amount, they were enabled to take advantage of a golden opportunity to visit the far South in the dead of winter. It chanced that they were talking about this right then and there, so that by listening for a bit we may learn what unusual circumstances had arisen to give the scouts this wonderful chance to take a vacation when they apparently should be industriously working at their books in the Cranford High School, to which all of them belonged. You can say what you like, Giraffe was remarking, as he carefully drained the coffee pot into his tin cup, that being his third allowance. I think the Silver Fox Patrol was hatched out under a lucky star. We've had heaps and heaps of good things happen to us in times past, and now just to think that the old frame building we've been using for a high school for years should go and take fire and burn to the ground a month or 6 weeks before the new brick schoolhouse could be finished and heated, compelling the board to dismiss school for that time. Let me tell you, it's a mighty bad wind that blows good to nobody. But that's only part of our great good luck, and you forget that, Giraffe, insisted Davy Jones, nodding his head eagerly as he looked around at the live oak trees in the crooked and wide-spreading branches of which he expected to soon be sporting holding on with his toes and swinging from limb to limb with the abandon of an ape. Why, to be sure, I had ought to enumerate the rest, declared the lanky member of the patrol. Think of it, how just after that sad catastrophe, excuse me, boys, while I wipe a tear away in memory of that old schoolhouse, there was that strange letter came to Thad's bully old guardian, Daddy Caleb Cushman Brewster, from a man he used to know years ago. It was written from down here in southern Louisiana and told how the writer had seen one Felix Jasper with a very pretty, if ragged, little girl in his company, hurrying along a lonely trail that led into old Alligator Swamp, and acting like he had recognized the gentleman and was afraid to let him come any closer. Yes, spoke up Thad, who, in the absence of the regular scoutmaster, Dr. Philander Hobbs, always acted as the leader of the troop. And all of you chanced to know that years ago, when I was much smaller and lived in another town, that man, Felix Jasper, was the manager of my mother's estate and was found to be stealing from her, so he was discharged. Later on, my only little sister, Pauline, strangely disappeared and could never be found. It was believed at the time that Jasper, in a spirit of revenge, had stolen the little child, but he could not be located, and the grief of that loss, I really believe, hastened the death of my dear mother. Thad was so overcome with emotion that he could not go on. His chums cast sympathetic looks at him, for they were very fond of their leader. Then Allan Hollister took up the narrative by saying, "And his gentleman, who happened to glimpse the man and girl, and who had known of the circumstances in the past, wrote that he felt almost certain he had been looking on the face of the long-lost little Brewster girl. Daddy was laid up with one of his attacks of rheumatism, and besides, he could never have stood such a trip. So he put up an unlimited amount of spending money, enough to allow the whole patrol to make the trip by rail. And here we are, determined to stand by our chum and penetrate this dismal Louisiana swamp to find out whether it is Thad's sister and Felix Jasper who are living somewhere about here, or if the gentleman made us a bad mistake." "Yes," went on Bob White impulsively, for he was a true warm-hearted Southern boy, a little touchy with regard to his honor, but a splendid and loyal comrade for all that. "And we're bound to do it, I reckon, sah, or know the reason why." "The first thing we did when we got down here," Giraffe went on to say, "was to pick up all the information connected with this swamp we could, which was not a great lot, because they seem to think it's a terrible place, and few persons ever dream of penetrating its unexplored depths, except now and then a muskrat trapper or an alligator skin collector, though they do say it's been an asylum for occasional Negro convicts who broke away from the turpentine camps and were pursued by the dogs. Looks some like we might be up against the toughest proposition we ever tackled, believe me, Step Hen observed. Well, remarked Bumpus, composedly, we've pretty nearly always come out on top, haven't we? And according to my notion, we're strong enough to do it again. There's something pretty strong around here, and that's a fact, spoke up Giraffe as he changed his seat. I wonder now if the decaying vegetation in these here old Louisiana swamps always tone up the air like that. Smells to me kind of like rank onions that have got past the useful and respectable stage. I can see how we're bound to have a high old time if this is a specimen of swamp air, and we expect to breathe it for maybe 2 whole weeks. Oh, say, that ain't hardly fair, remarked Davy Jones, a-layin' it all to the poor old swamp, when, honest Injun, I've been a-sniffin' that same queer odor all day. He looked straight and hard at Bumpus as he said this. The fat scout immediately frowned as though he felt hurt. I know what you're a-hintin' at, Davy Jones, he remarked hotly. Just because I choose to continue wearing my old suit and keep the new one for another day, you like to make out this outfit ain't all right. I admit she looks a mite greasy because I've helped cook many a fine meal while wearing the same. There's associations wrapped up with every inch of this faded cloth, and you can laugh all you want to, but I decline to throw it away while on this trip. What's a swamp but a muddy hole? And I don't choose to spoil my brand new suit if you do. Besides, Step Hen and me, we've got such stuffy colds in our heads we can't smell a single thing. Then for goodness sake, change places with me and be a chum of Step Hen's during the remainder of this whole trip. Besides, added Giraffe, as he saw Bumpus getting as red as a turkey cobbler with indignation, it'll balance the 2 boats better, I'm thinking. How about that, Mr. Scoutmaster? I was figuring that we could do better than we have so far, and if Bumpus is willing to change with you, let him, replied Thad. That will bring him in my boat with Davy and Step Hen. They say colds like that are catching, so perhaps Davy and myself will soon have one. I hope so, muttered the Jones boy, sniffing the air suspiciously when poor Bumpus happened to move to windward of him, but the usually good-natured fat boy pretended not to notice the slur. Well, as we're all through lunch, let's make a start, for we expect to be deep in Alligator Swamp long before night comes on, said Allen, who had the second paddling boat, fashioned somewhat after the pattern of the old-fashioned dugout canoe made from a log, in his charge, being the assistant patrol leader of the Silver Fox Band. 10 minutes later, and having packed all their stuff away, the boys were ready to continue their journey into the depths of the thickening wilderness, where the hanging Spanish moss that draped the trees proved such a strange sight to them all and gave such a graveyard look to their surroundings that more than one of them felt a little shiver of apprehension, as though they fancied all manner of mysteries must presently arise to confront them. The boat containing Giraffe, Allen, Bob White, and Smithy happened to be ahead when they came to where their progress was hindered somewhat by floating logs and other stuff. So Giraffe, without being told to do the same, stood up in the bow to punch his way clear. He made a vicious stab at what he thought was a floating log, but had no sooner struck his paddle against it than the seemingly harmless object made a sudden lunge, splashed water all over the boat, and disappeared from sight, while the astonished boy, losing his balance as his paddle slipped off the scaly armor of the old moss-backed alligator that had been sleeping so placidly on the surface of the lagoon that it had not noticed their approach, fell in with a tremendous splurge. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 2. Among the Puzzling Swamp Water Trails. Alligator, shrieked Smithy, and as this was the very first saurian he had ever set eyes on, not in confinement, his excitement was hardly to be wondered at. "Look out, Giraffe, he's after you!" cried Bumpus from the other boat close by. There was no need in spurring the lanky scout on to any further exertions, for he had comprehended that the living log was a scaly reptile even before he took that involuntary bath, and the instant that his head came above the surface again, he made frantic haste to clamber back into the boat. Allen had instantly stooped and possessed himself of a repeating Marlin rifle, which he kept handy at all times now, and had that gator attempted anything like hostile action, the chances were that he must speedily have made the acquaintance of a soft-nosed bullet that would probably have finished his earthly career in a hurry. No doubt the denizen of the swamp was even more badly frightened than Giraffe, for after that one whirl and splash, nobody ever saw him more. But then, how was a lanky scout to know that? Imagination peopled that dark waters with a myriad of 12-foot gators, all plunging toward the spot where he was struggling to drag himself back into the boat, though his soaked garments seemed to weigh very nearly a whole ton. "Look out, Giraffe, or you'll upset us all," shouted Bob White, who probably did not see any great reason for all this haste, because conditions always color such things differently. "Help me in, somebody, can you?" gasped the clinging boy. "Want to see me bit in half, do you? Thad, you lend me a hand, since these other fellows won't." Oh, what was that? As a great splash was heard, but of course it was only Bumpus playfully striking at the water with the flat of his paddle, on pretense of shooing away the sportive and hungry alligator, though no doubt he had also in mind the idea of hastening Giraffe's getting over the gunwale on wings of fear. They managed to pull him aboard, where he stood looking all around as though, in the end, a trifle disappointed not to see a few monsters showing their keen regret at being cheated out of a meal, for that would have always added flavor to the story when he came to tell it. "Guess he's gone down to the bottom," suggested Giraffe. "I kicked with all my might all the time I was in the water, and that's the only way to scare a gator," the coon told me. "But you can laugh all you've a mind to, Step Hen and Bumpus. I reckon you'd a done as much as I did, if it had been you fell in. Why, I saw him open his jaws, and I declare to goodness, he had a mouth big enough to swallow a sugar barrel, and that's the honest truth, fellows. I see plain enough that we're due for some rattling lively times while we're down here in old Louisiana," remarked Smithy. "But if you don't mind, Thad, please paddle your craft a little more to the left, because the breeze is blowing straight from you to us, and well, you know what I mean." Bumpus was feeling so hilarious over seeing that great splash taken by his persecutor, Giraffe, that he did not pay the slightest attention to what Smithy said. "You know, fellows," the fat scout went on to remark, "up to now it's been poor old Bumpus who's generally gone overboard or got in trouble like that, but seems as if times have changed, and now Giraffe, he wants to take his turn. If I'd been close enough and had a boat hook handy, sure I'd have got it fast in the collar of your jacket, Giraffe, and I'd have considered it a pleasure, too." "That's right, I reckon you would, Bumpus. You're an awfully accommodating chum, ain't you?" the tall scout sneered. "But see here, whatever am I to do now, Thad?" "Sit in the sun and let your duds dry on you," suggested one comrade. "The only trouble is, we have to bail out the boat, because he's nearly flooded us right now," Bob White asserted, beginning to get busy with a big sponge. "Had I ought to make a change, Thad?" demanded Giraffe, ignoring these side thrusts and appealing to the fountainhead. "Just suit yourself," replied the scoutmaster. "That's what I mean to do, only this is my new suit, and I kind of hate to put it up to dry for fear it'll shrink on me, and I can't get out of it again," the lanky one went on to say. Presently, as the air under the trees was not so warm as if they had had more sunshine, and Giraffe commenced to shiver, Thad told him he'd better make the change. "You can wear your old suit right along if you have to," he remarked, "and even if you have to throw away the other, better do that than get a heavy cold from trying to let it dry on you. That's all very well in hot August weather, but there's a little tang in the air, even away down south here, along in December. So strip to the skin and make yourself comfortable." Giraffe concluded that after all this was the best policy, so he set to work paying little heed to the jests of his chums, who, like all boys, could never let so good a chance to joke an unlucky companion pass by. "Next time you see a log, Giraffe," Bumpus told him, "take a second look before you go to punch it with your paddle. They say logs down here have got teeth and can take a big bite right out of an oar. We don't want to lose any of our paddles. And let me warn you that it's risky jumping overboard after one when you do drop it in the drink. We'd hate to see you make a meal for a hungry gator, though for that matter, it'd be a pretty slim dinner he'd get. Well, one thing's sure, retorted the tall scout, who was now fully dressed and feeling in readiness to do battle again. I wouldn't blame any old gator if he declined to gobble you for a relish right now, and that's what. There you go again, but on account of your recent trouble, I'll let it pass. A fellow that has just been nearly scared to death ain't responsible for half he says, and the fat boy waved his hand toward the other as though he really meant it. From the way you've been pestering us lately about that stuff you forgot to take home to your mother from the drugstore, I'd think you had troubles of your own to bother about, retorted Giraffe. I never saw such a fellow to keep thinking of little things that don't amount to a row of beans. Why, you admit it only cost 5 cents, and yet to hear you let out a howl about it every little while, you'd think it was worth a whole $1. It ain't that, said Bumpus with dignity, but I'm so built that when anything gets on my nerves like that has, I just can't sleep till I've solved the puzzle. Did I take that little package home and give it to my mother? Or did I leave it anywhere on the way? That's the question I'd like to have solved, and I mean it shall be, if I have to write to 3 separate boys whose houses I stopped in on my way home to tell them what a glorious time I expected to have down here. But you did write to your mother from Memphis to ask her about it, and when we got letters back at that last town, you nearly took a fit because there wasn't any for you, Davy Jones went on to say, taking a hand in the affair, though he was as far away from Bumpus in the other end of the boat as he could possibly get. That's all very true, replied the fat scout composedly, and now I've got to just hold in and wait a long time till we get more mail. It bothers me more'n words can tell you. A scout should never fail in his duty, and my mother said she wanted what she wrote on that paper the worst kind. What if it was only 5 cents? I'm not thinking of the amount, but the fulfilling of my duty. Thad always says that the main thing to consider, faithful in little things, is my motto. Hear, hear, cheered Bob White from the other boat. Good boy, Bumpus. Them's our sentiments, too, declared Step Hen hilariously. Huh? Little things, huh? Sniffed Giraffe. Please get busy, fellows, and draw ahead of our friends in the other boat once more. Seems to me the air is better up ahead. But make him beware of the logs, mind you, called Bumpus as a parting shot. They proceeded carefully along for some time. The channel they were following seemed to be very winding, and yet there could be no reasonable doubt but that it was constantly taking the expedition deeper into the great alligator swamp all the time. Thad tried to get all the information possible about the strange place he intended to visit, but few people could assist him. One man gladly allowed him to have a very rude chart that he said Alligator Smith, who made a practice of hunting the denizens of the swamp for their skins, had once drawn for him with a bit of charcoal and a piece of wrapping paper. This was when the cracker had lost a heifer which he suspected had either strayed into the vastness of the swamp or else been killed and eaten by some hideout escaped convicts who found a refuge from pursuit within the almost impenetrable depths of the extensive morass. There were things about this chart which none of them could fully grasp. Thad had some hopes of being fortunate enough to come upon the man who had drawn it, as he was said to be somewhere about pursuing his queer vocation of acquiring a living from securing the skins of alligators he managed to shoot or trap. And it was in this way that the 8 chums had actually dared to start into one of the least known places in the whole state of Louisiana. Some of those with whom they had spoken about their intended trip had warned them not to attempt such a risky thing without a guide. But Thad was fairly wild to learn whether there could be any truth in the strange story that had come to his guardian in that letter, and he just felt that he could not stand the suspense another day. Inquiry had developed the fact that inside of a few last months, a man and a little girl had really been seen several times, though nobody knew where he stayed, and some said they had seen him paddling out of the swamp in a pirogue which had evidently been fashioned from the trunk of a big tree with considerable skill. As the afternoon advanced, and they found themselves getting deeper and deeper in the gloomy swamp, the boys began to realize that this singular expedition might not turn out to be such a pleasant picnic after all. There was always a peril hovering over them that must not be lightly treated, and this was the danger of losing themselves in those winding channels where they had been told that more than once men had gone into Alligator Swamp never to be seen again by their fellows. Thad and Allen had arranged a plan whereby they might mark their way, and if it came to the worst, they would stand a chance of returning over the same passages that they were following in entering the place. They did this first by attaching a small white piece of cloth to a bush while still in sight of the last one that had been marked. When these finally gave out, they proceeded to break a branch and allow it to hang in a certain way that was bound to catch their eye and tell them how to paddle in order to keep passing along the chain. This was a well-known method among woodsmen in these great swamps, where one can be turned around so easily, and all things look so much alike that even the best of experienced paddlers may make mistakes that are apt to cost dearly. The boys fell quiet as the shadows lengthened. To tell the truth, all of them were growing a bit tired from this constant paddling and twisting their heads and trying to see so many sights at once. And when Giraffe hinted broadly that in his opinion he thought it might be high time they picked out some nice spot for stopping over, so that the fire could be started and supper gotten underway. Nearly all the rest gave him a smile of encouragement. "Just what I was thinking about myself," said Thad, "and unless I'm mistaken, right now I glimpse the place we're looking for, because, you understand, we ought to have a good high and dry spot for a camp." "Do you know whether these here gators can climb, Thad?" asked the fat scout a little nervously. "Not a tree, certain sure, Bumpus, so you're safe if you only show enough speed in getting up among the branches, but they just love to slide down banks, they say, and don't you go to depending on any such to keep your scaly friends from sharing your blanket," Davy remarked maliciously. "Oh, who's afraid? Not me," sang out Bumpus, puffing out his chest as he spoke. "Besides, haven't I got a gun along with me this trip? And some of you happen to know that I can use the same. I've got a few crack shots to my credit, ain't I, Thad?" Before the scoutmaster could either affirm or deny this assertion, Giraffe gave a loud yell and was seen to be standing up in his boat, pointing wildly ahead. "Looky there, would you, boys?" he cried. "That's a coon in the boat, seems like to me, and he's paddling like everything to get away from us. What say, shall we give chase and see if 4 pairs of arms are better than one? Maybe now it's only a hideout darky, scared nigh to death of thinking we're the soldiers come hunting after him. And then again, how do we know that it mightn't be Felix himself? Because, you remember, they did say he was burnt as brown as mahogany. Whoop! See him make that paddle fairly burn the air. And ain't he flying to beat the band, though? Thad, why don't you give the word to chase after him when you can see we're all crazy to let out top-notch speed?" End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 3. Camp Fair. "Hold up," called out Thad. Of course, as the scoutmaster, his word had to be recognized as law by the members of Cranford Troop. Several of the boys manifested signs of disappointment, and impulsive Giraffe seemed to be the chief offender. As a rule, they were not averse to giving vent to their feelings, for besides being Boy Scouts, they had long been school chums. "Oh, that's too bad now, Thad," Giraffe remarked dejectedly. "You didn't want us to chase after that fellow. 4 of us ought to have been able to beat him in a furious dash. And how do we know but what it isn't the very man we've come all the way from Cranford to see?" "It's too late now, anyway," observed Bumpus. "Yes, he's disappearing among the shadows yonder," said Davy, who had sharp eyesight, "and I saw him turn to look back at us just when he was passing through that bar of sunlight that crosses the water. "Did you think he was a Negro or a white man, Davy?" asked Thad quietly. "Well, to tell the truth, Thad, I guess now he was a coon, all right. He didn't have any hat on, and his hair seemed woolly enough," Davy admitted frankly. "I thought as much all along," Thad told them, "and that was one of the reasons I wouldn't give you the word to pursue him. There were plenty of others, though." "Name a few, Mr. Scoutmaster," requested Giraffe, still unconvinced. "Oh, well, for instance, we're all pretty tired as it is, and to make that dash would wear us out. Then we'd lose the chance for camping on this part here that I picked out, and we might go a long way without running across as good a one. And if it was a black outlaw, one of those desperate escaped convicts from the turpentine camps, if they have them in Louisiana, even should we manage to overtake him, he might happen to have a gun of some kind. You could hardly blame him for showing fight, Giraffe." "Not when you remember that we're wearing uniforms pretty much like the National Guard, and chances are he believed we were real soldiers, not tin ones," was the contribution of Step Hen, easily convinced, after he had given the subject a little reflection. "Besides," added Bumpus, as a clincher that he knew would catch the lanky scout, "it's nearly time we're thinking of having supper, and sure it would be too bad if we had to postpone trying that delicious home-cured ham we fetched along." The frown left the forehead of Giraffe like magic, and in its place came a most heavenly smile. "I surrender, boys," he announced. "I throw up my hands and give in. Seems like everybody's against me, and 7-1 is big odds. Must be I'm mistaken. If it was a genuine coon after all, why, sure we'd have been silly to waste our precious muscle a-chasin' after him. Besides, looks like the shadows are a-creepin' out along there, and we'd as like as not get lost somehow." "Oh, you're right as usual, Mr. Scoutmaster. I'm always letting my ambition run away with my horse sense. Seems like I never open my mouth but I put my foot in it somehow." "Then why don't you get a button and keep it shut?" asked Bumpus, promptly. "I would, if it was the size of some I've known," responded Giraffe. "I hope now you ain't making wicked comparisons," the fat scout demanded. "Why, you don't think I'd be guilty of such unbrotherly kindness, do you?" was the Giraffe's perplexing rejoinder, and knowing that he could not get the better of the tall scout, Bumpus gave a grunt and stopped short. They were soon busily engaged in making preparations for camping, having come all the way from home with the idea of spending some time in the southern swamp, looking for those whom Thad so earnestly wished to meet face to face. The lads had of course made ample preparations for having at least a fair degree of comfort. None of them had ever been in the far South, so all they knew about the country, its animals, and the habits of its people must come through reading and observation as they went along. But they did know the comfort of a tight, waterproof canvas tent in case of a heavy rainstorm, and consequently a good part of the luggage they carried in the 3 trunks had been a couple of such coverings, besides the usual camp outfit about which many happy associations of the past were clinging. These trunks had of course been left in the small town where they had obtained the roughly made canoes, to be picked up on their return later. Long experience had made every one of them clever hands at tent raising, and from the way Smithy and Davy undertook to get one up in advance of Step Hen and Bob White, it was plain to see that the old-time spirit of rivalry still held good. Giraffe, as usual, took it upon himself to start the cooking fire. He was what the other boys called a crank at fire building, and had long ago demonstrated his ability to start a blaze without a single match by any one of several ancient methods, such as using a little bow that twirled a sharp-pointed stick so rapidly in a wooden socket that a spark was generated, which in turn quickly communicated to a minute amount of inflammable material and was then coaxed along until a fire resulted. Bumpus always stood ready to assist in the cooking operations, because there were so many other things coming along that required dexterity and agility, and from his size and clumsiness debarred him, that he just felt as though he must be doing something in order to shoulder his share of the work. As the twilight quickly deepened into night, for in the South there is not a very long interval between the going down of the sun and the pinning of the curtains of darkness, the scene became quite an animated one, with 8 lively lads moving around, each fulfilling some self-imposed duty that would add to the comfort and happiness of the patrol in camp. And when that delicious home-cured ham that Bumpus had spoken of, and which had really come from his own house, so that he knew what he was saying when thus describing it, began to turn a rich brown in the pair of generous frying pans, giving out a most appetizing odor, together with the coffee that Bumpus himself had kept charge of. Well, the healthy boy, who could keep from counting the minutes until summoned to that glorious feast, would have been a strange combination. Bumpus was trying a new way with his coffee. Heretofore he had simply placed it in cold water and brought this to a boil, keeping it going for 5 minutes or more. Now he had the water boiling and just poured in the coffee previously wetted, and with an egg broken into the same, along which he gave it about a minute to boil, then let it steep alongside the fire for the rest of the time. Better than anything we ever had, isn't it, fellows? He demanded, after he had tested the contents of his big tin cup and nearly scalded his mouth in his eagerness. Catch me going back to the old way again. Coffee boiled is coffee spoiled, I read in our cookbook at home. It was good, but all the same, Giraffe, as well as several others, declared they preferred the old way because it was such fun to see if the cook was caught napping and allowed the pot to boil over. Besides, The aroma, as it sent out clouds of steam, was worth a whole lot of hungry lads. "Bumpus, I've got a favor to ask you," said Davy, as they started to settle down around the fire, each in a picked position. "Go ahead, Davy. You know I'm the most accommodating fellow in the bunch." "Tell me what I can do for you," replied the fat scout immediately, and every word he spoke was actual truth too, as his comrades would have willingly testified if put on the witness stand. "I wish you'd let me sit over there and you take my seat, which I reckon is much more comfortable than yours. And besides, you complained of a pain in your back, and I'm afraid of the chilly night wind taking you there. You'll face it here instead." "Don't you budge, Bumpus," exclaimed Giraffe. "He's only giving you a little taffy, don't you see? Thinks he'll have a better chance to enjoy his grub if the wind don't blow from you to him. I wouldn't stand for it, Bumpus. You just stay where you are. Reckon you look comfortable enough, and what's the use dodging all around?" "Huh! Guess you're thinking of your own comfort now, Giraffe," grunted Davy in disgust. Bumpus eyed them both in distrust. "I remember we learned in school that it was best policy to keep an eye on the Greeks that come bearing gifts," he wheezed, "and so I'll just stay where I am. If you don't like it, Davy, why, there's plenty of space all around. As if I'm to blame because this old swamp isn't the sweetest place a-goin'." The conversation soon became animated and general, so that the three disputants forgot the cause of their trouble. Bumpus was the bugler of the troop, and always insisted on carrying the silver-tongued emblem of his office along with him. He had it by his side now, but Thad had given peremptory orders that he should not make any use of the instrument except by special order, or under conditions that might arise whereby they would need to be called together, like a scattered covey of partridges, as quail are universally designated in the South. "We must remember," Thad went on to say, "that this isn't just an ordinary jaunt, or an outing for fun. It means a whole lot to me that I managed to find the man and the little girl. Either it will turn out to be Felix Jasper and my lost sister, or else we'll prove that the gentleman was terribly mistaken. And you can understand, fellows, what a load I'm laboring under all the time that puzzle remains unsolved. But I want you to remember that we ought to keep as quiet as we can. Bumpus, you understand the situation, and why don't we ask you to amuse us with some of your fine songs?" Bumpus had a very good voice, and often did entertain his chums while in camp by singing certain songs they were particularly fond of. He was a sensible fellow, and did not take offense easily. Moreover, even though he might feel huffed over some action on the part of his mates, he never let the sun go down on his wrath, but was quick to extend the olive branch of peace. "Sure, I understand, Thad," he declared, "and I'm going to bottle up my voice on this occasion, so's to have it in fine trim. to let loose in a hallelujah when we find that it is your little sister, Pauline." Bumpus said no more, and for a very good reason, because just at that particular moment there arose the strangest sort of sound from some point close by, such as none of the scouts could ever remember hearing before. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 4. Some Woods Lore. "What do you call that now?" exclaimed Step Hen. Giraffe assumed a superior air as he hastened to remark, "Next time you hear an old alligator bull bellow, you'll recognize the same. But to tell the truth, I'm kind of disappointed myself, because I expected to get something bigger than that." "Was it an alligator, Thad?" demanded Davy, while Bumpus was seen to involuntarily move a little closer to the tree under which the campfire had been made, and the twin khaki-colored waterproof tents erected. The scoutmaster shook his head in the negative. "Giraffe's got another guess coming to him this time," he said. "From all I've picked up, I reckon we'll not be disappointed when we do hear some old scaly bull bellow. But they tell me this happens generally along toward dawn, and the sound is more like the roaring of a lion than what a regular bull gives out." "But what was that we heard then, Thad?" persisted Step Hen, for long ago these boys had taken it for granted that a scoutmaster should be in the nature of a walking encyclopedia, as Bumpus called it, filled to the brim with general information on every known topic, and ready and willing to impart the same to the balance of the patrol on request. And truth to tell, they seldom caught Thad Brewster in a hole. Well, now, there are a lot of things in a southern swamp, any one of which might make a noise like that. If you ask me my plain opinion, I guess it might have been a wandering night heron, which has a hoarse cry. Some of you happen to know because we struck them up in Maine that time we spent a vacation there. What other creatures are we likely to run across here besides snakes and alligators, runaway coons, and the like?" pursued Davy, always wanting to know. "Of course there are muskrats, because you can find them in every swamp, east and west, north and south," Giraffe ventured. "Yes, muskrats are found, though not so many as in the north, and the skins are sometimes hardly worth taking. But there are plenty of raccoons and possums, and I'm told they get quite some otter down here, the most valuable pelt that comes up from the south, selling at something like $7 a skin." "Phew! That's talking some," muttered the interested Bumpus. "Did I ever tell you fellows that I once had a great notion of starting in to be a trapper? Yes, I even read up a whole lot about it, but kinda got twisted in the directions of how to go about things so as not to let the cunning little varmints get the human odor. At that there was a general laugh, causing the fat scout to look around indignantly, whereupon the others, notably Step Hen, Davy, and Giraffe, exchanged winks. "Ain't that so, Thad?" demanded Bumpus, turning to the scoutmaster. "You're right about that, Bumpus," came the reply. "Allen here, who has had lots of experience, will tell you that the most successful trapper is the man who manages somehow to keep from alarming his intended game, both by making few, if any, tracks around the place where he's put his trap, and by eliminating the human odor that their sensitive noses detect." "There, didn't I tell you?" demanded Bumpus, triumphantly. "Think you're smart to just sit there and chuckle, but you've all got heaps and heaps to learn about the secret of the woods. I know my own weakness, and I'm studying hard, trying to remedy it. You'd never guess what a lot of cute things them pelt takers have to put up in order to fool the woods folks. Ain't that a fact, Dad?" Bumpus knew that so long as he could get the scoutmaster to corroborate all of his statements, he was sure of having his opponents in a hole, and it was amusing to see how he managed to accomplish this same thing. "Yes, it's all mighty interesting," Thad assured them. "Nowadays, nearly every up-to-date trapper makes use of a prepared scent which he places on the trap, even if he baits the same. It is sold by dealers in skins, and they say a trapper can get much better results by using this to attract the little fur-bearing animals." "What's that, Thad? You tell us they sell this scent to trappers or such as they think as they have a call in that direction?" demanded Giraffe suddenly. "Of course, anyone can buy any quantity if he's got the price," Thad assured him. "You seem interested, Giraffe. Perhaps now you're thinking of embarking in the game." But the lanky one only shook his head, and turning on Bumpus, he demanded severely: "Look here, Bumpus, did you, when you read up about all these here interesting things connected with trapping the fur-bearing animals in the wilderness, ever go so far as to invest $1 in buying any of this wonderful stuff that they say is so fetching that the silly little beasts just can't resist it?" And as he said this, Giraffe tried to hold the fat boy transfixed with his piercing gaze. Some of them had at one time even called Giraffe Old Eagle Eye. Earlier readers of these stories may remember. "No, I didn't, if you want to know, Giraffe," Bumpus broke out with, "and I ain't a-going to tell you any more about what I learned, because you're all the time picking on me and accusing me of things. I know I make mistakes sometimes, and that one about not remembering whether I fetched my mother back the medicine she wanted is bothering me like everything right now. But the rest of you are in the same boat, ain't you? Here was Giraffe just a little while back wanting to rush after that runaway convict, just as if we had lost anything like that. Course it was a mistake, and chances are we'd got in no end of trouble if he'd had his way. Oh, everybody blunders sometimes. Today it may be poor old Bumpus, but tomorrow one of the rest of you is in the soup. Forget it now." "What about these swamp animals, Thad, or Allen? And why do you say skins don't bring as good prices when they're taken down here as in the north?" Step Hen wanted to know. "Don't it stand to reason that the colder the country, the thicker the fur nature gives to the animals that bear it?" asked Allen. "Why, yes, seems like that ought to be so, and I guess that must be the reason Canada skins bring the best prices of all," Giraffe admitted. "Sometimes 3 times as much as ones taken far south," Allen told him. "I've no doubt that sooner or later we'll find chances to examine the tracks of coons, possums, foxes, muskrats, and even otter while we're looking around," Thad remarked. "And it'll be interesting to notice what difference there is between the various animals as well as between the same breed up in Maine and down here in Louisiana, for they grow smaller as a rule the further south you go. A Florida deer can be toted back to camp on the back of an average hunter, while one up in Michigan or the Adirondacks would need 2 men and a pole to carry it any distance. This sure is mighty interesting," observed Step Hen. "I'm always ready to soak in information connected with the woods. I'm like a big sponge, you might say, ready to give it out again on being squeezed." "On my part," Giraffe mentioned, "I don't seem able to get that coon out of my head, because if he was what we think, a hideout escaped convict, chances are he must want a whole lot of things, from a blanket, gun, and clothes to grub." "That's unkind of you, Giraffe, to bother us with such gloomy thoughts just as we are thinking of soon going to bed," remarked Bumpus uneasily. "But there's some horse sense in what he says, don't you forget it, Bumpus," pursued Davy. "That's a fact," added Step Hen. "Just put yourself in his place for a while, and try to imagine what your feelings to be like sneaking around a camp of boys, nearly half starved at the same time, and scenting the good smells that fill the air all around. Of course I mean cooking meat, coffee, and the like. Say, wouldn't it nearly set you crazy? And honest now, Bumpus, don't you think you'd take some risks to try and hook what you wanted so bad?" Bumpus, upon being thus deliberately appealed to, nodded his head in the affirmative, and remarked, "I sure would, and that's a fact, fellows. Then you kinder look for a visitor in camp tonight, do you? And that means everybody's just got to sit up and stand guard, don't it? All right. You'll find me as willing and ready as ever to sacrifice my comfort for the public welfare. I'm always there with the goods." "Hear, hear, Bumpus. We all know you like a book," declared Step Hen, pretending to clap his hands in enthusiasm, though no sound resulted from the action. "Yes. And if the will was father to the deed, there'd be nothing left undone while Bumpus was around, for he's always ready to try his best," Alan went on to say, while the object of all this praise turned rosy red with embarrassment. "Maybe you're only joshing me, boys," he remarked uneasily, "but I'm taking it for granted that you mean all you say, and believe me, I'm grateful. If I wasn't so full of supper, I'd get on my feet, put my hand on my stomach this way, and make you the best bow I knew how. Like a lot more of things, you'll have to take the intention for the deed there, too. It's a case of the spirit being willing, but the flesh weak." "Well," said Giraffe, "I didn't know that there was anything weak about you, Bumpus, but never mind starting an argument about it. We'll just arrange things so that 2 scouts are on duty all the time throughout the night. How would that suit you, Mr. Scoutmaster?" "Just about right," replied Thad, "because we are now 8 all told, and that would allow us to divide up into 4 watches. And as Bumpus is so anxious to do his whole duty by the camp, I'll promise to take him on as my side partner when my turn comes." "Well," mused Giraffe, "it's mighty nice to have a fellow along who isn't afraid of anything, and will even make a martyr of himself in order to keep peace in the camp. Perhaps you wouldn't mind explaining just what you mean by that, Giraffe," the stout scout quickly remarked suspiciously. "Oh, you're as touchy as wildfire tonight, Bumpus," retorted the other with a chuckle, as though he felt that he had attained his object, which was to excite the curiosity of the fat boy. "Just turn your mind on what may happen while we sleep, and you'll be happier. But here's hoping that breeze keeps a coming from that same quarter all the night, because then we can plan better." Davy snickered audibly at this, but Bumpus assumed a lofty air and would not pay any further attention to those who were evidently bent on badgering him. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 5. Bumpus on Guard. "How will we pair off for the tents?" asked Bob White presently. "I think it would be just as well to keep the formation we already have in the boats," the scoutmaster immediately replied, as though he might have already figured this out. Davy Jones was heard to give a disappointed grunt, though just why he should be the only one to do so must remain a mystery. But at any rate, Bumpus refused to let himself show that he took it as personally directed toward him. "That means Giraffe, Bob White, and Smithy sleep in number 2 along with me, does it, Mr. Scoutmaster?" Allen inquired. "Yes, and let Smithy pair off with you, while Bob White and Giraffe are pards on guard. I'll take the first stage with Bumpus, because that'll let him have a little uninterrupted sleep, and he's more apt to stay awake in the earlier part of the night than later on. When the time is up, we'll arouse Giraffe, who will take charge of his watch. That's understood, is it?" All of them declared it was very simple, and that surely a spell of less than 2 hours could not turn out to be a very hard task. Even Bumpus was apparently grimly resolved to show his mates that he had reformed and would never, never again be guilty of such a crime as going to sleep while playing the part of sentry. "You've got me all so worked up at talking all about that black escaped jailbird," he stoutly affirmed, "that chances are my eyes won't go shut the whole night long. You see, I'm sensitive by nature, and when I hear dreadful things, like that poor fellow nearly starving while he's hiding out in the swamp with the dogs trying to get on his tail all the time, it makes my flesh creep. So please, Giraffe, don't say anything more about it. You get on my nerves." "Huh? That ain't a circumstance to some things," began the tall scout, and then, as though suddenly thinking better of it, he cut his sentence off short so that no one ever knew what he had meant to say, though there was Davy chuckling again, just as if he might have a strong suspicion. They had soon arranged their blankets in the dun-colored tents. The canvas had been prepared by tanning in some manner so that its former white hue was altered, and at the same time it had been rendered impregnable to water. This is a fine thing about these prepared tents, because the ordinary covering, while it is capable of shedding rain for some time, once it gets soaked, if you simply touch it on the inside with your finger, you are apt to start a dripping that nothing can stop as long as the rain comes down. Giraffe, who was very angular and always complained of feeling every little pebble or root under his blanket when out camping, at once started to gather some of the hanging Spanish moss to pad his bed with. "They tell me it makes fine mattresses after it's dried," he remarked, "so perhaps it'll keep me from wearing a hole in my skin while I rest here. Say, it's simply great, let me tell you," he added as he sank down to test his puffy couch. "So I'd advise every one of you to get busy and lay in a supply." "How about insects of all kinds, from red bugs to ticks?" asked Step Hen, who already had a few fiery spots on his lower limbs, marking the places where some of the former invisible guests had buried themselves and started to create an intolerable itching and burning that made him scratch frequently without much alleviation of the trouble. "Oh, who cares about such small pests as them?" remarked Giraffe loftily. "Not much danger if you select clean moss, Step Hen," Thad told him. And as the scoutmaster was himself following the example set by the inventive Giraffe, of course all the others copied after him. "Misery likes company, they say," Step Hen was heard to mutter. "And perhaps now tomorrow there'll be the greatest old scratching bee you ever did see. As I'm in for it anyway, guess I'll take the chances of mixing the breed," with which he flung Prudence to the winds and started making a collection for himself. Now, Thad did not mean to neglect any precaution, looking to make sure that if a visitor came to the camp during the night in the shape of a human black thief, he would find it difficult to carry off any of their possessions. First of all, he paid particular attention to the boats, the paddles of which he himself carried into the middle of the camp, and finally hid away in the tents so that they could not easily be run across. Then he had some of the boys assist him while he ran the two canoes far up on the shore. Even then, he secured the painters in such fashion that anyone would have great difficulty in unfastening the same. I should think that would make us feel secure about our boats, Thad, Allen remarked, after all this had been carried out with scrupulous care, for the scoutmaster believed that what was worth doing at all was worth doing well, and he applied this principle to his everyday life, often to his great advantage. If we know what's good for us, we want to always guard the boats above all things, Thad went on to tell them. I should say so, Bumpus admitted. Just think what a nice pickle we'd find ourselves in, fellows, if we suddenly lost both boats while we were right in the middle of the swamp. We could lose lots of things better than them. Bumpus, observed Giraffe solemnly, you never said truer words. We could, and there might even be some things we'd be glad to part with, but which seem to hang on to us just everlastingly. Davy seemed amused at hearing the tall scout say this, but Bumpus either mistook it for a compliment or else chose to act as if he did, for he grinned and nodded and wandered back to the tents to get his gun, for Thad had selected the first watch for himself and his partner. I'll just show 'em that I can stay awake these days, he was saying to himself in his positive way. Time may have been when I was just a little night weak that way, but I've reformed, so I have. Huh! What's 2 hours to me, I'd like to know? Some of the other scouts might, had they chosen, have recalled numerous instances where Bumpus, being set on guard, had later on been found dead to the world, committing the most heinous crime known to soldiers in wartime, that of sleeping on post, and thus putting the whole army in peril. When one fellow started to crawl inside the tent, others followed his example until only Thad and Bumpus remained. The fat scout had to take a firm grip on himself when he saw them going to their inviting blankets, buoyed up so temptingly by those armfuls of soft gray moss, but he proved equal to the test, for he shouldered his gun and bade Thad station him in his place. You'll have to stay right here, Bumpus, the other told him. I know it isn't the most inviting spot going, for the ground is wet, and you can hardly find a place to stand on, but those things are good for a sentry because they help keep him awake. Oh, never mind about me, Thad. I'll prove true blue every time. But where will you hold forth? I ought to know so I could find you in case anything suspicious comes along. So Thad pointed out where he expected to stay, and then went on to warn the other once more. "Be very careful about using your gun, Bumpus," he said. "Oh, I will, sure, Thad," declared the fat scout hastily. "I hope now you don't think I want to have any poor fellow's blood on my hands, do you? I ain't half so ferocious as Giraffe now. You heard what he said about thinking the coon'd get what he deserved if he came a-prowling around here at night, and somebody filled him chuck full of shot. I don't look at it that way. Fact is, I'm sorry for the poor wretch, and I'd share my dinner with him if I had a chance. Laugh at me for a silly if you want to." "But you don't hear me laughing at all, Bumpus," Thad told him, "and I understand just how you feel about it. Nature gave you a tender heart and made Giraffe on different lines, but I tell you plainly, I've often wished some of the other fellows were more like Cornelius Hawtree." "Oh, have you, Thad?" said the fat boy with a suspicious tremor in his voice. Thank you ever so much for saying that. I'd rather have your good opinion than that of any other fellow I ever knew." And somehow he felt so light-hearted after receiving that little sincere compliment from the watchful scoutmaster that he really found no great difficulty in keeping wide awake during the entire term of his vigil, for there is nothing equal to a little praise to set a boy thinking and therefore remaining vigilant. When the time came to make a change, he spoke to Thad as soon as the other drew near his position. "Never betted an eye once, Thad, and that's a fact," he announced proudly. "Oh, I'm on the road to better things, I tell you." And while I heard lots of queer old grunting and groaning deep in the swamp, I didn't see a suspicious thing. Will you get Giraffe and Bob White out now? "Yes, because they come tailing after us, according to the program." And while Thad crept into the second tent to arouse the boys, Bumpus hung around so as to inform Giraffe that he had fulfilled his duties as sentry to the letter. However, the tall scout seemed to want to hurry past him and only gave a grunt in reply when Bumpus launched forth on an elaborate account of how he had proved himself equal to the test. In fact, one might have thought that Giraffe was holding his breath as though he feared to take cold by breathing the cool night air too suddenly after coming out from his snug blanket. When Thad and Bumpus had also crawled under the flap of the first tent, all immediately became quiet again, the new sentries having taken up their positions as marked out by the patrol leader, in whose hands such things must lie, as he is always in charge of the camp. Bumpus heard a little restless moving about when he tried to settle down, as if at least one of the other occupants of the tent might be trying to change his position. But the fat scout was too tired and sleepy to bother his head about any trifle like this. Besides, his cold seemed to be getting no better, and he was apt to give a loud sneeze at any time. He distinctly remembered allowing his head to drop on the rude pillow he had fashioned out of his shoes, covered with his clothes bag and then seemed to be carried away on the wings of dreams. His waking up was very sudden, for it seemed to Bumpus that a cannon had been discharged close to his ears, after which came all sorts of loud calling. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by author Herbert Carter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read to you by Harshal Seth. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 6. When the alarmed Bumpus came crawling hastily out of the tent, he trailed after the other three who had been sleeping near him. For of course, not being forced to carry such a weight around with them as fortune decreed the fat scout should possess, Thad, Step Hen, and Davy Jones were much more spry in their movements. Bumpus found a scene of more or less excitement when he reached the open air. I tell you, I did shoot the thief, Thad, because I heard him kicking and grunting over there in the bushes, Giraffe was crying in excited tones, and no doubt he was shivering all over at the very thought of having done such a thing as fired directly at a human being. What was he doing at the time? Demanded the scoutmaster, who did not altogether like the idea of hearing what the sentry declared was the truth. For his little talk with the Bumpus told how Thad felt about the matter. Just sneaking right into the camp, declared Giraffe, who seemed to feel that this act might need bolstering up the best he knew how. Why, from his actions, I just made up my mind the ferocious convict was bent on murdering the lot of us in our sleep and getting away with everything we had. I tell you, it served him right, Thad, and you must know it. I tried to hit him in the leg, but the light was that uncertain a fellow couldn't just make sure. I hope myself I haven't done any worse than give him a wound, which you can bandage up. Already, it seemed Giraffe's bold heart was failing him. We ought to see about it, said Allen, who, when there was any unpleasant duty to be performed, never allowed himself to shirk. Giraffe, show us where you think he keeled over, demanded Thad. Why, over there where you see them bushes waving in the night wind whenever the fire picks up. I'll follow after you as soon as I can. I'm afraid I sort of sprained my ankle turning so sudden like after I shot, and it hurts like anything, let me tell you. Go ahead, Thad, and take a light along. If you haven't got that handy little electric torch, why, just snatch up a stick from the fire. And look out, everybody, that he ain't playing possum and meaning to shoot when you come close up. Of course, Thad understood. It was not that Giraffe was growing timid, for he had always been accounted the boldest of the boys in the Silver Fox Patrol, but a sudden sickening realization that by his incautious shot he may have taken a human life, however worthless, made him feel weak about the knees. The talk of a possible sprain of his ankle was a pure fabrication to cover his hesitation about looking on his work. Thad, however, would not hold back on that account. If there was a wretched human outcast lying there in pain, the quicker they found this out, the better, because as scouts, they had a plain duty to perform. So Thad sprang over to the smoldering fire. As Giraffe had said, the flames occasionally leaped up as they found new places to eat into the brands, and quickly selecting a promising torch, he waved it several times around his head until he had coaxed it to flame forth, when he led the way in the corridor mentioned by Giraffe. The latter came limping after, no doubt all of a quiver as to what he would hear said in another minute. There he is now, lying over yonder, suddenly gasped Step Hen, pointing, and Bumpus gripped his gun nervously as he tried to crane his fat neck in order to see. "Yes, there's something lying there," announced Allen, "and I saw it move just a little then, so I reckon that it's pretty nearly gone." "Oh, that would be tough on the poor critter," said Bumpus sympathizingly. "Yes, and on our chum Giraffe," echoed Davy, with something about his voice as though he meant to imply that he would not envy the one who had been so hasty about firing at an intruder. Thad kept right on advancing, and suddenly he was heard to give a quiet little hysterical laugh of relief, which proved that the scoutmaster must have also been laboring under quite a strain. "Cheer up, Giraffe," he called out. "Ain't he dead, then?" cried the tall scout, forgetting to limp any longer as he started to hurry toward the spot. "Oh, I guess he's a goner as far as that goes," Thad went on to say. "But it isn't a man after all, only a runt of a razorback pig." "Well, what do you think about that now?" remarked Smithy, as they gathered about the dun-colored victim of Giraffe's deadly shot, and which had evidently given its last kick, for it was stiffening out even then. Giraffe was heard to draw several long breaths. He could not say a word at first, emotion so nearly overcame him. But then Thad was glad this had taken place, because he believed it might teach the impulsive one a much-needed lesson. Already had Giraffe learned that he had a heart, which was not so callous as he made out, and he would hardly be apt to pull trigger so quickly at another time when there seemed to be a good chance that it might be a fellow human being at whom his bullet or load of shot was to be sent. "I thought I heard a grunting when I shot," he finally admitted, "but there were all sorts of sounds breaking out around me. And then you fellows started to yelp like everything, so no wonder I got mixed up some. But see here, Thad, this porker belongs to somebody, don't he?" "He certainly must have when he was alive," answered the other with a smile, "and if we can ever learn who his owner was, we'll be only too glad to settle the bill with him. That may prove to be a dear snap shot you took, Giraffe, because of course the cracker will put a high valuation on his property. They always do when a train kills a cow on the track." "Well, it would be a shame to waste such juicy meat, wouldn't it?" pursued the lanky scout insinuatingly, as he made his jaws move in a way that carried out the idea of feasting. "Don't worry, it isn't going to be wasted," said Thad. "If we get the name, we're bound to have the game, too. So hang up your victim by the hind legs, Giraffe, and in the morning we'll see that we get 2 fresh hams, some shoulders, and spare ribs in the bargain." "Yum, yum! How's that for high? Nut-fed pork for me every time, fellas. Haven't I read heaps about the same being so fine down in old Virginia? Here, give me a hand, will you, Bumpus? No, never mind. One of the others will do as well. Smithy, you take hold, because you're nearly as tall as I am, and we'll tie the pig's legs together so he can hang nicely." This was soon accomplished, and all of the scouts felt that the adventure, though giving them something of a shock at first, was not fated to be without its compensating features. Once more, those whose privilege it was to be occupying the twin tents while their comrades remained on the guard without again sought their blankets and the soft couches fashioned from the yielding gray Spanish moss. Giraffe had, however, so far yielded to the dictates of his better nature to say to Thad before the scoutmaster crept out of sight, "I want to tell you that I'm awful glad that was only a show of a razorback instead of a poor black coon," which was as good as admitting that he had learned his lesson, and would be much more careful after that how he pulled trigger when he did not know exactly what species of intruder had invaded the camp. Thad was more than satisfied with the result. He believed that he would not mind being given a frequent shock, if by its means the rest of the boys under his charge might see their way clear to better things. At the proper time, Giraffe came and woke up Step Hen and Davy, who were to take a turn outside. The latter was heard to express himself the very first thing he crawled beyond the flap of the tent, that the night air was quite cool, and likewise very sweet. Morning came at last, and there had been no further alarm. But for all that, the boys were glad when Thad called them forth and said it was high time they got breakfast started, as they had a long day's work before them. Giraffe begged that Allan cut up the dead pig, and as the Maine boy had considerable experience along that line, he consented to act as butcher for the occasion. Nothing would do the lanky scout but that they must have some of the razorback in the pan for breakfast, in the shape of chops, for he could not wait until another whole day had passed before tasting to see if nut-fed pork was so very fine after all. Some of them said they thought it was peculiar. Others did not fancy it very much. But as for Giraffe, he fairly raved over it, although Davy hinted that he was just making believe, so that he could come back 3 more times for the portions of those who shook their heads and said it was a little too piggy for them. Bumpus was strangely quiet this morning. He could be seen frowning occasionally, as though his thoughts might not be very pleasant. But then they knew what a great fellow he was to worry over small things, and they took it for granted that he must be again trying to puzzle out the answer to that mystery concerning the little package of medicine, whether he had really delivered it to his mother or left it at some house on the way home. No doubt he even pictured that mother as suffering all sorts of agonies just because he had been so careless, for he often declared it was going to be a terrible lesson to him and break him of some of his bad habits. But then he also eyed Giraffe and Davy suspiciously whenever they came near him, as though he rather expected to hear them once more make disparaging remarks about the odors they claimed came from the old and greasy suit he insisted on wearing while in the swamp, instead of soiling his brand new one. But they failed to do anything to stir him up, from one reason or another. "There's Thad beckoning to us all to come over," said Step Hen. "He's found something or other, I warrant you," Davy remarked, "because I could see him nosing around. Tracks? Chances are 10 to 1, you mark what I say." For once Davy proved a true prophet, for as they came up to where the young scoutmaster was standing, Thad pointed to the ground, and then went on to remark, "When you fired that shot and knocked over the shoat, Giraffe, you builded better than you knew. Look right here and you'll see where a man was crawling along on his hands and knees, bent on entering our camp. He must have thought you had taken a shot at him, for here's where he whirled around behind this tree, and then made off in a stooping posture as fast as he could move, always trying to keep a clump of bushes between himself and the camp. And the man your shot scared off, Giraffe, was the barefooted escape convict too, as the signs seem to prove." End of Chapter 6. Recorded by Harshal Seth.
Chapter 7 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 7. The Heart of a Scout. "That's interesting news, Thad," Step Hen declared. "The way you say that makes me think you mean interesting if true," Thad remarked with a little laugh. "In other words, you want me to prove it." "Oh, well, we're all such a lot of slow-witted scouts that we have to be shown, just like we'd come from Missouri," admitted the other, in a tone that was meant to serve as an apology. "And I'm always ready to explain as far as I can," the scoutmaster told him. "At the same time, I have to keep an eye on Allen here, for you all know that when it comes to reading the signs of the woods, I sit at his feet. What I pick up just by figuring out, he knows from past experience, so I want him to pull me in just as quick as he sees I'm on the wrong track. Promise that, Allen." "Go ahead," remarked the Maine boy, but his manner told plainly enough that he was very little afraid he would have to do anything of the kind. "Of course," Thad began, "all of you can see by the marks here that something was moving along toward our camp. And if you look a little closer, you'll notice that it was a man on his hands and knees, for here are the plain impressions of both his hands, while his shuffling knees made that mark and that, and here is where his toes dragged along. Plain enough, eh, fellows?" "As easy to read as ABC," declared Giraffe eagerly. "Another thing is that he had just reached this spot behind the bushes at the time Giraffe let fly with his gun, and then we all started to shout, for you can see the tracks go no further. On the contrary, the man became suddenly frightened, under the belief that he had been discovered, for he scrambled to his feet, as you can plainly see each impression of a bare foot, and as he hurried away, he kept back in the low bushes, from which I deduce the idea that he must have stooped over in order not to be seen and fired upon." "Well, it goes right along like a book, don't it?" said Bumpus, looking at the young scoutmaster in admiration and wonder, for he could not imagine how anyone, and a mere boy at that, could discover so much just from observation and using his common sense at the same time. Allen nodded his head approvingly. "But chances are that isn't near all you noticed, Thad," he said questioningly. "You're right, it isn't," said the other promptly. "I can see from the signs that the man is barefooted and consequently in great need, so I am compelled to believe that he must be an escaped convict who has been trying to keep life in his wretched body, perhaps for months, in this swamp, eating roots or berries, trapping birds, or catching fish, muskrats, turtles, anything that he can find. And as nearly all those who are held in these camps are blacks, I find it easy to guess that this is a Negro." "Ain't that a great way of finding out things, though?" marveled Bumpus. "Why, Thad, you talk just like you'd been watching that poor old chap every second of the time. I don't reckon, now, that you could tell us anything else about him, how big he was and all that." "He was a good-sized fellow, for you can see that the track of his bare foot is really tremendous. And if you look here, you'll notice where he lay flat on his face, so that it is possible to roughly measure his length, all of 6 feet, too. And his left hand is lacking 1 finger," added the scoutmaster. "What's that?" gasped Step Hen. "You're only joshing us now, Thad, for how under the sun could you tell such a thing as that?" Allen chuckled and looked immensely pleased. "I thought so," he was heard to mutter to himself. "Well, it's the old story of keeping your eyes about you," remarked Thad, "and using your head as you go. 3 separate times now I saw where he had placed his left hand spread out on the ground, where it was soft enough to take a pretty good impression, and in every instance the 3rd finger was missing. So, with all that proof, I thought I was safe in assuming that this man was marked. And let me say that later on, when we get a chance, I mean to ask a lot of questions just to satisfy myself about it. If a convict escaped from jail, or some camp, who has no 3rd finger on his left hand, I'll consider that I've proved my case." Some of the boys were still a little skeptical, and asked to be shown those wonderful imprints of the hand that told Thad such an interesting story. But after they, too, had examined them, they admitted that it was even so. "It sure beats the Dutch how these things stick up to some fellows," Bumpus frankly admitted, as he scratched his frowsy head in wonder, and almost awe. Now the rest of us looked right at them impressions in the mud. We saw they'd been made by a human hand, of course, 'cause there ain't any monkeys around here besides Davy, but not one of us went any deeper. Why, after you'd been shown, it stands out there like a mountain, and you see it as plain as you see the nose when you shut one eye. I wished I could discover things that way. There'd be a heap of things I'd find out, let me tell you." "Yes," said Giraffe severely, as he moved away from the vicinity of Bumpus, his nose elevated at an angle of 45 degrees. "But what we're all hoping most for now is that you'll hurry and get over that cold in your head, so that your natural sense of smell will come back, for then you'd certainly sure duck out of that grimy old suit that's just greased from top to bottom and give us a chance to breathe the pure air." Bumpus looked at him pityingly. "You do love to carry on a joke to the limit, Giraffe," he said simply. "Joke?" burst out the other in a vociferous voice. "Let me tell you, this is a mighty serious matter, and if it keeps along, some of us in desperation may be tempted to jump on you while you sleep and make the change ourselves. We're getting to a point where self-preservation is the first law of nature." "Bah! Who's afraid?" retorted Bumpus, with a shrug of his plump shoulders. "But you want to keep your hands off me, for I'll kick and bite like fun if set on. I know you're just trying to see if you can't convince me against my own good sense. This atmosphere seems all right to me, though I admit I don't just like the looks of this black swamp water and the ooze we meet up with sometimes. Giraffe gave him a last piercing look. Then, as if making up his mind that the case was utterly hopeless, he shook his head and turned away, while Bumpus went back to his camp duties as blithely as though care sat lightly on his head. After they had finished breakfast, the tents were struck, folded in as small a compass as possible, and one stowed away in each of the boats. Afterwards, they cleaned up the camp and made sure that nothing worthwhile was left. There had been certain portions of the Razorback that they did not mean to take along with them. Seeing Bumpus busily engaged, Thad approached, asking, "What are you up to here, old fellow?" Just as I thought, trying to do a little favor for that wretch of a three-fingered coon by tying up this meat where the animals will have a hard time getting at it. Yes, you guessed right that time, for the chances are he'll come back here as soon as he knows we've gone, in the hopes of picking up some scraps we've tossed aside. Bumpus, you're improving, because that shows you figured it all out and hit the bullseye in the bargain." The fat scout looked immensely pleased to hear Thad talk in this strain. "Well, after eating such a jolly breakfast myself, it struck me as pretty sad we should be so near a miserable human being who was almost starved. No matter if he is a bad man and deserves all he's getting, he's made like us, and I just reckon the lot of us would be quite as tough as he is if we'd never had the benefit of a nice home and education and full stomachs. And so I thought, as he'd be likely to come here, I'd save these pieces from the cats and skunks for him. It sure does your big heart credit, Bumpus, and that is the way a true scout ought to feel pretty much all the time," Thad went on to say, looking affectionately at his stout chum. "Now, if he only gets here soon enough, there'll be red ashes in the bed of our fire, and he can start it up again so as to do his cooking." "Oh," said Bumpus with a happy gurgle, "I thought all that out too, Thad. Here in this paper is half of my matches. I can spare 'em easy enough, and every one will be worth a heap to him, I guess." At that evidence of thoughtfulness, Thad clapped his hand on the shoulder of Bumpus, and as he turned away, remarked, "They can talk about you all they please, Bumpus, and make fun of the onion odor about your old suit, with more or less truth, but you're certainly making better progress along the lines of scout lore than most of the boys who think themselves your superiors." And that sort of earnest praise made Bumpus beam with happiness all morning long. The camp spot was deserted shortly after this little talk between Bumpus and Thad, and for some hours they continued to press slowly along, following such channels as Thad believed to be most promising. All the time he kept in mind that they were trying to come across a man and a girl who were supposed to have a place of hiding somewhere in this swamp, and so he considered this fact every time he had to make any sort of choice concerning taking one channel or another, invariably selecting that which he fancied had been used more than the other. He had to decide from mute evidence. It might be only a broken branch that told him a boat had possibly scraped against a bush in making a short turn, or the fact that he believed he could see a sort of regular line of marked places, as though someone besides themselves had resorted to the same means of blazing their trail in order to be able to go out whenever they felt inclined, without running the danger of losing their way among all those endless channels, and never being able to leave the confines of that horrible swamp. All this while it had been getting worse and worse, the heavy growth enclosing them in a narrow canal at times, so that they had serious doubts as to whether they were doing the right thing or had wandered far from the proper channel. It was while they were pushing steadily onward that Bumpus, who was nodding as he lazily paddled, suddenly heard Thad in the stern cry in thrilling tones, "Look out, Bumpus! There's a water moccasin just over your head on that limb, and acting like he'd drop in the boat. There, throw yourself back, Bumpus! Quick now, I tell you!" End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 8. Looking Backward. Now, if there was anything in the wide world that could give the fat scout a real hard scare, it had to do with snakes. Had he been told that there was a yellow-eyed wildcat crouching on a limb and evidently planning to spring straight at him, Bumpus might have exhibited a certain degree of courage and at least have tried to reach around in search of his gun. But a hideous, squirming snake was quite a different proposition, and only that morning had he heard Thad tell about how venomous these numerous water moccasins were, how indeed in some places their bite is feared only second to that of a rattler. For while immediate death does not as a rule take place, often the wound will turn into an open running sore and create no end of bother. And so doubtless that brain of Bumpus instantly sent a wireless to other parts of his body, giving the alarm. Certain it is that at that very instant the squirming object flashed before his eyes, falling in the boat directly ahead of Bumpus, who was in the bow. He made one magnificent backward splurge, his feet kicking violently every which way, as if in imagination he felt the fangs of the intruder fastened in his leg. It was a sight never to be forgotten by those other scouts, though had not the canoe been very staunch, the chances were that Bumpus, in his frantic zeal to part company with the moccasin, must have tipped the craft over and deposit himself as well as his 3 companions in the water. Even as he kept both legs working like the piston rods of an engine, Bumpus was letting out roars that would have done credit to an angry bull. He afterwards confessed that it seemed to be one of the prominent features in his mind that Thad had told them to make all the splash and noise they could if ever they were threatened by these contemptible water moccasins, as that would frighten them away. And as Giraffe afterwards avowed, the noise that Bumpus created would have given his comrades the one grand scare of their lives had they not known the origin of it all. Bumpus actually took that as a compliment, too, mind you. "Keep still, Bumpus, or you'll upset the boat," shouted Thad sternly, and he had to exert himself to be heard above all the row. "You're safe enough, silly. He won't jump at you," cried Davy Jones, who had all he could manage with the head of the fat scout in his lap, and those legs going like the arms of a windmill in a stiff gale. "Gimme just one chance to whack the beggar," demanded Step Hen, who had managed to pick up the push pole, which was carried in case they became fast in the mud at any time, and must depend on brawn and muscle to get clear. As the result of all these objurgations, Bumpus recovered enough sense to slightly raise his head so that he could take a peep. He discovered that the moccasin had coiled in the very bow and was acting as though intending to retain possession of the canoe, for it kept thrusting venomously with its head and showed a nasty disposition in the way it opened its mouth. But Step Hen poised the push pole as though he meant business. "Duck your head, Bumpus," he called out, at which the other hastened to obey, not in the least inclined to feel the heft of that stout pole. He heard a crash and gave a yelp. "Hey, that was my left foot you hit. Quit knocking me," was his plaint. "Well, you wouldn't give me enough room," declared Step Hen complacently. "But it's all right, Bumpus. You suffered in a good cause, and that ought to repay you. I got him, and he isn't a-going to jab you this trip, mark my words." So Bumpus, despite his pain, raised his head again far enough to see that Step Hen had indeed settled the snake, for it was wriggling aimlessly this way and that, trying to strike even in its death throes, such was its venomous nature. "Toss it overboard, Step Hen," ordered the scoutmaster, managing to get the point of the pole under its folds. The other hastened to do so, and the struggling reptile floated off, much to the relief of all those who had been menaced, especially poor Bumpus, who was nursing his toes and grumbling that he had to pay the fiddler even if he didn't dance. "I hope now that pesky thing didn't go and get a bite at me unbeknown," he said, as though a new feeling of alarm had suddenly taken possession of him, and though the rest laughed at the idea, nothing would ease the mind of the stout boy until he had taken off his leggings and closely examined both shins, when he felt relieved of his anxiety. Of course, the talk among the boys for some time afterwards was in connection with these dangers that are ever present in southern waters, especially those of the swamps. And again, Thad cautioned them to beware of how they allowed a moccasin to become in any way familiar. "I reckon," remarked Step Hen, after listening to these warnings, "that there ain't any place a-going where the watchwords of Boy Scouts come in better'n they do down here, because, seems to me, a fellow's got to be prepared about all the time. What with hungry alligators ready to make a meal off your feet, poisonous snakes dropping off slanting trees, bobcats waiting in the crotches above for a chance to scratch you into ribbons, escaped convicts a-trying to steal about everything you own, and so forth, it wouldn't be a bad scheme to own 3 pairs of eyes and ears to keep on guard." Thad was keeping up his watchful tactics of the preceding afternoon as they thus slowly advanced into the depths of Alligator Swamp. He did not wish to make an error of judgment if it could possibly be avoided, for only too well did the boy know from past experiences how such a mistake can keep on swelling until the final consequences are simply tremendous. So they kept on marking each bend that they turned, and Thad saw to it that he could pick up one blaze, if it could be termed such, from another. He also broke a smaller branch, always on the side they came from, so that if in doubt later, it would be easy to make sure which way you go. A very wise precaution indeed, and one that Allen highly recommended when he saw what was being done. They did not hurry, since nothing was to be gained by making speed at the sacrifice of safety. And as they thus journeyed, it was perhaps only natural that with the 2 canoes close together, one of the scouts should ask Thad further questions in connection with this man who had apparently taken such a peculiar dislike to the Brewster family, in that he could be suspected of having kidnapped the little girl's sister, whom Thad remembered so well as a baby. "I was only a small chap at the time, which was nearly 10 years ago," Thad told them, as a strange look came over his young face when thus recalling the past. "But I can remember him very well as a dashing-looking man, smart enough too, but with a horrible temper and some bad habits that finally got him into trouble, for he took things belonging to my folks and was discharged from his position as manager of the property. That downfall he seemed to foolishly lay at the door of my mother, though, to tell the truth, she was only too lenient with the rascal, who should have been prosecuted and sent to the penitentiary for a term of years. Then, later on, my baby sister strangely disappeared, and my mother never fully recovered from the shock, because although for some years she spent money like water and had the best detectives in the country searching everywhere, but they never were able to find the least trace of poor little Pauline. Of course, sooner or later, suspicion fell upon this Felix Jasper, and as he was located in New Orleans, a close watch was kept upon his movements, but they found no reason to cause his arrest, and so it went until my poor mother finally left me alone, and Daddy Brewster, a brother of my father's, came and brought me to his home in Cranford, where I met you fellows. Which, I take it, was a red-letter day for old Cranford, declared Step Hen, because right from the first you managed to inject more ginger into the boys than they'd ever known before. When you went off that summer to visit some other relative and came back filled chock full with Boy Scout business, didn't you get every fellow in Cranford excited? And wasn't the Silver Fox Patrol formed as a result? Yes, added Davy, for the subject was one that appealed to Thad's close chums very much. And whenever we played baseball or any other game, wasn't it you who took the lead and made the name of Cranford respected through the whole county, where before it had always stood close to the bottom of the list? I should say we did strike it lucky when you came along the pike, Thad. That'll be enough for you, Davy, and suppose we change the subject, remarked the scoutmaster, although his eyes snapped and his cheeks grew red with pleasure to know that his comrades appreciated him so much. But do you reckon you'd ever be able to recognize this man if you set eyes on him again, Thad? Asked Bumpus at this juncture. I am sure I would, came the positive reply, because he couldn't have changed so much, only to look older. I'd never forget those snapping black eyes and the straight nose, as well as the firm mouth. As I remember him, Felix wasn't as cruel as he looked, but his temper often made him do things that perhaps he was sorry for afterward, though he had a terribly stubborn disposition, and once started on a thing would carry it through regardless of every consideration. Did you ever hear of him after he was in New Orleans? Asked Allen from the other canoe close by. I believe he prospered there for several years, said Thad, and then got into some sort of trouble. This same gentleman who wrote Daddy lately used to keep him informed as to what Felix was doing, because somehow my uncle always believed that sooner or later something would be heard about my little sister through that man. Then came this letter stating that he had been seen near Alligator Swamp and a girl in his company who might be some 11 years old, just what the age of Pauline must be if she is alive. But when he was in New Orleans, didn't he have the girl with him? Demanded Giraffe, who was generally pretty keen when it came to asking questions. No, but then the chances were that he knew he was being kept under observation, and that at the time he was smart enough to have her at some other place. He did marry while in the city, but there were no children, and his wife left him, so we were told by one who had been employed to keep tabs on the man, perhaps on account of his villainous temper. Then you imagine that after he had to clear out from the city and hide because of some crime he had done, this Felix Jasper may have gone and gotten the little girl so that he would have company in his exile. Is that it, Thad? Questioned Smithy, who had once known of a case something like that of the other and could sympathize with his chum. That's what I'm hoping, and what seemed to strike Daddy as perhaps the truth, replied the other. But if we have any decent kind of luck, I'll know more about it all before we start back to Cranford again, because I'm determined to comb this old swamp through and through, asking everyone I meet to get pointers until I run across the man who was seen with a little girl. And if it turns out that after all he isn't Felix, I'll be feeling pretty sick, let me tell you. But something seems to keep telling me here, and he laid a trembling hand in the region of his heart, that there's glorious news waiting for me. And every night I lie down, I just pray with all my soul that it's going to turn out that way. So do we all, Thad, don't we, fellows? Exclaimed Bumpus soberly, and there was not one among the other six but who instantly expressed himself in the affirmative. Thad quickly changed the subject, for he was feeling very much excited and shaken because of the sad memories recalled by his talk, and the other scouts, realizing that he did not wish to continue along those lines, readily fell in with his wishes in the matter. The morning passed, and all of them noticed that it seemed to warm up greatly as the day advanced, until they had stripped their coats off and with sleeves rolled up to their elbows, as in the good old summertime up north, paddled along under the arches of the closely growing trees. These were cypress for the most part, since these seemed to do better in the midst of water than any other species, and their expanded butts, always several times as large in girth as the trunks were 5 feet from the roots, gave the boys no end of argument as to the cause of such a strange growth. "There!" suddenly exclaimed Bumpus. "That was an alligator bellowing, Thad, wasn't it? You said they generally talked just before dawn, but still one lonely fellow might happen to break the rule." "Wrong again, Bumpus, because that wasn't any sort of animal or reptile," the scoutmaster went on to say with a smile. "But you don't mean to tell me a bird could grumble like that, Thad?" continued the amazed Bumpus. The rest set up a laugh. "You sure have got snakes and gators on the brain, Bumpus," declared Giraffe scornfully. "Why, if you was up home right now, you'd a guessed like the rest of us did, that what you heard was the grumble of thunder, that's all." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 9. Combing the Swamp Labyrinth. "Oh, you can't fool me that way, Giraffe," chuckled Bumpus. "I may look green, but things ain't always what they seem. Thunder, huh? And this is mighty near the end of December, too. Try again, Giraffe." "Yes, but don't forget, Bumpus, where you are," cautioned Thad. "This country in wintertime can have anything we expect only in summer up north, and that stands for thunderstorms any month in the year. There, that was a louder peal. And now you'll understand we're not trying to make you swallow a tough yarn." "It sure did sound like it," admitted the fat scout. "But I never thought we'd run up against a thunderstorm, or I'd have fetched my new raincoat along." "Goodness knows you did bring more than your share, as it is," complained Step Hen. "You ought to have a boat all to yourself, because the rest of us don't get a chance for our lives. But I say, Thad, do we stand for a ducking?" "If I could see a chance to go ashore, I'd say we might get the tents up, and hold over till the storm had passed by," the scoutmaster replied. "That's where it's a-going to be hard," ventured Giraffe, "because right now there don't seem to be a piece of ground as big as a postage stamp in sight. Nothing but the fat butts of these here old cypresses, and low-hanging vines around. Reckon we must just stand for wet jackets, boys." "Wait, don't give it up so easily," said Thad. "Pull over to where those vines hang low, and see if you can't manage to fasten your tent up in some sort of style, so that it'll hang over the boat, and keep the rain off." "But how about the wind? Won't that blow her every which way?" asked Bob White. "You'll find precious little wind with this rain," Thad assured him, "because it is so thick in the swamp here that we'll be protected. You may hear it humming in the cypress tops, but hardly a ripple below." "Hurrah! That's the ticket, then!" cried Bumpus, who did dislike to get wet more than almost anything, yet who often managed to stumble and fall into lakes and duck ponds in a way that was most exasperating. "Anyhow, if the worst does come, I've got my old duds on." "Yes, we know you have. Sure we do, Bumpus," Davy made sure to call out, as his face took on an expression of pain that made Giraffe laugh, for just then the latter, being in the other boat, was separated from Thad's craft by a dozen yards of water, and to windward at the same time. It was found that the plan proposed by Thad was possible of execution. Happily, the vines came down low enough for the boys to secure the tents in such a way that they could be spread out and thus cover most all the boat's surface. "This is what I call a boss scheme," Giraffe was heard to call out from under the dun-colored canvas that was wobbling violently as the boys made out to secure the ends the best they could, and in this way hold the boats steady. "Did you ever know Thad to think up one that wasn't the best going?" demanded Smithy, who was really the latest recruit in the patrol, though he had learned a great many things since joining, and long ago ceased to merit the opprobrious title of greenhorn or tenderfoot. "Listen, I think I hear the rain," called out Thad, more to break in upon this flattering line of talk than because it was necessary to draw attention to the pattering of the drops upon the canvas covers. "That's right, and I tell you we didn't get fixed any too soon, fellows," Bumpus exclaimed, as he snuggled down in comfort, holding on to his share of the tent, as though half expecting, despite the reassuring words of Thad, to presently feel the same violently torn from his clutch by the gale, unless he fastened to it with the tenacity of a bull terrier. Inside of 3 minutes the rain was coming down heavily, while the thunder proceeded to crash with all the vim of a real summer storm up home. "One good thing," declared Giraffe between outbursts, and when the rain seemed to let up a little, "we don't have to depend on the walking any, and after it's all over we can go right ahead as well as ever." "Maybe it'll raise the swamp level some," advanced Step Hen, "and we won't be apt to run on the mud banks like we did more'n a few times. Getting lighter all the while, boys, and I guess she'll soon quit," Giraffe went on to remark, and they all agreed with him. "Did anybody get wet?" asked Allen, when it seemed as though the storm had passed over and was rumbling away in the dim distance, having gone to the northeast. "Nary a drop," Bumpus triumphantly declared. "Huh! There might be fellows mean enough to wish somebody had gone and got soaked through and through, for then he'd have to bring out his new suit and wear the same," Davy growled. Bumpus was seen to be glaring suspiciously at the speaker when the wet tent was taken down in the most careful manner possible. "I really believe you wouldn't care a red cent, Davy Jones," he said sternly, "if I happened to make a bad step and walked overboard. Fact is, I'm a-goin' to keep my eye on you after this. Like to have me get my old suit wet, would you? So I just have to make the change. Well, I wouldn't put it past you to give me a little shove or trip me up so I'd take a header. Better take care, because there's a limit to my good nature. Some fellows can be coaxed to do nearly anything, but they object to being driven." "Listen to him talk, would you?" cried Davy, pretending to be hurt by the accusation of the other, though there was a gleam in his eyes that told he had been given an idea by Bumpus' remark. "You make me think of the traveler that the sun and the wind picked out as a victim to see which was the stronger. He had a cloak on, and the one that managed to get it off was to be the victor. So the wind tried as hard as anything, but the traveler only wrapped his cloak tighter around him. Then the sun got hotter and hotter, till he just couldn't hardly breathe. So what does he do but throw away his cloak, and of course the sun won, hands down." "Chestnut," jibed Giraffe from the other boat. 10 to 1, even 6 suns couldn't force Bumpus to shed his coat when once he'd made up his mind to keep it on. Just like that stubborn will of his, it grows stronger and stronger all the time. "Yes," added Davy, "and every little while you can see him sitting by the fire with his chin held in his hand and a faraway look in his eyes, and then you know he's cracking his poor brain trying to remember what happened to that 5 cents worth of medicine he can't remember what he did with." "Didn't I tell you again and again that the money part don't enter into this matter at all?" demanded Bumpus. "It's just because I was so wretchedly careless that it keeps wearing on my mind. I ought to know what I did with that stuff, and I'm bound to figure it out or bust a boiler a-trying. Didn't Thad tell us that was a good trait in a scout? Ain't being determined what every good scout ought to try and practice? Didn't he tell us about how the hungry wolf over in Siberia will set out on the track of a deer in the snow and keep everlastingly after him, even if the chase seems silly to begin with, but nearly every time he'll get his game before he quits just by his pertinacity. That's what I am, one of the stick-at-it kind." "You never said truer words, Bumpus," coughed Davy toward the stern of the boat. "Some things are like a rolling snowball. They keep on getting bigger and bigger the longer they exist. But every dog has his day, and we live in hopes that something'll happen to make you change your mind about that same coat." When the tents had been squeezed as dry as possible, the forward progress was resumed, all of them feeling rather light-hearted over the clever way in which they had cheated the storm. It always gives a boy a sense of superiority to feel that he has come out first best in a battle with nature. Some of the scouts doubtless began to wonder how they were ever going to locate the man and the girl deep in the gloomy recesses of Alligator Swamp, but those who kept their wits about them and watched what Thad was doing must have ere this come to the conclusion that he had not been wandering aimlessly about all this time, but on the contrary had some definite plan of campaign in view, which he kept constantly following. In fact, Thad was on the alert for any sort of sign that would tell him some other boat had been in the habit of passing along through these channels. Allen at times called his attention to certain indications along those lines, and it was in the hope that this other boat might be the one containing the man and the girl whose presence here had drawn him from his faraway northern home that Thad continued to pursue his set course. As the afternoon began to wear away, after they had partaken of a light cold lunch that was not at all satisfactory to Giraffe, who declared at its close he was nearly starved, all of them began to keep a bright lookout for some decent sort of dry land where they might camp for the coming night. "Because," said Smithy, who liked plenty of room, "it would be manifestly next to impossible for four fellows to stretch out comfortably in such a narrow craft as this canoe." Smithy always liked to use big words and was, moreover, very precise in his mode of speech, but a pretty good fellow all the same, a great change having come over him since he took up being a scout and ceased to cater to his former sissy weaknesses along the line of extreme dudishness, as Giraffe always called it. "Well, I should say yes," burst forth Davy Jones. "If you think you'd have a bad time, just cast your eye over this way and tell me what'd become of us once Bumpus started stretching himself out all over the boat. When he's sitting up it's bad enough, but lying down would make the situation intolerable, I suppose you mean, Davy," supplemented Smithy promptly. "Yes, in more ways than one it would be," declared the Jones boy darkly. "Well, don't worry," Bumpus told him calmly, "because right now I guess Thad's got his eye on a real nice campsite, if that grin on his face stands for anything, and I think it does. How about it, Mr. Scoutmaster? Have you struck solid land?" "I see a place ahead that looks kind of good to me," Thad replied, "but because lots of things don't happen to turn out as well as they promise, we'll have to wait till we get there before we'll know for sure. And as we're all tired of prowling around in this way for one day, I think we'll hold up, providing the chance comes along." "Even half a chance, Thad," urged Davy hurriedly. "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Beggars shouldn't be choosers, my ma always says when I begin to hesitate about taking something that's offered. Half a loaf's some better'n no bread. And as for me, I'm fairly wild to get out and stretch my weary limbs and also mingle with my other pards." "Other pards, huh?" sniffed Bumpus, who knew very well that this was intended as another little fling at him, though it failed to make even a dent in his resolution not to give in to the requests of these complaining fellows. They were soon alongside the patch of high ground discovered by Thad, and when they found that it offered a splendid site for a dry camp, all of them were pleased. The way they proceeded to tumble out of the boats told that their limbs had been more or less cramped by sitting so long, for as many as 7 hours had elapsed since they embarked. In spite of the time that had been spent in pushing along, they could not have made as great progress as might be expected, for on numerous occasions Thad was compelled to admit that he had taken a false channel, after which they had to go back over their course, destroying the marks that had been left, so they might not later on mislead them again until a new start could be made. First of all, they jumped up and down on the land and performed all manner of gymnastic feats with the object of getting out the kinks, as Giraffe explained it. Davy Jones was up a tree like a flash and swinging there as jauntily as any Borneo gorilla could have done. In fact, the Jones boy never seemed so happy as when he could hang with his head down and his toes caught on a branch. If he chanced to slip, he was as agile as a cat and would clutch some new hold. They say that it is seldom a squirrel misses connections when jumping from one tree to another, and surely no boy ever came nearer to being a human squirrel than did Davy Jones. "Now, if you've got limbered up enough," said Thad presently, "come and help me get the duffel ashore, so we can look after the boats as usual." Everybody was willing, and many hands made light work, so the tents and all other things came ashore at a lively rate. Thad had just thrown down a package he had been carrying when he was seen to stand and look down at it critically, and then shake his head as though trying to figure something out. "What ails you, Thad?" called out Giraffe, who happened to be near by and noticed this queer action on the part of the scoutmaster. "I hope now we haven't been and lost anything," for Giraffe was always in fear lest the food supply be cut short. "No, but perhaps there's a chance we may," replied the other with a grin. You don't say. And what might it be? Demanded Davy, becoming interested. Why, a sudden idea struck me, that's all, replied Thad. To tell you the truth, fellows, perhaps you've been treating our chum Bumpus shamefully all the while in accusing him, as you have, of wearing clothes that are greasy and loud, because I've got a notion that I've located the source of this bad odor we've been suffering from 2 whole days and nights. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 10. Was the mystery solved? Oh, joy, joy, cried Giraffe upon hearing this great news. Thad, we all look on you as a public benefactor, Bob White chipped in, though thus far he had said very little about the annoyance the strange odor was causing them, because he was a boy of few words as a rule, and then again he had not been compelled to remain in the same boat or sleep under the same canvas as the scout on whose soiled garments suspicion had fallen. "The best news I've heard in many a long day," declared Smithy. "Now," was all Davy Jones gave utterance to, but the word was uttered with what seemed to be almost savage satisfaction, and his eyes at the time were turned full on poor Bumpus, who, of course, squirmed uneasily in his seat by the fire, where he was fixing the coffee, and looked unhappy as well as anxious. "Please go on and tell us, Mr. Scoutmaster," called out Step Hen. "If this old stuffy cold in the head I've got from Bumpus has kept me from having the pleasure of enjoying the mystery with you all, I've sure heard enough grunting and complaining to excite my curiosity to the limit. What's the answer?" "Gather around, then," said Thad, and they began to form a circle. "Here, we want you too, Bumpus, so leave your coffee making while you listen, and give your vote. For if the majority decides I'm right, we won't be bothered any more with an unpleasant neighbor." "Say, I hope you don't mean to kill him," remarked Davy, pretending to shoot a glance of brotherly commiseration in the direction of the fat scout, or chase him out of the camp to herd by himself. But somehow Bumpus had taken new courage from what he heard Thad remark, and as he came shuffling up with the rest he was saying to himself, "Huh! Think you're smart, don't you, Davy Jones? But just wait. Who's afraid, anyway?" "All here, Thad," sang out Allen, impatiently. "And waiting to hear the explanation of the mystery that's been bothering the whole patrol, leastwise all but Bumpus and Step Hen, who ain't any good just now at ferreting out things, because they do nothing but blow all day long." And Giraffe loomed head and shoulders above the rest of his mates as he faced Thad. "Well, I'm going to pass it along now, and I want everyone to take a good whiff, after which," he is to give his opinion whether this is the offending package or not." Saying this, the scoutmaster picked up a stout paper bag that had been lying at his feet, the top tied with a string, and handed it solemnly to Giraffe, who happened to be his next neighbor on the right. "Our fine onions," gasped Step Hen as he recognized the shape of the bag. Giraffe held the package up close to his nose and seemed to draw in a long breath, after which he gave utterance to one expressive word: "Jerusalem!" "What do you say, Giraffe?" demanded the patrol leader, grimly. "Guilty or not guilty?" The elongated scout immediately wagged his head vigorously in the affirmative. "About the same class of odor that's been bothering us right along, Thad. Sure it is. And I just reckon you've been and run our trouble down. Them onions are getting old and soft, and everybody knows how rank they are when that happens. Phew! Who's next?" "Pass it along," demanded Bob White at his right shoulder. "I am a good judge of onions, and I'll soon settle this thing for you all." He, too, held the offended bag up near his nose. It hardly needed words to tell what his verdict was, for his face became screwed up in a manner that could only stand for condemnation. "Giraffe, I'm with you," he observed, as he hastened to give the bag to Smithy, next in line. And so it went the rounds, even the grinning Bumpus being allowed to have his chance at declaring what he thought. "Well, I should say it was bad," the fat boy remarked, as he held it close and kept sniffing away vigorously. "If that's the stuff, I don't wonder you fellows kept kicking up such a row about it. But it was mean to pick on me for nothing. I tell you, these old clothes ain't so very tough after all. Maybe you'll get down on your ham bones now and tell me how sorry you all are. Maybe you'll be begging me to let you come back in the boat with you, Giraffe. But don't bother, because I'm a-going to stick with Thad. He never took a mean advantage of me like some of the rest did, just because I'm little and can't stand up for myself. Huh! Who's so smart now, tell me?" Giraffe and Davy answered him not a word. No doubt just then they really felt humiliated, as though conscience-stricken, in that they had accused and condemned poor Bumpus without a hearing. "But what's going to be done about it?" asked Smithy. "We surely can't think of carrying those offensive onions along with us any more, after all the trouble they've gone and made for us." "Course not. They've just got to go," declared Davy, positively. Giraffe looked unhappy. "And me so fond of fried onions, I always said I'd never be caught camping without some along," he whimpered mournfully. "But you're the one that made the biggest fuss of the whole lot," cried Bumpus. "Why, you even made me nervous, and I was afraid my fighting blood would be worked up soon if things kept on like they were. Sure, you couldn't vote to keep the old things after Thad's found out what they stand for." "I suppose not, boys," replied the tall scout sadly. "We'll have to do without the appetizing onion after this. but it's going to be hard on me. My appetite'll fall away, and you'll see me getting thinner and thinner every day." "Well, we can use you for a bread knife then," remarked Bumpus composedly, "because if you grew much sharper than you are, that's about the only thing you'd be good for. But if them onions smell so rank, what's the use of throwing the same away when we'll be apt to know they're around all night? They ought to be put underground, don't you think, Thad?" "That's a good idea, Bumpus. Give me the camp hatchet, and I'll dig a grave over here, so we can have a regular burial. Form in line, fellows, for the ceremony." Entering into the spirit of the occasion, the whole 8 scouts formed into a procession, and with Thad in the lead, bearing the hatchet in one hand and the condemned bag of soft onions in the other, held as far away from his nose as possible, they started to walk solemnly along, heading for the spot that the leader had picked out as suitable for the ceremony of burial. And as they thus stalked along, the boys began to chant in unison that old song, "John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave as we go marching on." And so, with the hatchet, a hole was speedily excavated and the offending object placed therein, after which the earth was hastily scraped over until 6 inches of soil rested upon the bag. "There, that's what I call a good job," remarked Giraffe, with a relieved look on his face, as they started back to where the fire burned merrily. "It'll seem like another world now that we won't have to keep sniffing all around all the time. Yes, and saying all sorts of mean things about my bully old suit that's stood by me through thick and thin until I've just come to love the same," Bumpus up and told the chief offender. "Oh, well, let it go at that, Bumpus," muttered the tall scout. "A fellow is apt to get on the wrong trail once in a while, you know. Even Thad here will do that same. We thought we was right and acted accordingly, and now we'll give you a little rest, though we'd all be glad if you did make up your mind to change that greasy old suit for your spick and span clean one. Guess you'll take a notion that way some fine day, won't you?" "Huh, keep on guessing," grunted Bumpus, though he appeared to be wearing a perpetual grin now that his innocence seemed to have been so amply proven. After this little incident, preparations for passing the night were continued, the tents being raised and the fire encouraged to reach that stage where Giraffe and his assistant might have all the red coals needed in order to properly carry out the cooking operations as usual. Davy was wandering around, still eyeing Bumpus suspiciously, as though not wholly satisfied in his mind that all the trouble was over. But the fat scout had been vindicated at the hands of Thad, so what cared he if Davy chose to show his poor judgment when everybody else seemed satisfied? Once Davy even wandered over to where the burial of the onions had taken place, and with his foot scraped even more soil over the spot, as though he wanted to be doubly sure they had confined everything in that hole. When the supper was finally ready, it was a merry group that squatted around, for Giraffe always felt particularly joyous when about to satisfy his acute hunger, and on this particular occasion he believed he had a double reason to rejoice, in that the food supply was bounteous and a baffling mystery had been solved, so there would be no further reason for his keeping awake nights trying to guess the answer and making things unpleasant for poor Bumpus. They chattered about nearly everything under the sun as they sat there munching away at the repast, which consisted of breakfast bacon, as they had come to term the real stuff, since plain salt pork is called bacon in the South, fried potatoes with just one onion cut up in the same to give a flavor, and which Giraffe had saved from the wreck before the explosion came, some toast made from the last loaf of bread they had along, cheese for those who liked it, some pork chops, and last but not least, the usual coffee that did not seem to keep anybody awake, though a number were not in the habit of drinking it save at breakfast when at home. But then lots of things are done with impunity in camp that no one dares think of when under his own roof tree. And after this sweet balmy sleep, said Smithy, who was somewhat given to spouting poetry and showing a spirit of romance. Yes, added Giraffe, and we're all of us tired enough to enjoy a good 8-hour snooze, unless Thad wants us to keep watch and watch, which I hope he won't. And I do hope, remarked Bumpus sweetly, that I'll be able to crawl into my bully old blanket and hit the straw without hearing any coarse remarks about its being time old suits of khaki that have stood the wear of time were called in. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 11. Alligator Smith, the Guide. "What's the matter, Thad?" asked Allen sometime later, while they were lounging around the jolly campfire and taking things easy. "Why, I thought I heard the splash of a paddle just then, when it was all still," and the scoutmaster continued to cock his head on one side in the act of straining his hearing, as though half expecting to catch a repetition of the sound. Every scout remained mute, and an anxious look seemed to creep over not a few boyish faces, for they had been told such strange stories about the hideout people of Alligator Swamp that all sorts of fancies had taken possession of their young minds. "You're right, I do believe, Thad," muttered Giraffe, who had splendid hearing as well as wonderful eyesight. "Then you caught the splash that time, too?" questioned the scoutmaster. "Sure, Pop, and it wasn't the flap of a gator dropping in from a bank, or the sportive play of a muskrat either. Nothing but a paddle would make that noise, and as sure as you live, I can see the canoe coming this way right now." This announcement created no end of excitement. Every fellow thought it was up to him to get in readiness to resist boarders, and when he could not have a gun because there were not enough to go around, at least a club, the camp hatchet, or in an emergency, the long bread knife seemed to offer some degree of comfort. "I see him too," remarked Step Hen, and others echoed the words. Indeed, it would have been a very dull fellow who could fail to distinguish the moving object that was approaching so boldly. "He ain't afraid, anyway," ventured Davy Jones. "No more he ain't," added Giraffe, which would seem to give the idea that he didn't mean us any harm, or else felt that one man was equal to a whole patrol of Boy Scouts, which don't seem possible. "Well, he's got another guess coming, if that's so," muttered Bumpus, who, with his gun in hand, was not showing much alarm, for since he had 7 chums to back him up, the fat scout could not see why he should tremble, save with excitement. "There is only one man in the boat," remarked Thad, a little anxiously, "and as he's coming about over the course we did, I wonder now if it could be any messenger sent after us by that telegraph agent at the town." "Oh!" gasped Smithy. Instantly every fellow felt a queer sensation pass over him. The words uttered by Thad had conjured up all sorts of grave possibilities as connected with their various happy homes away up north, and doubtless they suffered tortures from that moment on. Straight for the camp came the solitary paddler. He was seated in a roomy boat built after the prevailing type used around the neighborhood of the swamp, and from the dexterity with which he handled the paddle, it was plain that he must be quite at home on the water. "Hello, boys, I'm comin' ashore to jine ya," he called out, perhaps being a little dubious as to what sort of reception they were calculating on giving him, for the display of guns and hatchets and knives must have looked ominous indeed. "All right, come along then," Thad sang out in reply. 2 minutes later the stranger's boat was drawn up on the sloping bank, and he strode toward the fire. Then the eager boy saw that he had a genial, if wrinkled, sunburned face and a scraggy gray beard. "I'm Alligator Smith," he announced, just as though that name might be known in all that section well enough to explain everything. And it was, too, for the reader may remember that it was this very man whom Thad had once wished he could come upon to try and engage him as a guide. Here was luck with a capital L. Thad immediately offered the other his hand. "Glad to meet up with you, Mr. Smith," he said. "Here's a namesake of yours with us, though we call him plain Smithy. And this next Boy Scout is Allan Hollister, the stout chap Bumpus Hawtree." And so he went on, introducing each chum, while the angular native proceeded to shake hands with them in rotation. "We wanted to run across you the worst kind, sir, and so we call this a happy meeting," Smithy remarked. "What's that you say?" asked the other, apparently puzzled. Why, we had need of a good guide for poking around in this swamp, and everybody seemed to fight shy of the job. But they all said that if we could only come on Alligator Smith and he'd engage with us, we'd be all lovely, Giraffe observed. "Oh, that's it, huh?" the alligator hunter went on to say, smiling broadly. "Why, if so be you wants me still, I ain't no 'jections to making arrangements looking that-a-ways, 'cause the gator hide business ain't what it used to be, and money's tight nowadays. But what under the sun be you a-wanderin' to hunt around in this old swamp for, boys? They ain't near so much game in here as you could find in the canebrake or up on the high ground. Ducks don't come in much, and you seldom stir up a deer or a bar nowadays." Plainly, Alligator Smith had already had his curiosity aroused, and so Thad believed that it would be as well to tell him everything right in the start, since he must know the facts so that he could serve them to the best of his ability. "We didn't come down here just to hunt," he started in to say, "though we thought it best to fetch a few guns along for an emergency. To tell the main thing right in the start, we're looking for a man." "Yes, I reckons as how I catch on to that same," observed the hunter, as he crossed his legs close to the fire and made himself quite at home, with the scouts hovering around him. "And a small girl," continued Thad, watching the face of the other closely, so as to judge whether any flash of intelligence would pass over it that would serve as good news to the anxious lad. "Oh, a gal too, you say? And you reckons as how they be somewhere near Alligator Swamp?" asked the man quickly. "A gentleman wrote my uncle that he had seen this man and girl go into this swamp," Thad continued. "It may have been 10 days ago. They seemed to have a lot of provisions in the boat, as though they were laying in a month's supply. He had a gun and looked ready to hold his own against any runaway black convict he might happen to meet. Do you know of any man and girl like that, Mr. Smith?" It seemed as though every boy ceased to breathe while waiting for the answer to come to this important question which Thad had asked. The swamp hunter nodded his tousled head slowly up and down. He appeared to be thinking intensely. "Why, yes, 'twere about that time I seen 'em," he finally remarked. "I 'member as how I'd just gotten outer tobaccy, and nothin' do but I must make for the village store to lay in a new supply. Yes, and I just glimpsed that boat as I kem outen a side bayou. Reckoned as how't must be a stranger, 'case I never seen the man afore as I knowed on. I waved a hand at him, but he never made out to notice, so I just reckoned as how they must be some new settlers as'd took up a cabin I knowed 'bout just beyond the start o' the swamp. Never guv it another think, 'case I happened to have troubles o' my own aplenty just then, with my jaws rusty from not having any tobaccy for nigh on 2 days, though them's the pussons you want to find." "I think there's no doubt about it, Mr. Smith," replied Thad, his eyes shining brightly with renewed hope. "But do you really think they could be so near the edge of the swamp. We came on an old tumble-down shack with a mud and board chimney and a door hanging by one hinge, but there wasn't a sign of life around it. "Then I were mistaken when I reckoned that way, son," admitted the hunter. "'Cause that's the only cabin around in the swamp worth mentioning anyway. They must 'a' gone deeper in. Perhaps the men air like some others as I knows about and don't want to meet up with a living soul, so he's buried hisself in thar somewhere. If he's the man we think, his name is Felix Jasper," Thad went on to say. "Hey, Jasper, d'ye say? Well, now, that's making me go away back some. You see, there used to be a fambly by that name a livin' round here years and years ago, but the old man he died and the rest cleared out." "Then this might be one of the sons, mightn't it?" the boy asked. "To be sure it mout, and which would account for his knowin' so much about this here swamp, 'cause you see, it'd be all a man's life was worth to come in and get lost among all these bewilderin' waterways. More'n a few never come out in years gone by, and them as hide here now knows every crook and bayou like you do the fingers of your hands." "Then you would be willing to stay by us and see us through if we paid you the right sort of price?" Thad asked, determined to clinch the bargain at once. "Glad to do that same, son," replied Alligator Smith. "How would $3 a day and find suit you?" the scoutmaster went on. "Fine," answered the other readily. "All right then," Thad continued. "Let's call it $5 a day, and I hope there's nothing in the way to prevent you sticking with us from now on." "Well, that's what I call handsome, and you kin depend on Tom Smith a sticking to you like a plaster. We'll sure find the man, and the girl too, and so we be have to run through the old swamp like a fine-tooth comb, and I hopes as how they turn out to be the same as you want. You can understand how much I'm hoping that way when I tell you that we think the girl may be my little sister who was stolen when she was a baby," Thad went on to say, and upon the other evincing great interest in the matter, he thought it best to relate the whole story concerning the dismissal of the estate manager on account of his evil practices and his subsequent hatred for the Brewsters, which gradually led up to the mysterious disappearance of little Pauline 10 years ago, and the inability of the best detectives in the country to find her. Tom Smith was evidently a rough fellow, but he had a heart, and the way in which he pressed the hand of this young scoutmaster after the whole story had been told indicated very plainly that he sympathized greatly with him in his mission and would do everything in his power to bring about a meeting with the strange man who had entered the swamp 10 days before with that pretty child. And Thad looked fully 100% brighter now that the chances for accomplishing the end he had in view when he came south seemed to have gained a new impetus. With such a man as Alligator Smith to lead them, knowing every part of the mysterious depths of the swamp as he did, from long years of hunting in its depths, it really looked as though they were now on the road to success, and that before long the truth would be made known, so that everybody, even Bumpus, seemed to be in a more jolly mood than had happened in some time. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Harshal Seth. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 12. Things were certainly looking much more rosy now. With an experienced small man to guide them, there would no longer be the danger of getting lost that had kept hovering over their heads. Then there was the white-winged dove of peace in the camp in connection with the solving of the dreadful mystery that had been bothering Giraffe and some of the others. All, in fact, but Bumpus and Step Hen for so long. They sat around the fire, which did not feel at all uncomfortable, enjoying the communion with this unique character, as Smithy privately termed the alligator skin collector. "I been hearin' a heap about this Boy Scout business," the man finally remarked, after he had been observing many of the ways of the boys that had more or less connection with their patrol teaching. "And I just don't get on the object how the same be agin to grow up to be saggers, and is them uniforms a sign of the same?" "Oh no! Like a good many other people, you've got the wrong idea of this Boy Scout business, Mr. Smith," Thad told him. "In America, the movement hasn't anything whatever to do with the military spirit, except that it tries to make a boy follow out some of the rules that soldiers are bound by. He must try and be brave, obey when ordered by one in authority, be respectful to his superiors, and keep himself clean both in mind and body." "Though they don't always do that last," interjected Davy Jones, as he cast a black look towards the lolling Bumpus, who only answered him by a derisive smile and a good-natured nod. "Tell me some more, son," said the guide, showing great interest. "If them G's can be carried out, I sure reckons I know some boys what had orter join the scout movement in a hurry." "Oh, I couldn't begin to tell you a tenth of what the scouts are supposed to do and know," Thad went on. "It's done the greatest lot of good for most of us right here. Where a boy was weak and timid, it makes him healthy and self-reliant. Where he may have been silly, he becomes thoughtful, learning to do things instead of having others do them for him. No boy can subscribe to the 12 rules that he does without it making him better in every way. Suppose you tell me what them same rules be, son, 'cause I that interested, I'd like to know," the guide went on to say. It was a subject which Thad never wearied of talking about, because his whole heart was wrapped up in it. "Why, here they are then," he remarked. "When a boy joins a patrol, he has to promise to observe what is called scout law. That is, he will do his level best to be trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent." "Well, now, that same sounds good to me, son," the guide went on to declare. "I just don't know plumb all you mean by some o' them words, but I get the idea all right. And," continued Thad, You can see that even in trying to do what he promises, a boy is bound to stop telling lies, taking things that belong to others, talking meanly about his companions, and all such things. Especially that last, broke in Bumpus, giving Davy and Giraffe an eloquent glance as he spoke. Say, seems to me how they might be a heap o' good in this his scout business, Tom Smith remarked. But how about fighting, son? It didn't say anything on that line. There's nothing said about it, except that a scout must keep the peace under all circumstances, unless as a last resort, Thad told him. Go on and explain her some more, please. I don't just catch on that, the guide admitted. Why, said Thad, there may be occasions when a scout could hardly be expected to keep the peace, because he's a real flesh and blood boy, you know, and not a saint. Sure thing, Alligator Smith remarked, with a grin as he swept his eyes around the circle of eager boyish faces. If he should be set on by a superior force, he would not be expected to stand and turn the other cheek and be mauled, Giraffe broke in with. That is, he can defend himself, you mean? Tom Smith asked. Yes, in an emergency, Thad told him. Then again, if he happened to see a big bully picking on a poor little chap, or a girl it might be, why, he'd be doing the right thing if he interfered. Even if he had to fight to get peace, chuckled Step Hen. But seems to me if this hair thing goes on, it might make the boys kinda timid. We needs brave men, such as can go to war if need be. I just don't know how that'll turn out, son. Well, I do, said the young scoutmaster firmly. I've had considerable experience with boys who became scouts. I've known lots of things who waked up and became just the opposite to what they used to be. I've seen them stop growing through the world as though they were wearing horses' blinders. And then they found 1,000 things that had been around them all the while, but they hadn't known it before. I've started them on the way to studying the habits of the birds, fishes, animals, and insects to be met with in the woods and waters until they seem to live in a different world. I've watched sleepy, dull boys change into wide-awake, alert scouts, surprising their parents and teachers in school by the new interest they took in life. But, Mr. Smith, I give you my word that I never yet knew of a true Blue Scout who was a coward. Hear, hear, cried Bob White, clapping his hands with delight. In fact, continued Thad enthusiastically, I've watched more than a few boys who were known to be next door to cowards change into resolute fellows, brave and self-reliant. One went into a burning house and saved an old man at the risks of his own life. Another stopped a runaway horse with as much skill as a policeman educated for the business might have shown. I knew of another who saved a drowning chum. I could tell you about a boy who hung on to a thief who was robbing a woman on the street, taking a fearful pounding, yet keeping him from running away until help came, and then fainting. Yet that same boy was afraid of his own shadow up to the time he became a scout. I never heard the like o' that, son, declared the deeply interested guide. 'Pears like they hain't nothing a scout ain't called nothing that's worthwhile, and that's the truth, Thad told him. They can win merit badges by excelling in certain lines. If you look around right now, you'll perceive that every boy in the Silver Fox Patrol of Cranford Troop wears at least one medal or badge, And let me tell you, sir, a scout is as proud of his badge as anybody could be. Wow, but sure his hay is interesting to me, the hunter assured his new friends. And I'm right glad I ran across you all like I done. Never would have believed they was so much as was good in the hay boy scout movement. Allers reckoned as how it mout be summit o' a lark, or else just a getting recruits for the soldier job. Tell me a heap more, son. I can listen to ye talk for hours. So Thad, assisted from time to time by his chums, managed to explain many interesting details connected with Boy Scout lore. It was a subject of which he never tired, and in which he believed heart and soul. Then, in turn, Thad asked questions, for he knew this man would be able to tell them many interesting facts connected with swamp life. In turn, they heard just how alligators were hunted, usually at night time with a blazing pine knot in the bow of the dugout, by means of which flare their eyes could be shined, so that a single shot would place a victim to the credit of the hide hunter. Also, how the skins were taken off, roughly cured, and what price they brought in the market. Then the willing guide told how he trapped all such animals as muskrats, raccoons, otter, foxes, and others that possessed fur worth securing. Thad knew something about the northern methods along these lines, but he found quite a difference in the way things were done down in Dixie. And now, the scoutmaster went on to say, you've told us all about the fur, fin, and feather of this big swamp. How about the human beings who live in it? We've been told there are quite a lot. Reckon you heard about right, son, admitted the guide with a smile. First, there be quite a few runaway convicts, coons that descent show themselves back where they came from. How they lives I just don't know, but my traps is empty more'n a few times, and when I see tracks on bare feet alongside, I changes the location of that victor in a hurry. I meet up with a black now and then, but they knows old Alligator Smith ain't aggin to do 'em any hurt, so they don't molest me none. Are there others besides? Asked Allen. Well, thar's a fellow I seen right smart, and folks done say as he's a bad monkey maker, what they calls a counterfeiter, though I just don't know how true that mout be. Whew, broke in Step Hen. I think a location in the heart of Alligator Swamp would be a pretty safe place for such a mint to hold out. Not much danger of the detectives and revenue men dropping in on him unexpected like. Any more? Asked Bumpus, so deeply interested by all this narrative that he had been sitting there without moving for half an hour, his big head supported by his cupped hands and his round eyes glued on Alligator Smith's face. Thar's another feller as I knows on what makes moonshine whiskey, but only in small lots, case he can't get the con he wants for his mash. Nobody ever bothers old Pap Dotty, and he's done made his stuff years and years. Seems like this old swamp might hold a lot of quiet people and their secrets, remarked Giraffe, yawning. It certain do, son, replied the other, as he helped himself for the third time to the strong coffee the boys had made for him. But then you must remember as how she covers a heap of territory. I never did know just how many miles across from east to west the swamp is. Anyway, from 10 to 20, and nigh as far from north to south. but I forgot to tell you about the voodoo doctor or medicine man. Oh, is there one of those horrible Negro wizards around here? And Smithy shuddered as he put the question, showing that he must have read more or less on the subject. He holds out on the other side, so we ain't likely to run across him, Tom Smith went on. They be heaps o' the blacks as goes reg'lar to see him, and I been told as how they have a reg'lar heathen fetish worship and dance like over in Africa. But they ain't never offered up any human sacrifice, as I heard tell on. If they knows what's good for them, they'll fight she o' that. The planners round here wouldn't stand for no such goings on as that nohow. As the boys were showing signs of weariness and the hour had grown late, the scoutmaster decided they had talked themselves out for one evening. And so he went around to make sure that everything was secure, the boats protected as on the preceding night, the paddles, as well as all else of value taken to the tents, and every object calculated to tempt a prowling negro looked after. The guide declared that he had no need of shelter, but would lie on the ground, and woe to the thief, either on 2 legs or 4, who attempted to invade the camp while he was around. His presence gave the boys much comfort. They could lie down now and go to sleep without worrying about the possibility of unwelcome visitors. And as for Thad, he shook hands with himself in imagination every time he stopped to think what a great thing the coming of Alligator Smith meant, connected with the carrying out of his plans. All doubt could now be set aside. They were not going to be lost, as had on several occasions threatened to be the case. And when the mysterious man and girl were finally found, perhaps Thad's fondest hopes would be realized. End of chapter 12. Recording by Harshal Seth.
Chapter 13 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. More trouble all around. I tell you, Thad, it was all a mistake. We went and buried the wrong thing after all, and I don't care who knows it. Davy looked fixedly at the back of Bumpus's head while he was saying this, for they were once more in the boats, moving along, and Bumpus had the bow, then Step Hen, Davy, and Thad the steersman in the stern. "Now what's ailing you, Davy?" demanded Step Hen. "Seems like you're never happy any more." "Well, if you'd only shake off that cold Bumpus gave you, so you could get that onion scent, like I do this minute, chances are you wouldn't be feeling any too happy either," lamented Davy. "Well, I declare I thought that was all buried with the onions," said Bumpus, trying to twist his fat neck so he could look around, but failing. "All right, but it wasn't all the same," avowed the complaining one, "'cause it's just as rank as ever. Wait till I tell Giraffe when we go ashore at noon, and say, you'll see a mad fellow then, with all them onions sacrificed for nothing, and him that fond of them too." "You have got the greatest imagination of anybody I ever saw," declared Bumpus indignantly. "To me, the air is as sweet as anything." "That's because you ain't got a big chump wearing a greasy old suit a-sittin' right to windward of you," burst out Davy. "Step Hen, ain't the air all right?" demanded the accused one. "You'll have to pass me, boys. I'm out of the smelling class right now. I don't believe I could even smell a rat, as they say. Fight it out between you, but don't drag me in. Some other time I'll act as judge and jury, but not today." "Well, I know what I know," Davy went on to say stubbornly. And if me and Giraffe can manage it, there'll be a scout looking 100% cleaner than he is now by tomorrow morning. Better look out, warned Bumpus belligerently. Look out yourself where you're running us, cried Davy. Somehow or other, the boat left its course and scraped into the overhanging branches. Perhaps this was only a clever little trick on the part of Thad, calculated to break up the dispute between the two scouts, which was rapidly becoming rather acrimonious. It had the expected result, if this was Thad's design, for all of them found it necessary to scramble around, using both hands to protect their eyes from the intruding branches, so that when the boat finally came out into the open again, Davy forgot to resume his discussion and just suffered in silence. The alligator hunter, in his own boat, led the van of the procession. With so clever and reliable a guide to depend on, Thad wasted no time in marking the way, for so long as Tom Smith stayed by them, they did not anticipate having any further trouble in getting out of the swamp. Nevertheless, it had become second nature for Thad and Allen to take mental notes of all things as they went along, a good habit that may often prove valuable in the extreme. No scout can afford to fail to keep his senses on the alert when in the woods or on the waters. Besides, seeing many interesting things that less observant lads would pass blindly by, he notices the lay of the land, the direction of his course, and a multitude of queer formations that may easily be recognized again in case of necessity. Thad knew that they were going in a new direction and had been ever since starting out immediately after breakfast. Undoubtedly, Tom Smith had been considering the whole matter after learning all those important points connected with the case. He had settled upon the region where they would be most apt to come upon the man and girl whom Thad yearned to meet. First of all, the swamp hunter felt positive that those they sought could not be anywhere along his haunts, because he must have come upon traces of them while running his lines of traps. In like manner, he judged that they were not over at the other side of the swamp, where the voodoo doctor had his cabin, and the strange shed where the ignorant blacks gathered in the dark of the moon to carry on their strange and uncouth religious ceremonies. Having eliminated at least half of the flooded tract in this way, Alligator Smith knew just what territory he had to cover. And as Thad more than suspected, he had undoubtedly laid a plan of campaign in his mind, the first move in which he was even now carrying out. Not knowing how soon they might find themselves in the neighborhood of the parties they hoped to meet, the scoutmaster had given strict orders that for the time being all manner of levity must be laid aside. That meant Davy must not attempt to climb, monkey fashion, any trees when they came to land, that Giraffe must tone down his loud voice, Bumpus give up all thought of using his bugle or even warbling a strain of some favorite song. In fact, a subdued air must take the place of the boyish hilarity that as a rule reigned in their midst. And had not his other little plan held good, no doubt Thad would have speedily given Davy to know that he was making entirely too much noise. After the little episode of the encounter with the branches, the forward movement was continued for a while in almost absolute silence. The dip of paddles, the drip of water as they were raised monotonously, the gurgle of the boat's passage, these were nearly the only faint sounds heard in the swamp, which in places seems almost devoid of life. Some noisy fish crows cawed at them while flying over, their sharp eyes discovering the creeping canoes. A couple of buzzards sitting on a branch of a dead tree jumped into the air and went flapping away at their near approach. There were always water moccasins, either gliding down from the exposed roots of trees where they had been sunning themselves, or coiling up in the water aggressively until struck by the sharp edge of a paddle blade, when they would writhe in agony and sink. It was getting more and more gruesome all the time, and Thad took notice of numerous things that he had not seen before in the other section of the swamp. Evidently, the alligator hunter believed Thad was following the wrong track, for he had turned in another direction entirely. Perhaps the boat that had made the numerous signs Thad was searching for and using as a trail had been that of Alligator Smith himself on his way in and out, and not the one containing the mysterious man and girl. But Thad was quite satisfied with what they had done. He believed that in the end the hide hunter would take them where they wanted to go, and more than that they could hardly ask. The three boats were very close together as the midday hour drew near, when, without the least warning, there sounded the report of a rifle from some point not far away. And the scouts, not accustomed to being under fire, experienced a thrill in the region of their hearts when everyone heard the strange zip-zip of a bullet cutting through the air just above their heads. End of Chapter 13. More Trouble All Around.
Chapter 14 of The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tyler Crouch. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 14. "Backwater, fellows," called out Step Hen, who could be cautious at times as well as bold. It was ludicrous to see how quickly the scouts did dip their paddles in again, and not only stay the forward progress of the two canoes, but cause them to retrograde so that, almost like magic, they had succeeded in putting a tongue of land on which trees grew densely between themselves and the danger zone. This did not apply so much to the alligator hunter, who still sat there in his boat, fingering his heavy rifle, and with bent head eyeing the distance, as though it would please him exceedingly to just catch a single glimpse of something moving, at which he might discharge his weapon. If Tom Smith were anything like the sharpshooter he made out to be, the result must certainly have proved disastrous to that unknown party who had just given the little expedition such a start. "Do you see the coward, Mr. Smith?" called out Bumpus, who was highly indignant at their receiving such a warm reception. Just as though this unknown person meant to claim the whole swamp as his preserves, and intended to serve warning on the scouts that they had better clear out if they knew what was good for their health. "Sorry to say I don't seem to get the least sign of the miserly critter," came the reply in a tone that told of mingled disgust and disappointment. Saying which, the alligator hunter picked up his paddle in one hand, and, still holding on to his gun, as if the hope were not quite extinct, he urged his canoe backward, as though meaning to join the boys. Thad understood that this was not done from the same motives of caution that had caused them to retreat under fire. Tom Smith must have some other object in view, which would presently be made apparent. And as it turned out, Thad's guess was pretty close to the bullseye, for hardly had the guide joined them than he was saying hurriedly, "I'm gwine to leave you for a little time, boys, but make sure to stay right here till I come back again, which I calculate ain't meaning more'n half an hour at the most." "What's up, Tom?" asked Giraffe, who had easily become familiar with the lanky hide hunter, just as though the fact that both were tall and thin had served to draw them closer together than was the case with Bumpus, who, being built on an altogether different plan, could not be expected to sympathize with one who was all bone and muscle. And as like draws like, Tom had even come calling Giraffe by his nickname because he had heard the others doing so, though possibly the man did not know what such an animal looked like, as most of his life had been spent in the swamps. And while Louisiana boasts many queer animals and birds within her borders, no one ever yet ran across a giraffe running wild there. "Why, you see, Giraffe, I'm a-meaning to slip around back there and see now if I couldn't get a squint at that sneak. So long, boys, and don't take snap judgment on me if you sees the bushes a-moving when I come back." He immediately bent to his paddle, and the rough boat started away at a furious pace, showing that Tom Smith was deeply in earnest in his desire to pay back the unseen marksman who had given warning of his hostile intentions by that shot over their heads. They watched him for the space of about a minute, and then boat and paddler had vanished amidst the thick green screen of bushes. "Whew! But didn't he send her along like fun, though?" Bumpus wanted to know. Well, he's been using a paddler for a good many years, and knows every little wrinkle of the business, returned Thad. Yes, added Allen. I'm never through watching the way he manages that clumsy canoe of his. I've seen Penobscot Indians up in Maine who could do wonders with their boats, but they weren't in the same class with him, because in the first place their canoes were either made of light birch bark or else canvas, painted and varnished until the sides were as smooth as glass, whereas look at the tub he handles like a flash. He's sure a wonder, and while I thought I could do a few stunts along the line of canoe work, I take off my hat to Tom Smith. But what did he mean by saying like he did, that he hoped we wouldn't take snap judgment on him? Bumpus asked. That sounded mighty funny to me, because of course we ain't thinking of doing the least thing to annoy our own guide. Why, whatever could we do without him now, I wonder? Giraffe chuckled, as he often did in his aggravating way whenever Bumpus exposed his ignorance. But all the same, in spite of his affected superiority, the lanky scout was seen to pay particular attention when Thad started in to explain, just as though he might, after all, not be quite so sure of himself what Tom Smith did mean by the expression. Why, it's this way, Bumpus, said the scoutmaster, always willing to enlighten the other. He knows that we are more or less excited over this unexpected happening, and as boys are apt to act first and think afterwards, Tom Smith wanted to kindly request us not to shoot the moving of a branch and look up the cause later on. The chances are that it would be him coming back, and he didn't feel like being peppered by our fire. Huh. He ought to have known that all scouts learn never to shoot until they're good and sure what they're firing at, grunted Step Hen. Well, lots of people you'd think ought to know better allow themselves to get so flustered when deer hunting that they're ready to bang away if they see anything brown moving among the bushes. And every year dozens of hunters are killed up in the Adirondacks, in Maine and Wisconsin, by just such fool actions. So that they're even talking of making every hunter wear either a white or red suit, so he can't be mistaken for a deer. That's a fact. This dun-colored khaki cloth is mighty near like a deer, and the dead leaves, too, declared Bumpus. It may have been when it was new and clean, interjected Davy bitterly. But it's anything but brown now. I'd call it a pretty fair shade of dirt color approaching black. Perhaps now it's why the old sportsmen in Old England wear red coats when they go into the brush, suggested Smithy. Oh, that's only the fox hunters, and they carry no firearms, so they're in no danger, Thad informed him. Their grouse shooters wear just the same kind of togs our hunters do over here, but they shoot in the open, and so you seldom hear of an accident over across the ocean. All this conversation was carried on in low tones, and while the boys were constantly peeping out from their leafy covert, as though expecting to catch a glimpse of either the mysterious marksman or else Tom Smith searching for him beyond. But there is not a single sign of either. The trailing Spanish moss continued to wave majestically to and fro in the light air. A gray squirrel ran down the trunk of an oak tree close by, to bark saucily, as though questioning their right in his quiet domain. A bittern flew past without windowing wing, and quickened its flight when discovering the presence of human beings in the retreat. But there did not seem to be the first indication that either enemy or friend could be hidden beyond that other tongue of land. Thad had figured it all out in his mind, and fancied that he knew about what the quickly formed plan of the alligator hunter might be. Of course, Tom Smith knew every rod of this place, and he realized that by taking a certain channel leading back of the point that now screened the boys, he could manage to come up behind the place where that rifle had sounded. If the marksman had remained in his bushy retreat, there was a chance of his being surprised, but Thad hardly hoped for any such result, because it stood to reason that the hidden man must be keen-witted, and he would naturally suspect some such move on the part of the swamp hunter, whom he undoubtedly knew. The minutes dragged along with the boys exchanging opinions every little while, and then looking around again, they felt under something of a strain because of this singular happening, and many were the conjectures as to who the party could be at the back of that gun. Some were inclined to believe that he might turn out to be a desperate escaped convict who had managed in some fashion to get possession of firearms, and seeing those deceptive khaki suits of the scouts, at once jumped to the conclusion that they must belong to the state militia, and were even then looking for a fellow answering his description. Others declared that if this had been the case, he would assuredly have sent his whistling lead lower, and not stopped at simply warning them to clear out, and it was even hinted by Giraffe that the unseen party might be the counterfeiter of whom they had heard Tom Smith speak, and who had naturally believed the government had sent out an expedition after him, at last, tired of his persistent efforts to inflate the currency of the country at the expense of his fellows. "Why, Thad, don't you know over half an hour's gone already, and not a sign of our guide coming back?" observed Bumpus, who had remained quiet for a long stretch of time, for him, because the fat scout dearly loved to express his opinions on every subject. "I only hope nothing could have happened to Mr. Smith, because we would be up a tree then. I just know even you haven't kept track of how we got here. If there ain't no trail, however will we get out again? There you go again, Bumpus, asserted Steppin'. Bar in trouble. Why don't you wait till you get to a bridge before you start crossing over? Now as for me, I'm ready to just take things easy like, till Tom shows up. There he is now, and beckoning us for us to come along, asserted old Eagle Eye, who had kept on alert all the while, so he might be the first to announce a pleasing discovery. When Giraffe had thus announced his discovery, the two canoes were immediately put in motion, and the boys hastened to paddle along until they arrived alongside the boat of the guide, which is close to the spot where that mysterious shot had sprung from. Reckon you didn't find our friend, Tom, remarked Giraffe familiarly. The old alligator skin collector shook his head grimly in the negative. He slipped out all right, he observed, and so slick that I never did even get a good look in at him. But I found a blank brass shell on the ground where he tossed the same out in his gun, which I knows real well. It were Ricky the moonshiner that give you that warning not to bother with him, and I reckons it's how he means it, too. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Still bumping Bumpus. Various were the expressions of disgust when the scouts heard this piece of intelligence from the guide. "Well, what do you think of that now for a piece of nerve?" exclaimed Step Hen. "Seems just like this here Ricky, whose first name must be Jen. I reckon thinks he owns pretty much all Alligator Swamp, because he's held out here so long, and nobody ever bothered him before." Bumpus lamented. "But what's the use talking that way, fellows?" said Giraffe, almost fiercely. "None of us expect to clear out just because Mr. Ricky says we've got to go. If he expects that he's given us the worst scare of our lives, he's got another thing a-coming to him, that's all." "Giraffe, you never spoke truer words than that," cried Davy Jones, suddenly firing up, and showing unexpected zeal in the matter. He had a way of stretching his eyes when under any sort of excitement, and in his way made the other boys laugh at his looks. But just then, somehow, no one even smiled, for they were too much taken up with the seriousness of the conditions confronting them. "Well, it strikes me about the same way," spoke up Bob White, with his customary southern eagerness. "The Silver Fox Patrol has gone through with too many adventurers in its time to get scared off, just because one old moonshiner chances to feel ugly that we've had to come into this swamp." "He'd better take care," warned Smithy, who seemed fully as much worked up as any of the rest of them, "or we might make up our minds to kill two birds with one stone." "That's what," echoed Bumpus, aggressively. "While we're looking up this here Felix, why, if we're forced to show our hand without a glove, perhaps we'll take a notion to pull old Ricky in and hand him over to the revenue officers. Maybe there might be some sort of reward out for him, and we've made our expenses before now in helping the hands of justice. Remember what we did up in Maine, boys? Yes, and please move our boat a little to the right, will you, Alan? Because somehow I think the air comes a mite finer from that quarter." And Giraffe, as he said this, almost glared at Bumpus, who returned his look with one of pretended indifference, as he fondly stroked his dingy old khaki jacket that was so discolored from long and hard use that one could hardly tell what the original color may have been. "Well, I hope now we ain't going back anyhow," the fat scout remarked calmly. All eyes were turned upon the scoutmaster, as though the decision must rest entirely with him. But then they knew Thad well enough to feel sure he never backed down in anything he attempted until the very last word had been said. And then, again, they must have found more or less consolation in the fact that it was his particular business that had brought them all the way into Dixieland. The possibility of finding his long-lost little sister would spur Thad on to reaching his goal, if there were a dozen Ricky moonshiners in the way. Just as they hoped and expected, he lost no time in settling the matter, at least as far as he was concerned. "We're here to find that man with the little girl, boys, and we're bound to do it, by hook or by crook," he said quietly, but in that firm tone they knew so well. "If this man who makes the moonshine stuff chooses to get in our way and show himself disagreeable, why, we may have to turn aside for a little while and teach him that it isn't always safe to interfere with other people's business, even if they do happen to be Boy Scouts, and I am sure our guide here, Tom Smith, will stand by us through it all, won't you, Tom?" Now the swamp hunter was having his eyes opened right along the possibilities of boys under the new way of making them think for themselves, and the more he saw of Thad and his 7 chums, the higher his admiration arose. So when the young scoutmaster thus appealed to him, he was quick to assure them of his constancy. "I've lived around here for a good many years, and minded my own business right along so at Ricky and me we all never had any falling out. But I see right now that if he thinks he can chase you boys out in Alligator Swamp just 'cause you happen to be wearing them uniforms, as makes him suspicious like he's beating up the wrong tree, that's all. I'll stick to you through thick and thin. And Ricky, he better go slow, that's all." "Of course," put in Thad hastily, as with a movement of the hand he checked the cheer that arose to the lips of several of the more enthusiastic scouts. "We'd rather not have the least trouble with the man, because, you understand, we never even knew of his being here until we started in to try and find the others. But if he's as obstinate as a mule—" "Or Bumpus here," interjected Davy, as quick as a flash. "Why," Thad went on to say, "we'll have to pay attention to him first of all, because it's unpleasant to think that at any minute you're apt to be shot at from ambush by someone who is hidden behind a tree." "I never did shot any store by this high-up bushwhacking business," declared their guide, frowning. "And Ricky, he's bound to get himself into a heap of trouble, if so be he tries that same on many more times." "I was thinking," resumed Thad, "that perhaps now there might be some way for you to get in touch with Ricky, or leave a communication for him somewhere. In that way you could tell him who we were, and that we haven't any notion of doing him any harm. In fact, so far as we're concerned, it doesn't matter if he keeps on with his little steal in the swamp till doomsday, does it, boys?" "No, if only he keeps his hands off and don't bother the Silver Fox Patrol in the line of their duty," asserted Giraffe. "Some other people, just about like this same old Ricky, learned that it was as safe to monkey with a buzzsaw as to fool with scouts when they're bent on minding their own affairs. I could mention more than a few who got their fingers pinched, and pinched bad, too. Well, don't bother going into details now, Giraffe, remarked Alan. All that will keep for some time when we're sitting around the fire, and you happen to feel like telling our guide a few things about what we've done in the past. Just now, we've got to settle on our plans for work. How about what Thad asked you? Tom Smith, can you manage to get word to this Ricky, do you think? The swamp hunter had been thinking while the boys exchanged these few remarks, and now he nodded his head in the affirmative. I kinda reckons as how I must do that same, son, he went on to say, as though his mind were made up. In the first place, I know what Ricky he holds out, and he's his old still. And I want to say that I don't reckon to find them parties you be looking for in that here quarter. So, you see, we soon wind that head in a different way. So, Ricky, if so be he's watching on us from the bushes, will make out that we don't mean to disturb him yet a while. Still, he might think we were only going around to come up on him from another quarter, ventured Allen. Yes, added the scoutmaster, and if you can let him know what I said about our being only Boy Scouts, and that we've hired you not to find him, but another party altogether, it might be best. There's a chance to do the same, returned Tom Smith, and this is the way of it. You see, Ricky, he don't never show himself out in the swamp, leastways not in daytime, 'cause he reckons as how there be a marshal behind every tree, just a-waiting to nab him for moonshining. But he sells his Mountain Dew, as they call it up in Georgia and Tennessee, to some of their natives, and when they wants a supply, they leaves word at his post office like. Oh, I see. Ricky isn't only trying to beat the United States government out of its revenue on the stuff he distills, but he set up a rival establishment for sending letters through the mails without paying a cent of postage, and Giraffe chuckled at his own wit, which Bumpus thought very bad taste. But then Bumpus was provoked at the lanky scout just then, and could not see anything good in whatever Giraffe said or did. And can you get a note into that private post office without too much trouble? Thad asked, quite interested, and ready to carry out the little scheme with all the speed possible. Why, resumed the swamp hunter, it happens this way, you see. We's bound to pass right near that holler tree. What Licky allers looks for letters, and if so be you give me a note to stick in the hole, chances are he'd see me do it, and be a hook him the same out arter I quits. Then Ricky can read, queried Allen, as though surprised. Him? Ejaculated Tom Smith, as though surprised at the question. Sure he can, and write too. Why, I remembers him telling as how he went to school and got book learning a whole winter, long time ago. What you think of that? Ejaculated Step Hen. Suppose now Ricky had half the chances of us fellows. Wouldn't he set the world on fire, though? Only went to school one winter when he was a boy, and learned to read and write at that. I am ashamed to say it, but there are some chaps I know that have been going to school all their lives and don't know much more than how to read and write. Speak for yourself, Step Hen, said Bumpus, who seemed unusually touchy these days, and resented the significant way in which the other looked in his direction. I'll write a few lines then, said Thad, and make it as plain as I can that we don't mean Ricky any harm, and would rather than not he helped us find that strange man with the little girl. For I suppose he must have noticed him around in the swamp, and has wondered what they were doing here. Oh, as for that, chuckled the guy, nobody ever questions what a feller is after when he hides in old Alligator swamp, 'cause you see, it's allers being a safe retreat for everybody escaped convict, and such others as want to keep out inside. I have heard as how in the old days of slavery many a black took to this place after running away from the sugar plantations, and they used to hunt them with bloodhounds. Fact is, right in these higher days, I've heard the baying of hounds more'n a few times, and I done learn on yesterday as how the sheriff he went and fetched a brace of dogs down from another parish to use the same highabouts. Thad was already busily engaged, having secured a page from a pocket notebook, and with the stab of a pencil he was writing a few lines as plainly as he could accomplish it. Giraffe and Davy were whispering together as their boats happened to drift close together, and from the fact that they allowed their eyes to turn toward Bumpus from time to time, it seemed probable that some new scheme was being hatched, looking to the further annoyance of the fat scout. Bumpus saw what was going on and moved uneasily as though he suspected that some species of bomb were being prepared to explode under him. But he did not say anything, however much he may have thought. Thad had just folded the note and handed the same to Tom Smith, so that he could place it in the post office as they came to it, when Giraffe caught the attention of the scoutmaster. Me and Davy here been conferring on a certain matter. You see, Thad, he went on to say, apparently half in earnest, yet with his eyes twinkling as though a wicked sense of humor bubbled up within. And while we hope you won't think we're trying to start a mutiny of any sort, we would like to get your opinion to a certain scheme to keep peace in the family, and let the rest of us get our share of good sweet air. Well, hurry up and state your case, Giraffe, remarked Thad, who possibly could more than half guess what was coming. Because we've lost time enough already, and should be on the move. Why, it's just this way, continued Giraffe, after exchanging winks with Davy, and stow away the greasy old fishy suit he keeps on wearing. And he's just that like a mule, he won't do the first thing to accommodate us. Now we all feel that we've got rights, and Davy here thought up a plan whereby Bumpus can keep on wearing his cast-offs if he wants to, and have all the fun to himself. Oh, is that so? Sneered the object of all this tender solicitude. How kind of Davy, and you too, Giraffe. Maybe now you'll go right along and explain how these same miracles are going to be fixed. This suit is an old friend of mine, and I just love it. Course, if Thad lets you and the whole bunch pile on, I can't hold out against 7. But that ain't the way to treat a fellow scout. Go right along and explained what Davy's plan is. Why, here's the scheme, and I must say it's a grand good one, Giraffe continued, bracing up to make the explanation. Since Bumpus must save his good suit, let him, if only he don't bother the rest of us so furiously. Now there's the boat of our guide. Let him change places with Tom Smith, and follow away behind the balance of the expedition. We could wave him back whenever we thought he was getting too close, And I want to say the plan has my unqualified endorsement, and thus our chum Davy great credit. Now, what's the verdict, Thad? Does Bumpus either have to agree to throw away that old suit of his, or get in the guide's canoe and go away back and sit down? We're content to abide by your decision in the matter, and here's hoping you fix it to suit the majority. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Ricky's Post Office. Something like a sneaker ran around the other scouts when Giraffe proposed to punish the obstinate Bumpus in his queer fashion. But there was one among them who did not see anything so comical in the idea, and this was the proposed victim himself. Bumpus looked daggers at Giraffe. Why, he even picked up his gun, which chanced to be lying near his position in the bow of the other canoe, though, of course, he did not have the least idea of resisting to that extent, should the decision be averse to him. Guess I can see through a board that's got knot hole in it, Giraffe Stedman, he exclaimed bitterly. Fact of the matter is, you're just jealous of my figure, that's what, and all the while you'll lie awake nights a-trying to think up schemes that'll make me have trouble, and in the end reduce my flesh so fast that you won't be the only living skeleton in the bunch. Right now, you want me to make me paddle all by myself, and there ain't anything calculated to thin a fellow more on that kind of business. Thad, don't you see what he's after? And I certainly do hope you won't let him crow over me. I'm losing enough weight as it is, worrying over that silly jab of not remembering what I did with my mother's medicine she sent me to fetch home, let alone having to paddle ever and ever so many weary miles. Tell him to get in Tom Smith's canoe himself and go on ahead, if so be he thinks he's going to feel any better. You ain't once complained about my dear old suit, Thad. Neither has Step Hen here. Well, go slow about me there, Bumpus, spoke up the last mentioned party. For you see, my colt's aging just a little bit better, and seems to me at times I do notice something queer about the air of this swamp. Tell you more later on, if I keep improving like I am. That'll be enough for you, Giraffe, said Thad, with an assumption of authority that announced his belief that the time for levity was past. We'll not bother about such a little thing right now, but wait until we get in camp after we've settled the matter of the man and the girl. Let's move along. Little thing, eh? Grunted Davy, while Giraffe and Bumpus exchanged grins, the one being founded in triumph, in that Thad had decided in his favor, while the elongated scout showed that he had only been jesting after all, though pretending to be so serious. The guide had listened to all this side talk, and seemed to be more or less amused, though, like a nut, he failed to catch the true essence of the joke. But he had already grown to like these quick-witted lads more than a little, and was trying hard to enter into their way of looking at things. He paddled on slowly, always keeping a bright lookout ahead and around. Giraffe took occasion to remark, after noticing how careful the swamp hunter seemed to be, that according to his notion, Tam Smith was half expecting to hear that rifle of the moonshiner bark again. "We," Bumpus was heard to say, half to himself, and they noticed that after that the fat scout managed to squat a little lower in his place, doubtless thinking it the part of discretion to make himself less of a shining mark, calculated to draw the attention of any would-be marksman. Not that Bumpus would have acknowledged feeling afraid, but he might have declared that he did not see why he should loom up there like a target, while lucky fellows like Giraffe, who were as thin as a knife blade, stood little chance of being hit. All went smoothly for some little time, and as no ugly sound like the report of a gun annoyed them, the scouts began to get their full amount of courage back again. But Bumpus apparently found his new position of lolling in the bottom of the bow of the canoe comfortable enough to please him, for he made no attempt to sit up pompously again, as had been his habit before. The guide had kept just a little in the van, and presently he turned to beckon, as though desirous of having them join him, which those in the other two boats immediately did. "Here's the post office, son," remarked Tam Smith, as he pointed toward a big half-rotten stump of a tree that must have been broken off short in some storm of years gone by. "What, that poor old thing?" ejaculated Bumpus, just as though visions of a post office conjured up in his mind all sorts of elaborate buildings, with crowds of country people gathering around as the mail was being sorted. "There is the place, as sure as anything," asserted the other. "A hole long enough to let me slip your letter in, Thad." As he said this, Tam Smith paddled his canoe alongside the bank, jumped out, and strode over to the remnant of a once proud sentinel oak. He seemed to know what he was about. Perhaps in times gone by he may himself have communicated with old Ricky through means of these letter bags. At any rate, the boys saw him reach up to a break in the surface of the stump, and put his hand inside. When he drew it out, he no longer held the little note that the scoutmaster had written and given into his charge. Then Tam Smith once more embarked, and joined them in his canoe. "That's what I call a slick way to send letters," Davy remarked. "Saves a heap of postage for a fact." Bob White chuckled. But then, I've seen the same done more than a few times before. So it's nothing new to me. Say, do you really and truly think old Ricky might be watching us right now and see you put something in his post office? Bumpus questioned. Course, I don't just know for sure, replied the swamp hunter, but I'm somewhat acquainted with his ways, and I reckons as how it's likely he be. Bumpus looked all around, and then went on to remark again. But he wouldn't feel just like letting loose on us, because you went and stuffed his ballot box, would he? If he's as smart as a man as you said, after having been to school, he'd guess that we had some good reason for wanting to communicate with him in this way. Ain't that so, Thad? Just as you say, Bumpus, and make your mind easy. We'll not be bothered again by Ricky, the scoutmaster assured him. He'll get my letter and understand that we are not here to do him any injury. And Bumpus, remarked Smithy, I just want to say that I couldn't have put that remark in better English than you did, even if I tried my best. They say that associations will tell in the long run. Don't plume yourself so much, Smithy, jeered Davy. Don't we also learn at school how evil communications corrupt good manners? First thing you know, we'll be finding that you use slang, and maybe won't change your old suit when it's just so rank of onions and fishy odors from cooking that all your mates are groaning to beat the band. Some things are as catching as the measles, they say. Then, when the fever strikes you, Giraffe, ventured Bumpus quickly, seeing his chance, maybe you'll give me a rest and turn on Davy here. Huh? Was all Giraffe returned to this sly dig, but he grinned as though satisfied to have made the fat scout speak out. It's on again now, I suppose, Tom Smith, remarked Allen. Yep, and right we make something of a turn, so that from now on we don't reckon to keep heading in the direction of Ricky Steele. He'll follow us after he gets your letter, so till he sees us, how we ain't calculating too close in on his little island, still in the heart of the swamp. Then, like as not, he'll make up his mind they bein' anything to scare about long, or wins and quit bothering. And I say, a good riddance of bad rubbish when he takes that same notion, declared Bob White. Same here, echoed Smithy, while the others contented themselves with giving sundry nods, as though their minds ran along the same channels. So the swamp guide again started ahead, picking his way through intricate channels that none of the scouts believed they could ever recognize again, though it was plain to be seen from the manner in which Thad and Allen kept keenly observing all their surroundings that they were trying to impress the general run of things upon their minds, so that in case it became necessary for them to take the lead through losing their guide in some fashion, they might not be wholly unprepared. And it was in this manner that the scoutmaster constantly showed those who were under his charge the necessity for constant watchfulness at all times. When in the open, the boy who is prepared has a great advantage over the one who never takes note of what is transpiring around him. Not only that, but he discovers 1,000 splendid things in the woods and waters about him that remain unknown forever to the lad who will not arouse himself and do his own thinking. They had been going for some little time in this fashion, and already there were heard slight murmurs from the place where Giraffe was seated concerning what a light breakfast they had taken, and that it must surely be getting on toward noon, when Thad began to notice that the guide was acting queerly. "Watch Tom Smith, Allen," he remarked to the other, as the canoes were close together, and of course every one of the other 6 scouts immediately sat up and began to take notice. "You're right, Thad, there is something bothering him," admitted Allen, after he had used his eyes for a brief time to observe what the guide was doing. The alligator hide hunter had stopped paddling, although his canoe still continued to glide along under the impetus it had received from his last few vigorous strokes. He had raised his head and cocked it on side, as though listening to some sound that caught his ear. "Maybe, after all, the old moonshiner didn't get your message, Thad," suggested Step Hen, and immediately Bumpus ceased trying to stretch his thick neck in the endeavor to see over the heads of those nearest him, and who were more or less interfering with his view. "Perhaps right now he's a-trailing after us, and meaning to give us heaps and heaps of trouble." Step Hen often made remarks like these that proved how he failed to use a due regard for reason, and the scoutmaster immediately showed him how unlikely his suggestion was. "In the first place, Step Hen," Thad remarked, "if you look closer, you'll see how he keeps looking away ahead of us, and not behind. If old Ricky had followed us, the chances are we'd hear of him back there somewhere, and not in advance." "Guess you're right, Thad," muttered Step Hen, who at least was never so hard to convince as Bumpus, and quick to see the point at the same time. "Then again," resumed the other, pushing his advantage vigorously, as every wide-awake scout should always do, "from the fact that none of us seem to have sensed what Tom Smith has plainly heard, it shows not only that his hearing is better than ours, but that the sounds, whatever they may be, come from a distance." Hardly had Thad said this than some of the boys, upon straining their hearing to the utmost, believed they caught certain sounds, or else the wind happened to pick up a little just then, bringing them closer. "Oh, Thad, was that a wolf? And do they have such things down here in Louisiana?" burst out Bumpus before anyone else could speak. Giraffe laughed harshly. "Tell the poor little innocent, Thad, the difference between a baying hound and his first cousin Lupus, the wolf," he observed with a lofty air that was calculated to quite crush the fat scout, but did nothing of the kind. "That's what it is, boys, a baying hound," Thad told them, "and there you can hear it louder than before, which would seem to indicate either that the breeze is getting stronger right along, or else the dog is heading this way." "What was that the guide was saying a while ago?" about the sheriff borrowing a couple of hounds from some other parish to use down here, Davy wanted to know. Bloodhounds, more than likely, added Step Hen, with his eyes widening, as though the possibilities conjured up by this suggestion thrilled him to the core. Well, here's our good guide, waiting for us to join him, said Thad, and just as like as not, he may have something to tell us, for there seems to be a puzzled look on his face. Paddles were dipped in the water, and before half a minute passed, both canoe loads of scouts had come alongside the pilot boat in which Tom Smith sat, rubbing his bearded chin thoughtfully with one hand, while he continued to hold his head, as though still listening to the rapidly growing baying of that hound. "What's the answer, Tom?" demanded Giraffe bluntly. "We've been hearing that dog give tongue, and wondered what there was about it to make you look so sober. Is it a coon dog, and has he got a bushy tail up a tree? I've heard them break loose like that more than once." "Wall, younker," said the other gravely, "you ain't never heard a coon dog yap like that. Let me tell you, der dog as gives them clear notes ain't a whine to turn his head to look at a coon, except it be a two-legged one. I reckons I know the breed right well, and I want to state that you listening to a hound now, as he's being trained never to run on any trail, deer, bar, or coon, but a human one. That's a bloodhound coming these ways. And like as not, that sheriff has picked out Alligator Swamp to try out his new dogs. And let me tell you, that must be something in the wind to make him fight his paws along where no sheriff ever did catch his game up to this day. Times is a changing down in old Louisiana, they be." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 17. The Sheriff's Roundup Posse. "How will that affect your game, Thad, do you think?" asked Allen anxiously, after the alligator hunter had spoken so seriously about the possible scouring of the big swamp by this energetic sheriff, bound to clean it up at last, after it had borne such a bad name for years and years as a harboring place for desperate characters, voodoo worshippers, and all such. "I don't know," replied the scoutmaster, with a line across his forehead, showing that the master was already beginning to loom up in his mind as something that must yet be experienced. "Perhaps we'll profit by his coming, and then again it may be just the other way. But one thing sure, no matter what we wish, it isn't going to change things any, so we'll have to move along and take them as they come." "But they're heading this way all right," said Giraffe, "because the yelps are getting louder all the while." "Tell me, please," broke in Bumpus at this interesting juncture, How can a dog follow a trail through the water? I don't know a great deal of woodcraft and tracking and all that stuff, but I reckon I've read about fellows that were being chased by dogs, throwing them off the scent by wading down a stream half a mile. And you're right there, Bumpus, replied Allen immediately. That's a trick as old as the hills, and one that's been practiced from the days of the Pilgrim Fathers. Nothing like water to upset the keenest-nosed dog that ever lived. Yes, added Smithy, also anxious to air his scanty knowledge along this line, and you can read about just such a happening in one of Cooper's old Leatherstocking tales. I remember distinctly that such a thing occurred. But hold on, don't everybody butt in and keep me waiting so long, Bumpus interrupted again. I asked Thad a question. Well, we'll have to turn to Tom Smith here for an answer, said the scoutmaster, though, of course, it goes without saying that dogs would be worth mighty little in case the fugitives were in canoes. Dogs can swim all right, but water leaves no trail, they say, Step Hen ventured to remark, wanting to be counted as having also placed his opinion on record. How about this, Mr. Smith? Asked Davy. Well, it mout be this-a-way, the swamp hunter told them. You can see that there be a heap o' land in ridges round here, and the dorgs is a-runnin' o' 'em out. Maybe they be men in boats along wid the rest, so they arter day they can kiver a new section and just clean up their whole swamp in their end. But why do you reckon, sah, they'd want to be doing this same right now? Came from Bob White in his soft southern tones. You gets me thar, younger, replied the guide. I dunno as how this here sheriff he done been set on to tempt this big job by the way people kept a naggin' o' him. You see, ever since I can remember, they been a-gwine to do this same thing and clean up Alligator Swamp, but as the years slip by, it hain't never been tempted up to now. I sure just clean 'spected old Tom Smith'd never live to see that day. It looks like a miracle were a-gwine to be carried out, so that's what it does to me. But we'll soon know all about that same. Yes, because the dogs are certainly heading this way, Thad added. I knows every foot of their ground, sir, continued Tom, and give you my word, them hounds are just a-follerin' that ridge you see right here. There's a brace of their critters, too, 'case I heard their secondin' just now. Then the chances are that if we just lie on our oars, as we're doing now, we'll see the dogs, and of course the sheriff's posse too, before long, Allen observed. Hain't got to move a yard, sir. Just wait, the other declared. What would we do if they just took a notion to swim out to us and climb aboard? Bumpus wanted to know, as though that notion might be causing him not a small amount of concern. Doubtless in imagination he could see a pair of ferocious tan-colored bloodhounds forcing their way into the canoes and snapping at the occupants most savagely. Oh, we could poke the paddles down their throats and gag them both that way, Giraffe gaily told him, for the tall scout did not take to forebodings the same way as Bumpus, to whom small things often looked serious. "I'm not bothering my head about what the dogs may do," Thad spoke up, "but it is a matter of some importance as to what their masters may attempt. They're on the hunt for tough characters, and of course hardly expect to run across a party of Boy Scouts in the swamp. We must find out some way to let them know we're friends before they start shooting at us." "Oh, I hope we can do that same," muttered Bumpus, much concerned. "Even if they didn't hit any of us, they might make the boats leak like sieves. And I just know this black-looking water must be awful deep right here. Besides, who wants to have to swim for it with his clothes on and all them nasty wiggling moccasin snakes waiting to bite a fellow? Excuse me." As usual, no one paid much attention to his wailing, for they were accustomed to hearing Bumpus suggest all sorts of queer happenings that were hardly likely to come to pass. "Do you happen to know the name of this sheriff, Tom Smith?" Thad inquired. "I reckons as how I voted for the same, and oughter know Hawkins Badgley," the other replied promptly. "That sounds good to me," Thad went on to say. "I always like to know the name of the man I'm up against. It often saves lots of time. Now, when they get close up, you must call out at the top of your voice and address him as Sheriff Bagley. Get that, Tom?" "Yes, sure, I does." "When he answers you," Thad continued deliberately, "tell him to order his men not to shoot, that you are with a party of boys exploring the swamp and would like him to come and join us. Until we know more about what brings the sheriff in here, perhaps we'd be wise not to tell him too much of our private business." "I catches on to what you mean, sir, and I sure thinks hit a smart dodge. Arter we uns finds out what fetches this here posse round these diggin's, we can open up and tell what we thinks best." "How long will it be before they reach us, Tom?" asked Giraffe, always impatient. "You see, the dogs, they just has got to follow their ridges to we uns, and I reckon as how it might be 10 minutes or so," the guide informed him, after what seemed to be a rapid mental calculation. "And say, perhaps now, when this old moonshiner hears the hounds, maybe he won't sit up and take notice," exclaimed Davy, chuckling, as though he had a personal grievance against Ricky, because at the time the other fired that warning shot, Davy had been so quick to draw in his head like a tortoise that he felt a stinging pain in the muscles of his neck, which spot he had been rubbing ever since. "He'll think the world is going to come to an end with seeing uniformed scouts in 2 boats, and then the sheriff's posse coming. Listen, and you can hear the men calling out to each other now, fellows," Step Hen observed. Somehow the sounds seemed unusually strange, for conditions go to make things loom up, and with those weird surroundings on every hand, the boys could certainly find enough to imagine a mighty thrilling spectacle. Yes, the members of the big posse, which the energetic sheriff had summoned to make a clean sweep of this pestiferous swamp hole, the hiding place of every rascal for generations, were exchanging calls, possibly between the boats, and those who followed the hounds on shore. "Sounds like there might be a lot of the same," remarked Bumpus, after they had been listening for several minutes, and without doubt the noisy parties were coming nearer all the while. "I sure reckons as how the sheriff wants to make a clean sweep of it this time," the guide commented. "If he's been brought up in this parish, he must know Alligator Swamp is a pretty big affair, and that if he wants to comb it all over, he's got to have a little army of helpers," Thad went on to say. "I wonder now how they work them dogs," Bumpus was heard to say half to himself. "Oh, sometimes they keep the animals fast in the leash," Allen told him, knowing what was still worrying the fat scout, "though there are occasions when they have to let them run free. They are trained to make a coon take to a tree, and there they keep him until the posse comes along." "But if he just won't get up in a tree, or happens to be too heavy to jump?" inquired Bumpus. "Why, then he has to fight for it, because the hounds will surely attack him, as they are pretty savage," Giraffe hastened to say. "Well, there are only two of 'em anyhow, and I shot a great big grizzly onct. Maybe you remember, Giraffe," the other remarked grimly. "I've got a gun that can be depended on every time. All you got to do is aim straight and pull the trigger, and it does the rest." And Bumpus was seen to be gripping his weapon while making these truly ferocious remarks. "Look here," spoke up Thad, severely. "None of that, Bumpus. These dogs are on land, and they'll not be apt to bother us one whit. No matter what happens, don't you dare to think of firing a single shot without I give the order. It would be rank mutiny, and you know the penalty of that. If a scout is alone and has to act on his own initiative, it's all very well, but when the scoutmaster is along, every member of the patrol must look to him for orders. Understand that?" "Sure I do, Thad, and I wasn't thinking of doing anything to get us in a peck of trouble with this old sheriff. Only if I saw a dog trying to grab Giraffe here, or Davy, by the neck, I'd feel like shooing him off, wouldn't I? Well, after he'd given a little scare, I would, that's all." Bumpus relapsed into silence after that, though it could be seen that he was very nervous, for he kept bobbing up and down every little while. Closer came the loud calls, until it became evident that the sheriff's posse must be almost upon them, for the hounds were now giving tongue just beyond that fringe of scrub ashore, and they could hear both the crackling of bushes and the splash of several paddles. "I think it's about time you hailed the sheriff, Tom Smith," remarked Thad, when he was convinced that further delay might cause them trouble. "Just as you says, sah," replied the swamp guide, as he raised his hands to his mouth to serve as a megaphone. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta. Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter, Chapter 18. A Surprise. "Hello, Sheriff Badgley, hello!" When Tom Smith, the alligator hide hunter, sent this hail out at the top of his voice, it seemed as though every other sound ceased like magic. Why, even the hounds stopped yelping and seemed as though they might be standing there sniffing the air in their endeavor to locate the one who had shouted. "Who's that calling me?" a voice was heard to say. "It's me, Sheriff Alligator Tom Smith. I didn't want you to be taking a crack at me first and then begging me pardon afterward." "Oh, that's it, hey? Where are you at, Tom?" came the sheriff's voice. "Out here a space in a boat. I done got a party of northern boys along with me as wanted to see what old Alligator Swamp she looked like. If you can come right along the ridge, Sheriff, you can't miss us. We uns like to meet up with you right smart. These here boys, they hain't never seen dogs like them you got." "All right, Tom. We'll be 'long thar in a jiffy. Glad you spoke out when you did. 'Case some of my men, they like as not, air ready to shoot at the sight of a hat. Move along, Carson. Hello, mobs, shove the boats on and join us t'other side of the p'int." Again the sound of voices and also the fretting of the hounds could be heard as the advance was resumed. Then moving figures began to be seen amidst the bushes ashore, while at the same time several boats appeared in sight, turning the point which had been mentioned by the energetic sheriff. Each boat had a number of men aboard, and all of them seemed to be heavily armed, as though they had not started out upon this undertaking without recognizing the fact that they might run across desperate characters and be compelled to show their teeth in armed conflict. As the guide paddled in a little closer to the shore so as to meet the officer when he arrived, those in the other canoes did likewise, although Bumpus viewed this moment with concern, doubtless not being able to get those dogs out of his mind. "They've got the hounds in leash right now," he heard Thad remark presently. Possibly the considerate scoutmaster said this on purpose to ease the minds of those who might be feeling a bit nervous. At any rate, it did comfort the fat member of the patrol not a little, for he was immediately heard to give vent to a sigh of tremendous volume and allow his rigid clutch upon the pistol grip of his gun to relax. Thad had been prepared to see quite a numerous retinue following the sheriff, but even he was surprised at the multitude of men and boys who had gladly accepted of the chance to have a hand in the final cleaning up of the pest hole of the parish that had been postponed year after year until this late day. "Say, looks like a regular ragtag army," Bumpus was heard to mutter as he stared at the southern planters, businessmen from nearby towns, and clerks in stores, all carrying guns of every possible description, from the ancient musket handed down from Civil War times to the modern repeating pump gun. And if Bumpus and his mates stared hard at the strange collection of butternut-clad natives fancy the way they were in turn gaped at by these men and lads, most of whom had doubtless never even heard of a Boy Scout and knew not what to make of their uniforms. A small, nervous man came bustling forward, and Thad, noting his air of authority, rightly guessed that this must be the sheriff, and sure enough, he wore a long coat just as the boys had noticed so many of those wonderful Western sheriffs did in the moving pictures they had watched of stirring scenes on the plains, while a wide-brimmed soft hat sat jauntily upon his bushy head of red hair. "Hello, Tom Smith," he called out as he advanced. "I kinder expected to meet up with you before we got through with this job, but not so soon. And great Jehoshaphat, what do you call them boys you got along? Is the militia been called out to do my work for me? I'd like to know what all this means, Tom Smith." The sheriff was really showing signs of being indignant, since he was supposed to be the peace officer of the parish, and according to law, the soldiers could not be called on duty until he had exhausted his powers and made a demand upon the governor. Of course, the swamp hunter made haste to explain. "You see, sir, these is a party of northern boys as belong to the scouts. They kim down this-a-way on a matter of business and wanted to see what a regular Louisiana swamp she looked like. So I greased to pilot 'em around a bit." "Do you mean the Boy Scouts, Tom?" demanded the sheriff eagerly. "Because, while we ain't got so far along down here as to have a troop of the same, I know what they stand for, and I surely am glad to meet up with some of the lot. If so be you come ashore, I'd like to shake hands with you, boys." "And we'll count it a great honor, Mr. Sheriff," said Giraffe, just as quick as he could speak, and taking the words right out of Thad's mouth, as it were. But then it was an old trick with Giraffe, and one he never could be cured of. No one offered the slightest objection to paddling close up to the land and going ashore. Bumpus was heard to mutter something to himself, however, and might be expected to keep an anxious eye on the two hounds that were straining at their rope leashes, as though wanting to either go on or else make a closer acquaintance with these newcomers. So the friendly sheriff proceeded to shake hands all around. "Even down in this neck of the woods, we done hear more or less about what's going on all over," he remarked as he came to Thad, in whom he seemed to recognize the leader of the little band. "And I often thought I'd like to meet up with some of these here Boy Scouts. I got the manual they drivel by, and it meets with my unqualified approval. I wants to say right here, I hain't got nary a boy, but if my 5 gals was such, I'd want to start a patrol right away in my town, and meeting you chaps this-a-way gets me more'n ever in the notion to try to see if we can't have a troop of our own." "I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. Sheriff," declared Thad. "If you'd care to take my address, and I could do anything at all to help you in the matter, you can depend on it I will. You're in something of a hurry just now, but perhaps later on we may happen to meet again when things are a little more quiet, and I'd like to tell you dozens of things that have happened to the Silver Fox Patrol that you'd like to hear, and also what a big difference it's made with some of our members." "That's sure kind of you, my boy," said the sheriff, while the crowd listened eagerly to all that was being said, and some of the younger elements began poking each other in the ribs as though they saw good times coming should the officer ever put his contemplated plan into operation, for things must have been pretty dull for boys down in that region, so far removed from the hurly-burly of metropolitan life. "I hope now I'll meet up with that chant, because there's a heap of things I'd like to ask you, but just as you say, I'm up to my ears in business right now, and it wouldn't be just the thing to pull up before this old swamp has been run over east and west, north and south with a fine-tooth comb, till we gets every lawbreaker it hides, or else chases them into the open, where they'll be easy to corral. Tom Smith has been telling us considerable about the way this place has been used for years and years to hide runaway slaves, escaped convicts from the camps, and all sorts of bad men, and it'll be a blessing to the whole community, sir, if you succeed in exterminating the vicious breed," said Smithy, assuming his most important air. Sheriff Badgley looked curiously at the speaker, as though he did not exactly sense all that he said in his pedagogue way, for Smithy was as exact in his manner of speech as long ago he used to be dudish in his dress until the rougher element among the scouts cured him of that fault. "Thank you, son," the officer finally remarked, thinking that this ought to cover the bill and not expose his ignorance concerning fine language. "It certainly does you credit, Mr. Sheriff, that you've undertaken a job which all your predecessors seem to have shirked," Allen went on to say, for he had somehow taken a sort of sudden fancy for the small man, who seemed to be as lively as a cricket and full of vim and go. "Oh, I might as well confess to you, son," remarked the sheriff with a chuckle, "that perhaps I might kept putting the raid off right along, just like Sheriff Zeb Coles done for nigh on 11 years, till he turned up his toes and was put underground, only for a certain thing happening. Fact is, there has been a big robbery up country a bit, and only 2 days back we got word as how the man suspected of doing the same was a lying low in old Alligator Swamp. 'Course after that there wa'n't no excuse for me not to raise a big posse and try to just clean things out down here. Case you see, the man that had been robbed, he offered to pay the wages of every man and boy that'd go along and put $5,000 in my hand in addition, if so be I was lucky enough to catch that slick thief and recover the stuff as had been taken from him." "I can see how that was a spur, just as you say, sir," Thad remarked, smiling at the naive way in which the officer admitted that the chances of a fat reward made an alluring bait at any time. "Well, it gave me a chance to collect the greatest posse ever seen in these here parts, and we're just bound to have the biggest lot of fun afore we quits the game ever heard tell of," the sheriff went on to say. "But sorry to tell you, boys, we'll likely have to part company right now and take up our hunt." "Have you come across anything in the way of game so far?" asked Sheriff. "Oh, we done sent that old voodoo man to town under guard," replied the other carelessly. "You see, he's been making heaps of trouble lately, getting some of the hands on the sugar plantations to throwing up their jobs in the busy season and filling them full of horrible notions such as the voodoo practices, and we came to the conclusion that it had to stop. He'll get sent where he won't do no more damage in ignorant minds. Afore we are through with our job, we calculate to pick up a number of convicts that's been hiding out in this region, but we'll try to devote most of our time and attention to finding this here slick Jasper." When the sheriff happened to casually mention the man for whom all this remarkable preparation had been made, Thad exchanged a quick glance with his closest chum, Allen, for the officer who was sworn to carry out the mandates of the law had spoken the name of the party of whom the scouts were in search, and who was believed by Thad to be the kidnapper of his little baby sister, Pauline, years before. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 19. Joining Forces. "Oh, Thad, did you hear what he said?" whispered Giraffe in the ear of the scoutmaster. "Keep still, Giraffe, and let me manage this affair, please," was what Thad replied, and accordingly the tall scout, quickly grasping the situation, relapsed into silence, for he had the utmost faith in the ability of the patrol leader to whip things into shape. "What was that you were telling us, Mr. Sheriff, about this man robbing someone?" Thad asked before the other could turn fully away. "It's this way, son," came the obliging officer's reply. "A very wealthy planter by the name of Richmond had occasion to employ a secretary to conduct some literary work he was head over years interested in. So in New Orleans he comes across a smart, gentlemanly fellow who gives the name of Jasper. For a long time they seem to get on right well. Then all of a sudden the colonel he finds that his secretary's done disappear, as also the contents of his safe, including some family jewels that had been fetched over from France 200 years ago by his ancestors, and which he values above anything he possesses. Oh, and that is why he is willing to put up so much money to try and recover these things, I suppose," Thad went on, for the purpose of drawing out still more information rather than because he failed to understand. "That accounts for the milk in the cocoanut, son, the officer admitted. He then and there calls me in for a consultation, and immediately afterwards issues that offer of reward, as also the promise to pay every man and boy who would join my posse and hunt for the thief. And then word came to you that someone had seen a man answering the description of this Jasper down here. Was that it, sir? Allen asked. You have described it to a letter, sir, and as the thief must be hiding in Alligator Swamp, you can understand how we've made up our minds to clean the old pest hole out once for all. But we're told that a stranger never could make his way in and out of here because there are so many treacherous passages, and that more than a few men have met their death trying to escape from the endless succession of watery trails, the scoutmaster continued, still trying to pick up information without betraying his side of the case to the other. Perfectly correct, sir, the sheriff told him, but that fact only made me look deeper into the case. What do you think I discovered? But that years ago a family by the name of Jasper lived close by this region. If that is so, then we sorta reckons this here thief might be a son of the old man, and in that case, don't you see, he'd know every part of the swamp as well as Tom Smith here. It gave Thad a strange thrill to hear this spoken, because had he not actually covered the identical ground himself when figuring out just how the man with the girl should be able to go and come with such little concern? Why, he exclaimed suddenly, meaning to go further and learn more if possible. Seems to me we heard something about a strange white man who had been seen going into the swamp here, Mr. Sheriff, and perhaps now it may have been the same Jasper. But this party had a little girl about 10 years old with him. Was the Jasper you wanted the father of such a child, sir? He done told the colonel that he had a daughter in a school in New Orleans, so p'raps now he went and took her out so she cook his meals for him all the time he was a-hiding till the trail got cold and it was safe for him to head north, was what the sheriff told him. Meanwhile, Thad had been quickly figuring in his mind whether it would not be best for him to take the officer wholly into his confidence, and being a boy who could cut the Gordian knot and decide quickly on his plan of campaign, he immediately settled this matter in the affirmative. If the objective point of the sheriff's posse was the retreat where Felix Jasper was supposed by Tom Smith to be hidden, how foolish it would be for them to try and attain their object while there was a rival expedition in the field that might in some way interfere with the successful carrying out of their plans. Yes, far better to combine and pool their issues. Besides, with such a formidable backing, would not success be more apt to perch upon their banners than should they keep on trying it alone? I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Sheriff, he said hastily, and while it may hold you up a few minutes, in the end you'll admit that the time has been profitably spent, because we might as well join forces with you. Fact is, sir, we have come all the way down from the north in the hope of rounding up the same Jasper you're looking for, because the girl he has with him, I have great reason to believe, is my own little sister, stolen away from my mother's home years ago by a man named Felix Jasper, once from New Orleans, and who wanted to have revenge upon the Brewster family on account of some fancied wrong done him. Of course, upon hearing this remarkable statement, the sheriff no longer evinced a nervous desire to be on the go. He seemed to realize that his interests were bound up with those of the manly leader of the scouts, who had just thrilled him with so strange a story. And as for his posse, they were crowding around so densely, anxious not to lose a single word of what was said, that, as Giraffe afterward declared, they looked like sardines packed in a can. Every face filled with eagerness, and many of them seeming hardly to breathe lest they lose some of the story. Thad, knowing that now he had broken the ice, it would be better to explain more fully, started in to tell how his guardian received the news, and could not himself undertake the long journey, but had readily agreed that the scouts should come because they had shown themselves so capable on many other occasions. We entered the swamp by ourselves, though I understood it was a dangerous thing to attempt, Thad concluded, but we were lucky enough to run across a guide in Tom Smith here. He thinks he can give a pretty good guess where this Jasper will be apt to hold out, Mr. Sheriff, and now that we're all on the same business, why not combine forces and let him show us the way? A number of the planters and others exchanged knowing glances. "Best thing that ever happened for us, Mr. Sheriff," one man declared stoutly. "Truer words never were spoken," observed another. "I've heard that Alligator Tom Smith knows more things about this same swamp than any man living. I told you in the beginning that we had ought to hunt him up and make him join the posse. Luck is playing your way, Sheriff, believe me." The officer of the law seemed to think the same way, for he immediately turned upon the scout's guide and demanded, "Are you willing to come in with us, Tom, and trust to me to make it right with you when I gets that reward in my hands? 'Cause if you ain't, I'm a-going to draft you in the posse all the same, and you just can't hold back. The state gives me that power, you understand." "Oh, I'll let you set the price according to how you sees fit," remarked the wise and far-seeing Tom quickly. If he had the name, he might as well have the game, too, he undoubtedly thought. "But I hopes as how my employer here, Mr. Scoutmaster, won't go for to think I purposely deserted him." "Why, you're working for us just the same, Tom," observed Thad quickly, "and your wages will be going on all the time, no matter what you get from our friend the sheriff, and so we may call it settled. Is that so, sir?" "Just as you say, son, and I consider that I've certain got the best part of the bargain as it is," the other replied. "We won't quarrel over the proceeds, for you want to get the man and the stuff he stole. while all we're after is the little girl," Thad went on to say. "I sure hopes it may turn out all right to you, son, and the gal be that same little sister you lost long ago," the sympathetic sheriff went on to say. "I done got 5 gals, and I understand just what it must have been for your mammy to a lost her only one. Yes, we all hopes as how you'll find it ain't a mistake. But since these matters are fixed, let's figure on heading that way, Tom Smith. Now, what might you advise to begin with?" "It's this-a-way, Sheriff," began the swamp hunter. "Dogs is good in their way, but sometimes they mout seem to get in their road and guv warning to the party you was a-wantin' to s'prise. Hain't that so, sah?" "Reckon you knows best, Tom, and let me say that I sees what you're driving at," the officer told him. "You believes as you knows where this chapter'd most likely be a-holdin' out, and you kin take us thar without the use of the hounds. Is that it, Tom?" "Close to what I were meanin' to say, Sheriff," the alligator hunter went on to remark. "And if so be now you kept the dogs back hyah a bit till we seed if we could round up our man it'd be better. Then if he weren't where I laid out to find him, you could call up the critters again and start in fresh." "That's settled then," asserted the other, and turning to one of the posse who seemed to be in charge of the brace of hounds, he continued, "Townley, you heard as what was said, didn't you? Well, pick out another to help and stay here till you gets the signal to come on, or we all joins you later." He spoke with such authority in his voice that the man dared not evince any disposition to disobey, though doubtless he secretly groaned in spirit at being left out of the deal at such an important juncture. "And now, Tom Smith, lead us on. Everybody keep quiet, and let's play this game for all she's worth. If so be we brings the critter to bay, there'll be fightin' in plenty, I reckons, if what the colonel says about this man is only half true. And in case we have to take to the boats, perhaps now some of us'll be let crowd in with these plucky scouts. For the last word, then, here's hoping we'll have the best of success." The alligator hide hunter again took the lead, but now he had a following that must have given him a strange thrill every time he turned his head to glance backward, for quite a flotilla of boats came in his wake, while on the nearby land a swarm of figures flitted, reminding one somewhat of a pack of silent wolves chasing relentlessly after a wounded stag. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 20. The Scouts Show the Way. "Thad!" Step Hen leaned back in the boat he occupied in company with Bumpus, Davy Jones and the scoutmaster as he softly uttered the name of the last mentioned. "Yes, what is it, Step Hen?" remarked Thad. "Would you mind if I ask a single question?" pursued the other, speaking as near a whisper as he could and still make his voice carry. "Go ahead, then," the other went on to say, knowing full well that when once Step Hen's curiosity became fully aroused, there was nothing to do but gratify it. Besides, had he not often told the scouts that a certain amount of wanting to know was commendable? "Why, I saw you talking with the sheriff just before we started out again, and while you were ashore, would it be a fair question to ask what you fixed up with him?" Step Hen inquired boldly. "Oh, nothing that would make any change in our plans," said Thad. "The fact is, I was a little nervous about what might happen in all the excitement of a fight, and it was only my plan to get the sheriff to promise that he would warn every man in the whole posse to be very careful not to injure a hair of the girl's head, even by accident. That's all, Step Hen." "Thank you, Thad. I hope you don't think I was putting in my oar where I had no business to." "Sure I don't," replied the scoutmaster. "We're all chums, and I'm certain that every one of you feels almost as much interest as I do about meeting up with this girl Jasper has with him and learning whether she can be our little Polly. But please don't talk any more just now, Step Hen, because it isn't best, and besides, I want to do some tall thinking." Neither Bumpus nor Davy had taken any part in this little whispered conversation, but they had listened eagerly, and doubtless caught every word that was spoken, if one could judge from their manner and the great sigh that the fat scout managed to heave when Thad brought the talk to an abrupt close. Yes, it was true that every member of the Silverpox patrol did feel that he had a deep personal interest in the outcome of this journey and search. Thad was very dear to them all, and many times they had pitied the boy because, outside of old Daddy Brewster, his uncle and guardian, he seemed to have no close relatives, while they all had parents, and in most cases either brothers or sisters, perhaps both. Now, Thad was a sunny-natured lad and not given to complaining, yet these warm chums of the Boy Scout troop could remember instances where tears had come into his fine eyes when visiting at the home of some comrade around Christmas time, and he seemed to realize what it was to be without even one brother or sister, and lacking the love and affection of father and mother. And now that there really seemed to be a chance of Thad's discovering a sweet little sister to love and care for, every scout was praying pretty much continually in his mind that the expedition might not turn out a failure, but that when they once more turned their faces northward, there would be an addition to their number, and that Thad would be smiling all the while with extreme happiness. Meanwhile, Tom Smith was leading them carefully on. It was entirely different now from what the advance of the sheriff's posse had been before the scouts met the crowd. Up to that time, noise had predominated, with the hounds baying wildly and men shouting back and forth as though by this means they expected to frighten the swamp fugitives into surrendering. Scout tactics now prevailed. When real woodsmen start out to track an enemy or even a wild animal, they adopt the ways of the wolf or the stealthy Indian and keep utterly silent. Why, even the paddles seem to rise and fall with nothing to mark their laboring save possibly the trickling drips of drops of water falling from the elevated blades. So careful were those who handled the same how they used them. Had they been trying to approach a feeding deer on the edge of the water among lily pads, the scouts could not have exercised greater caution, and those in the other boats, noticing how gently the boys drove their canoes along, made haste to pattern after them, not wishing to be outdone. All the while, the swamp was getting more and more lonely looking, and the vegetation becoming even thicker, showing that Alligator Smith must be taking them to a part of the great morass where few people ever came. Undoubtedly, he had his reasons for this, and more than one of the scouts found himself nearly bursting with eagerness to know what these could be. But so long as the guide remained in the lead, there was no opportunity to put questions, even could they muster up courage enough to attempt it. Of course, they were constantly on the alert, not knowing at what moment there might come a change in the conditions and something not down on the bills occur to break the monotony of the advance. Some of them remembered what the sheriff had said about this Jasper, and how, if all accounts were true, there would be a wild time when they finally rounded him up, as he would not succumb without a desperate fight. Bumpus watched the bushes and trees ahead of the guide's boat. He was a great fellow to imagine things, and doubtless had many a sudden start when some bird stirred or a small swamp animal scudded away, each time causing poor nervous Bumpus to imagine that it must be the terrible Jasper who was hidden there, drawing a bead on the most prominent object in the leading canoe behind that of the guide, and which of course meant himself. But then, try as he would, he could not reduce his bulk any more than had already been done, and so he must continue to play the part of martyr, serving as a shield to his three more fortunate chums back in the boat. The guide moderated his pace from time to time. Bumpus wondered at first whether this came from a fear lest he might be running into an ambush cleverly set by the man in hiding, but after watching more carefully, he finally realized that he was far from striking the truth when he thought this way. In fact, these periods of seeming hesitancy were only indulged in when the men on the shore had fallen somewhat behind, and undoubtedly it must be Tom Smith's plan to allow them an opportunity to come up again so that the entire company might be close together. Finally, Bumpus noticed that the guide was now heading straight in toward the land, as though he meant to give over the water part of the trip, whereas the fat scout had a thrill of expectancy and joy sweep over him, for once they left the boats, it would no longer be necessary for him to stick there in the van, such a conspicuous object, when by rights he felt much more at home in the rear, letting such fire-eaters as Giraffe and Bob White take the lead if they felt so inclined. Everyone to his taste was the motto of Bumpus, and as for him, he always loudly declared that nature had not intended him to be a fighter, or else would he have been fashioned on a different model from that of a dumpling. Yes, now Tom Smith had driven the prow of his clumsy canoe right into the bank, and he was clambering out of the same, showing that there was about to be a positive change in the character of the hunt. A minute later, and Bumpus was able to clamber over the bow of his own boat and actually reach solid ground. How he drew in a great breath of relief when this became an accomplished fact. After all, give him the touch of good old terra firma. How well he remembered going to the dictionary to find out what those italicized words meant when he first came across them in a story of young plant hunters written by one who used to be a great favorite among the boys several generations past, Captain Mayne Reid, but who is seldom known to the lads of today. And ever since that time, Bumpus had been prone to spring his knowledge upon his unsuspecting fellow scouts until they threatened all sorts of dire things unless he changed his tune. Still, the very thought of solid ground must always please a fellow built on the order of an elephant, Bumpus told them time and again as an excuse for his satisfaction. However, he did not dare open his mouth now to say a single word, and had to take it out in sighing and mentally shaking hands with himself. Presently they were all gathered there. The boats were drawn up on the bank to be left in charge of a guard, for it would not be very pleasant if they returned later on to find that some enemy had been there and either carried their canoes off or else in some way smashed holes in the bottoms so that they would be useless for the return trip. The sheriff, Thad, and Tom Smith came together and talked for several minutes in low tones, the rest gathering around and trying to get in touch with what was being said. Had anyone been noticing Davy very closely, however, they might have seen him moving uneasily, then withdrawing his eyes from the central figures to look hurriedly around him, and after that deliberately walking away so that he could place himself on the windward side of the large group. "Huh!" grunted Bumpus, frowning when he saw this, for he had by accident been pushing up against Davy at the time in his eagerness to hear what the leaders were deciding on. "Think you're smart, don't you? But I kinder reckon you're overdoing the thing, and you'll get called down good and hard by Thad if you don't let me alone." "Huh! Who cares anyway?" Bumpus became aware about this time of the fact that Tom Smith was no longer standing still, but had begun to move off as though meaning to lead them on land the balance of the way. He also seemed to keep close to the border of the water for some reason or other, as though either the trail led there or else he had some object in not immediately plunging into the thick of the scrub. Before they had gone 50 yards, this object was made manifest. The guide carefully parted the tall reeds that grew in the shallow water, and then beckoned to the others to come forward and look for themselves. Of course, the scouts were in the van, and they quickly discovered what it was the swamp guide wished them to see. "Why, it's only an old boat, after all," grumbled Bumpus, who had possibly anticipated discovering a monster alligator, or else the terrible Jasper himself. "Yes, only a boat," added Allen, who was at his elbow, "but it belongs to the man we're looking for, and tells us that we'll find him home when we get to where he hangs out, for that's the means he has of coming and going. Things look good to me." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 21. On the Trail. Tom Smith looked as though he were himself rather pleased over his find. Thad had an idea that the swamp guide had been basing a part of his plans on some theory he had formed, and was tickled to discover how well it had turned out. Under his directions, a guide was also set over the boat, with orders to remain in hiding, but constantly ready to spring upon the hunted party in case he should manage to elude the main body and make his way to the secret hiding place of his boat with the intention of fleeing from the swamp. And when all these little arrangements had been completed, Tom Smith passed to the other side of the sedge grass and showed them what seemed to be a sure enough trail leading directly into the scrub, and undoubtedly only recently made. "Wait up for just a minute or so, will you, Tom?" said Thad, and while the boy did not go further in order to explain what he wished to do, when the other scouts saw him move hastily along and drop down on his hands and knees beside the trail, somehow they just seemed to instinctively guess what was in his heart and mind. Thad was looking for the track of little feet there, such as would betray the fact that a child had accompanied the man when he passed to and from the boat to the secret hiding place. All of them fairly held their breath while waiting to hear the rest of the scoutmaster's investigation. They knew what his ability was in the line of reading signs, and felt no hesitation about believing that if anyone present could discover the impression of the girl's shoes in the soil, Thad would. He got up presently, and those who had seen him almost tenderly touch the ground
in certain places with his hand, knew before he said a word that his search had certainly met with abundant success. "Yes, he has the girl along with him," Thad went on to say softly, noticing the anxious faces of his chums. "And so far as that goes, the story that was sent up north was true. But then we will have to wait a little before we know whether she is really his daughter or little Polly." And his voice was very tender as he just softly breathed that name which had been almost constantly in his mind of late. The sheriff had drawn near the guide and seemed desirous of learning something more about the expected hiding place of the fugitive from justice, and thus having his hands doubly strengthened for the anticipated fray. "Tell us a leetle more about it, Tom," he urged. "How did you ever come to think Jasper he'd be a keeping under cover here, and what does it look like? We all ain't a goin' to get a chance to talk again, I reckons, and let it all be said and done now." The guide did not seem to be unwilling to rest a bit before starting out on the last leg of the closing in process, and no doubt he quite agreed with the sheriff in what the other said about the man who was forewarned being doubly armed. "Why, you see, Sheriff," he began softly, "I done took considerable interest in everything 'bout this here old swamp, and when I fust cotch that story 'bout the Jasper family, I investigates and larns how a couple of they boys used to hide out in the swamp days at a time when the old man he was riled at 'em and nobody could ever find out whar they stayed." "I see that same just got your spunk up," remarked the officer with a grin. "And ye was determined you'd find out for yourself, eh, Tom?" "Which I did afore I was satisfied," continued the other. "And when I learned as how a Jasper had come back to disappear like to Alligator Swamp, why, don't you see, I just naturally concludes as how he must be one of them that used to play hide and seek thar. So I reckons I'd know where to find the same, and arter running across that old boat whar we did, I hain't any doubts about it. He's thar as sure as my name's Thomas Beauregard Smith." "But tell us something about the nest now," urged the sheriff. "This here trail'll lead us plumb thar, see if she don't," remarked the guide, wagging his head with conviction. "You see, to get to the place it's fust necessary to cross a big bed of muck where a sunken ridge lies. I had to feel my way mighty careful, 'cause if you takes a wrong step, chances are you'll be up to your waist in mud, and if so be thar ain't nobody round that section to lend you a helping hand, you can make up your mind it's the end. I seen quicksand some in my time, but they ain't a sarcumstance alongside that muck for sucking you in." Bumpus tightened his fists as he heard this stated. He seemed to have a sudden inspiration or fear, and it was to the effect that if any single person in all that host were unlucky enough to slip from that concealed ledge and test the depth of that muck bed, he would be the wretched victim. Was it not always the case? that he had to play the part of the goat in any performance? But once over that bad part, and the rest is easy sailin', Sheriff, the guide went on to say confidently. For, you see, they's a sort of wooded island there, and outside of them Jasper boys and me, I done reckon as how nobody ever did find their way to get over there. All I ask ya is to keep right still till we kinders round the shack and surprise him." "Then there is some sort of house, is there?" asked Thad, thinking again of the little girl and what a cover over her head might mean in wet weather. "I allow as there be, suh. Leastwise 'twar there when I larst been over. You see, it happens as how the 'gators they don't use that island from some cause or other, and so I never keered to stay there any time. So it's been some years since larst I crossed, but I hain't forgot the way, I reckons, and I'll guide you thar safe and sound." "Glad to hear you say that, Tom," remarked the sheriff, "and for the sake of this here fine boy, I sure hopes that we'll find his sister, too." "Well," remarked Thad, turning his eyes toward the officer with a feeling of gratitude in that fortune had raised up such a sympathetic friend just when they were in need of help, "you can be certain that I'm hoping all the while the same way. When we get back to town I'll find letters there from my uncle and begging me to wire him how it has come out, and I trust that the news I send will be just the one word, 'found.'" "And as for me," Bumpus was heard to say softly, "I'm also hoping to get a letter in answer to the one I wrote my ma on the way down, asking her if I'd deliver that medicine she sent me for. Hope to goodness the answer is yes, because it'll be a terrible load off my mind." 5 cents of worry, and you'd think it spelt $10,000, jeered Giraffe, but he was careful to say this in the ear of the stout scout, for he did not want Thad to know he was still keeping up this badgering process. "I don't care for the amount, and you know that," said Bumpus, in an irritable fashion that was strange for him, but might be laid to the cold in the head from which he had now been suffering for several days. "It's just the principle of the thing that hurts me. My honor as a scout is in question. I hate to think of having failed the only mother I've got when she trusted and depended on me. Get that, do you, Giraffe?" "Oh, sure, only how many mothers would you expect to have?" the other went on, but Bumpus, having had his say, relapsed into a dignified silence. Thad had taken his position alongside the guide when they started out again. As they now had a trail to follow, there was no longer any necessity for depending on the knowledge of Tom Smith and his broad acquaintance with the intricacies of the swamp. Left to themselves, the scout could have easily carried the expedition safely along from this point, for they were well versed in the secrets of woodcraft. And as he walked along by the side of Alligator Smith, the scoutmaster kept his fond gaze fastened, a part of the time, upon every fresh indentation of those heels belonging to the shoes of the girl who was in the company of the fugitive, Jasper. What hopes and fears must be passing constantly through the mind of Thad as he contemplated those dainty footprints. Many and many a time had he yearned to be as well off as some of his chums in the way of having someone near and dear to him whom he could love and protect. And now that there seemed a possible chance of a little sister being miraculously given to him through the working of fate, the boy could hardly believe that he was not dreaming. At the same time, he did not forget his scout schooling and that he must always be on the alert. So, from time to time, he would take his eyes away from the faint trail ahead to scan the bushes and seek for any sign that might spell danger. When a lesson has been well learned, it soon becomes what might be called second nature. And so Thad, even in the present excited condition of his mind, could not help acting as he believed a sagacious scout should when on duty and following in the wake of a dangerous man. Perhaps it was a good thing he kept himself on the alert, for while Tom Smith was a woodsman and might have seen what attracted the attention of the scoutmaster, there could be no telling. And had it not been discovered, they might have found what Giraffe would call rough sledding later on. They happened to be in a particularly thick patch of scrub and woodland, where Thad felt more than half convinced that if the fugitive had thought to lay any sort of trap, the springing of which would give him warning of the coming of enemies, he must have chosen this place when he made a little discovery that caused him to instantly clutch the arm of Tom Smith and say softly, "Hold on." Others of the party gripped their guns and looked eagerly around under the impression that Thad must have sighted a hovering figure back of some tree and no doubt half expected to hear the crash of a gun break the silence that hung over the spot. But nothing of the kind came to pass. Instead, Thad drew the guide several steps along and then pointed to the brush close at their feet. "Well, what do you think of that?" Bumpus remarked as he pushed forward the better to see. "If he hasn't put an old rope across the path just to trip us up and make all the trouble he can." Giraffe looked scornfully at the fat scout. "Think so, do you, Bumpus?" he remarked, with a lofty set of his own sagacity. "Well, if you happen to trip over that same rope, chances are now you'd hear a gun go off. Perhaps the load might miss you, though I don't see how anything could do that. But all the same, the bang of the gun to tell Mr. Jasper it was time he took to the woods and ran like a scared rabbit. So you see what Thad's shut off by his find." End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. The Man Trap. Seems like it took a scout to do the job and make such an important discovery, Step Hen hastened to remark, apparently proud of the fact that he too wore that magical khaki uniform. "But where's the gun?" I don't see, demanded Bumpus, who seldom allowed himself to wholly believe things until he understood all the details, for he could be very practical when he wanted. Watch Thad and you'll know, Giraffe told him. Thad was bending down and to all appearances examining the stout cord that had been drawn directly across the trail, mostly hidden by the low scrub. It had been arranged by a master hand at cunning, and was just high enough to make certain that a careless foot would strike against it, bringing about the immediate result that the one who had placed it there contemplated. Without even touching the cord, the young scoutmaster commenced to follow it along, foot by foot. The sheriff's posse, including Alligator Smith, the swamp guide, stood there and just watched to see what he would do. Somehow all of them seemed to have taken a strange liking for the patrol leader. Perhaps it was his manly bearing that made Thad friends so quickly, while the errand that had brought him down to Dixieland may have had more or less to do with it, for the hearts of these Southern boys and men are always tender toward one who has suffered, and chivalry toward women and girls still abounds in the South, as it can be found nowhere else in this broad land of ours. But then that was an old story with Giraffe and the rest of the fellows. Ever since Thad Brewster had come to Cranford and entered into their sports, they had been accustomed to seeing him make new and warm friends, as though he might be a wizard. Meanwhile, the scout was apparently nearing the spot upon which his attention had been centered. It was only a dozen or so feet away from the trail, and seemed to be where 3 trees grew up in a queer clump, being shoots of a former swamp king among the oaks. Here Thad paused and bent still lower. "He's struck ile," one of the posse was heard to say to a companion. "Reckon as how he has, Jed," another went on to remark. Bumpus stared as best he could, and waited impatiently to see what would be the result of Thad's search. He held his breath so long, through eagerness, that his face grew furiously red, and one of the posse even moved a little further away from the fat boy, possibly under the vague suspicion that he was about to have a fit, or from some other reason. "Bully for Thad," Giraffe was heard to say, a little louder than discretion might have dictated. At least Allen gave him a nudge in the back, which the tall scout understood to mean less noise there, for he cut his exultant ejaculations short and wilted. "It's a sure enough gun," admitted Bumpus, giving a sort of whistle as he allowed his breath to flow evenly again, just as you may have heard the hydrant do when there is air in the pipe and the water has been turned on or off suddenly. But then all of them had already made sure of that same fact, even if they did not think it necessary to announce it in the same way the fat scout did. Thad came back to where they were grouped, awaiting him, and holding in his hand the gun he had unfastened from amidst the 3 saplings, where someone had secured it, with the muzzle pointing straight toward the spot at which the trail was crossed by that concealed cord. "It was a sure enough man-trap," Davy remarked in considerable awe, as he noted that the hammer of the old gun was still drawn back, as though ready to be discharged with the slightest pull. Bumpus noticed that there still hung from the trigger a foot or so of that cord, and from this he judged Thad must have just drawn the blade of his knife gently across the taut line, as the scoutmaster was very particular to always keep his hunting knife in perfect condition. The edge of the blade was as keen as a razor, and would sever that cord without the slightest influence upon the gun. "Well, that was a smart dodge, all right," the Dixie sheriff remarked admiringly as Thad handed him the gun, which seemed to be an old musket, such as several of the posse were even then carrying, and which perhaps played its part during those troublesome times many years back, when the Yankee horde invaded Southern pastures, and gradually, through force of numbers, drove the gallant Confederates to the wall. Of course it was aiming right this way, Thad, remarked Step Hen. Yes, if any one of us had been silly enough to drag that cord with our feet, the gun would have fired, and whatever it contains must have come this way, with more or less painful results, the other informed him. Huh, looks to me like it'd hold just about a pint of bullets, old nails, or anything else that's calculated to give trouble, said Davy, as he respectfully touched the rusty old weapon that Jasper must have fetched along especially for the purpose to which it had been put. And, Thad continued, you can see how he expected it to serve two purposes, for besides standing a chance of wounding someone when it went off, the gun would give him warning, and he could have time to escape. It was a clever trick, and shows us what sort of smart rascal we're looking up. And I want to say right here, remarked Alligator Smith frankly, that it's all owing to them sharp eyes of yourn we ain't riddled afore now by the shot or bullets as mout be in this your gun. 'Cause I admits this how I never sought out to look to any such contraption in their grass or brush, and chances air I'd gone stumbling right across, so as to draw the trigger and upset the fat in the fire, even if I war lucky enough to 'scape getting plugged myself. Arter this, I'm a-gwine to learn more about scouts and sech. Seems like they know their business, and even an old swamp hunter like me can learn something from the same. Hurrah, said Giraffe, but he knew Allen was standing close beside him and not feeling like drawing another stiff dig in the ribs as a reproof. He just whispered the one word while pretending to clap his hands, for these boys were justly proud of their calling and could never hear words of praise uttered for scoutcraft without a personal sense of satisfaction. Well, that's one game failed anyway, Bumpus was heard to say half to himself, as though in imagination he was thus decreasing the perils that he expected were lying in wait along their course. They'll all fall before us, see if they don't, Davy Jones went on to say, as though his confidence had grown by leaps and bounds, and had reached a final stage when he saw Thad nip the plot of the enemy so neatly. Sometime I'd just like to take the trouble to draw the load he put in that old musket, Step Hen told Smithy, who was close to his elbow. Whatever good would that do you? Asked the other, who could not understand why anyone could allow his curiosity to make him so much unnecessary work. For while Smithy had reformed in many ways, he still shirked a little, Thad had often noticed, for he had never been shown the delight of doing things. Well, don't you understand that it might give a fellow a certain amount of satisfaction to know what a narrow escape he had? Asked the other. Suppose now I was to extract 7 bullets, 16 rusty nails, a couple of marbles, 4 screws, and a few other things I can't think of from that old cannon. Wouldn't the sight of that lot make me gladder than ever that Thad found it in time, and that we didn't get that wagon load of stuff turned in on us, backed by 6 drams of black powder? Smithy, you ain't got any idea of being thankful over things. Just however would you be able to keep on talking in that stilted, lawyer-like way you've got if a nail had knocked a bunch of teeth out? Tell me that, will you? Aw, keep still there, Step Hen. This ain't the place for arguments like that. Just wait till we've got to the end of the trail, and then some. Strange to say, it was neither Thad nor Allen who took the trouble to admonish the talkative scout in this fashion, but Giraffe himself, since he was debarred from giving his opinion by the proximity of Allen and his ready hand. The tall member of the patrol evidently thought that he could at least find some satisfaction by passing the reproof along, since misery likes company. But all the same, while Step Hen did relapse into silence after being told so plainly that he had no business to air his views, he took especial pains to notice where Thad laid the old rusty musket down in a clump of brush. Huh! Reckon I could find that place again easy, the boy was telling himself in confidence. And I will, too, if everything passes off comfy and we get our man. Guess there ain't much danger of our missing connections there, with such a bully mob to surround the place and fellows like our Thad to think up things. I want to just show Smithy what there is in that gun and surprise him, that's all. Now that the trail could be followed once more without much danger of another man-trap, Thad and the swamp guide were again starting out, though the latter, before taking a step, had made sure to add further warning to what he had already said about everyone keeping as still as possible. Really, there was little need of saying that, for it was easy to see from the set looks on all those faces how the men and boys were alive to the occasion and not likely to risk spoiling the surround by any incautious move or loud, unnecessary talk. One thing at least favored them a little. This was the breeze, which seemed to be blowing directly in their faces. Thus any sounds they might happen to make would not be carried ahead, as would have been the case should they have been traveling down the wind. This probably came about by sheer accident, but all the same it was noticed by those of the scouts who were woodsmen enough to pay attention to small things, and of course Thad and the swamp hunter had known of it all along. The boys presently realized that they must be close upon the broad slough spoken of by Tom Smith when he declared that the sunken ridge which must be followed was the only way he knew about whereby passage might be effected, so as to reach the higher island wooded beyond, though he had at the same time admitted that Jasper might have some other means for escaping if hard pressed, discovered when, as a boy, he frequently visited this section of the swamp. "There she is," muttered Giraffe, and Bumpus, hearing the low words, raised his eyes from the ground to stare ahead at the prospect facing them. It did not require any particular knowledge of woodcraft to proclaim that what the elongated scout had remarked was quite true, for the dreadful bog might have no substantial bottom short of 100 feet, was before them. It looked bad to Bumpus, stretching away for several hundred yards to where the trees again grew heavily on solid ground. The ooze was deceptive. It had a green scum on the surface in places, as though some verdure had taken root, but in all probability, had anyone ventured to trust his weight upon such deceptive spots, he must have speedily found himself immersed in muck up to his knees, or worse, and unable alone and unaided to ever keep himself from sinking gradually deeper and deeper until it was over his head. Bumpus shivered as he looked. It was as though he felt in his very bones that an unkind fate destined him to make the test as to whether the bad name given to this bog were well deserved or not. As they stood there on the edge looking out, while the alligator hunter was making sure that he knew exactly where to enter the muck bed so as to feel out the sunken roadway that wound in zigzag fashion over to the island, good-natured Bob White felt someone poke him in the side. Looking down, he saw the solemn face of Bumpus there, and there was an expression of almost pitiful appeal in the eyes of the fat scout, such as the Southern boy remembered once noticing in the brown orbs of a deer he had wounded and which had to be put out of its misery. But then, of course, he did not anticipate that Bumpus was going to ask him to do the merciful thing by him and end his sufferings, though he understood plainly enough that the stout scout was enduring some sort of agony of mind. "Will you do me a favor? A great favor, Bob, please?" Bumpus whispered, looking quickly around at the same time as though wishing to make sure that neither Davy nor Giraffe were close enough to overhear what he said. "To be sure I will," Bumpus quickly replied the other. "Anything within reason you can count on me doing, sir. I believe in scouts standing by each other." Oh, thank you, Bob. It's kind of you to say that, Bumpus went on as he tried to thrust something into the hand of the other. Please take this, and if it does happen, pull like everything, because I'm heavy, you know, and chances are I'd sink quicker than any of the rest of you. But this is a piece of heavy cord, Bumpus, perhaps the same that was stretched across the trail a little while ago, exclaimed the astonished Bob. That's right. I was quick to see how I might use it, for scouts are expected to keep their brains moving all the time. You see, continued Bumpus confidingly, I just feel it in my bones that I'll be the one to miss connections with that crazy old hidden path and fall slap into the mud, and I've got the other end tied under my arms, so in case you hear a splash, be ready to hold tight, Bob. That's a good fellow. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. An Anchor to Windward. When Bob White heard Bumpus talk in this way, he took notice of the fact that the stout scout was in deadly earnest in what he said. It was no laughing matter, apparently, because Bumpus had evidently made all sorts of preparations for the expected disaster, besides fastening one end of that cord round his body and asking his fellow scout to hold the other. His precious silver-plated bugle, which as the accredited musician of the troop he always carried along with him, unless otherwise forbidden by Thad, he had now made more secure against possible damage by fastening the same about his neck so that it dangled between his shoulders. And he was gripping his rifle as though bent on keeping that also out of the awful muck, should the accident he anticipated come to pass. For once let any of that ooze find a way into the barrel, and it would be a most difficult task to get the interior spick and span and shiny again, as Bumpus always wished to keep his firearm. But Bob White did not smile. He liked the fat boy too well to give him unnecessary pain, though the fact of Bumpus preparing that heavy cord so that he might be saved in time should he slip from the narrow causeway and sink into the slime was really comical, and later on would doubtless elicit roars of laughter from unfeeling Giraffe and Davy when they came to talk matters over, and were free to make as much noise as they felt like. "That's all right, Bumpus," Bob said reassuringly as he accepted the cord, and proceeded to wind it several times round his left hand, for he was carrying his gun in his right. "You'll do me the favor, then, will you?" questioned the other with eagerness. "To be sure I will, sir, and only too gladly," replied Bob. "But if so be you happen to know when you're going, it might be a good thing, I take it, to give me due warning of the same, 'cause a sudden jerk would perhaps pull me over with you, and then, sir, I'd be a case of the blind leading the blind." "I will, Bob, depend on it. I'll try to," Bumpus assured him. "Of course I don't want to souse in that awful mud, and I'm a-going to try my level best to keep on the straight and narrow road all I can, but if it does happen, it's always some comfort to know you got an anchor out to windward." "Yes, sir, it's sometimes a good thing to have a string tied to things, so they can be jerked back if the conditions don't seem favorable. I've known fellows who never made a bargain but they've had an if or a perhaps fixed to the same. But nobody could say that of you, Bumpus. Don't worry about me. I'll attend to business at the old stand, sir, all right. You won't go down so quick but that I'll manage to draw the line taut, and if she holds you're just bound to come out, either whole or in sections, sir, that's all." Which intelligence could hardly have been very comforting to poor Bumpus, whose face took on a thoughtful look, as though he had begun already to wonder whether the remedy might not be more dreadful than the disease. But there was no time for more conversation in these whispered tones between the two scouts, because Alligator Smith had apparently found the place for which he was looking, and boldly stepped out from the firm ground. While his feet went under the surface an inch or so, he seemed to have struck a solid foundation, for he immediately turned and waved his hand to the posse, and then held up his finger suggestively, as though warning them under no circumstances should they make unnecessary noise. Perhaps the fox they hoped to find in this hole might be sleeping, and not apt to take the alarm easily, but it was not wise to depend too much upon that chance. The really keen woodsman never underrates the party or animal he may be hunting, but always acts as though he must expect the worst. It is better to be too cautious than to lack in this regard and ruin well-laid plans. Pretty soon there was a long line of men and boys making their way along that submerged ledge of solid ground. Thad came immediately after the guide, walking in the footprints of the swamp hunter, if such a thing could be said where the soft ooze instantly settled back as soon as one withdrew his foot. Then others of the scouts, led by the sheriff, trailed along, Bumpus being just behind his good friend Bob White, so no one really noticed that there was a connecting link between the two. By the time the last member of the big posse had entered the bog, Alligator Smith was almost halfway over, and thus far all had gone smoothly, so that save for a certain amount of soft splashing, there had nothing happened to create a disturbance. Bumpus was going strong. He must feel more or less encouraged by the success with which he was following in the wake of Smithy, who evidently felt this thing of soiling his brand-new leggings with that black ooze more than any other scout, because Smithy never could get over being particular in his appearance, though he had been cured of being a dude, brushing his hair when in camp, and other silly ways of trying to imagine that certain duties must be performed when roughing it, just the same as when he was at home. Bumpus kept his eyes glued upon the feet of Smithy, knowing that eternal vigilance was always the price of safety and liberty. If the other manifested signs of wobbling, Bumpus was apt to shudder and stand stock still until he saw Smithy go on again without taking the anticipated tumble into that quaking muck bed that seemed to just yawn expectantly on either side of the moving line of men and boys. Some persons declare that when one is anticipating a thing it generally comes about. Others say, quote, "A watched kettle never boils," unquote. So you can take your choice. But as events proved, Bumpus' fears were not without a foundation, for when he was all of 2/3 of the way over the bog, he suddenly slipped, and losing his footing, just settled into the ooze like a big balloon might drop down. Bumpus gave no yelp of alarm, for he had kept schooling himself on this score all along, and made up his mind that if the sacrifice must be carried out, he would at least prove himself a credit to the training of Thad, and go down in silence. Bob White came very near being pulled in after him, but Giraffe, who came just behind the Southern boy, succeeded in clutching him in time. There was poor Bumpus over his knees in the slime, and sinking steadily all the while on account of his great weight. He knew the futility of trying to get out by himself, and that the more he moved about, the worse his plight was bound to be, and so he just squatted there like a huge frog, holding his gun up above his head and looking appealingly towards the chum from whom he felt that he had a right to expect help. Nor was Bob White slow to get busy on that line. Fortunately, it was a new and strong cord that Jasper had used in his man-trap, which failed to work because of the vigilance of the scoutmaster. And when several others had laid hold of the same, no doubt they could assist Bumpus to clamber out again. It was rather difficult to accomplish anything while on such a narrow footing, because in the first place they could not bunch together, and then again there was always a chance that one of the other scouts might also lose his footing and slide into that soft bed, for the muck was no respecter of persons. Neither did Bumpus have a monopoly of the same, because there was plenty of room for others. But by dint of judicious handling and a sort of swinging pull, they managed to start the heavy scout coming. "Get a move on and help yourself, can't you?" threatened Giraffe, upon seeing how Bumpus was just content to let himself be hauled out by main strength. "Shall I, Bob?" asked the object of all this solicitude, as though recognizing the Southern boy as the one in command, because it had been in his charge he had submitted his case when the prospects looked dubious. "Yes, it would help some. I take it, sir, if you did make motions like you all might be a frog swimming in there," the one appealed to made answer. And so Bumpus, who had doubtless often watched a frog swimming so gracefully in the water, started to give them his conception of what it was like. Giraffe nearly doubled up with silent laughter, and only for the proximity of Allan might have made more or less of a noise, but he succeeded in restraining his exuberant spirits, and even did some hauling on the faithful cord that did not fail Bumpus in this great emergency. They got him out presently, and while Bumpus was a sight, with all that black mud clinging to his legs, so that the rest had to keep away from him, Davy had the temerity, instead of giving thanks over the successful rescue of his chum, to go and mutter something that sounded like, "Anyway, now he'll just have to throw away that old suit, and the rest of us will be able to breathe easy again. Blessings lots of times come along in disguise, my ma says, and this must be one of 'em. And so I'm real glad we had to creep along this slippery ridge after all, because it's going to make a change in things when we get back to our duffel." "Keep quiet, can't you, Davy?" warned Giraffe, who all the time was chuckling to himself as though he really enjoyed every word he heard the other scouts say, because Davy was voicing his own sentiments exactly. When the suspicious Plunk had warned them all that someone was in the mire, Thad and the guide had come to a full stop to wait until the rescue had been effected. While they were strung out in that wavering line, what was the interest of one concerned them all, and there would be little use in a few of them getting safely over the bog if the main body were held up out there, because none of those in the rear could pass by until Bumpus had been saved. The fat scout gave Bob White many thankful looks, and insisted upon the other retaining hold of that friendly piece of thin rope, because, as often happens, history might choose to repeat, as one good turn deserves another, and he did not like that oozy bed any better after testing its capacity than he had before his slip-up. As for that line, Bumpus would treasure it most religiously as one of his most valued possessions, for had it not saved his life? The forward march was resumed, with everybody hoping that clumsy Bumpus would be much more careful of his footing now, so that the solid ground might be reached without more trouble. Nobody was more anxious than the stout boy that such a thing might carry, and quite naturally he exercised all the caution he could muster up in order to keep from doing that sliding trick again. When finally he reached solid ground and actually felt something firm under his feet, Bumpus gave a great sigh of thanksgiving and relief. Others did the same, it may as well be confessed. First of all, Bumpus restored his bugle to its customary place at his side. Then, having deposited his gun on the ground, leaning up against a tree, he next proceeded to coil up that valuable cord and stow the same away inside his khaki jacket. "Why don't you get busy and scrape some of that mud off?" asked Step Hen, in the ear of the one who had so recently been saved, whereupon Bumpus sat him down deliberately, picked up a stick, and began to reduce the amount of bog which he was carrying on his person, which operation some of the others watched in more or less amusement, particularly Davy, who shook his head and grinned as he caught the eye of Giraffe, as much as to say, "Here's where luck came our way in great big chunks, Giraffe. Because don't you see, he's just bound to throw that suit away after getting it in such a horrible mess, for Thad won't allow him to tote it along nohow. Our time is near at hand, thank goodness. And I say again we're lucky, because it'd almost take an earthquake to make such a stubborn mule as Bumpus to change his mind. He's so sot in his ways." The others had better luck than the fat scout. Several may have slipped a little on the way over, but no one actually fell in far enough to make a rescue necessary. By degrees they came ashore, until presently it was seen that everyone in the expedition had landed. The sheriff deemed it a wise piece of precaution to leave a couple of his men at this point to act as a guard. If, as Alligator Smith believed, this was the only means of crossing the fearful muck-bed, then should they have the misfortune to do anything that would start the fugitive to action, he might still be nabbed in the act of trying to get over to the mainland at this point. And this having been duly attended to, the rest of the posse, together with Alligator Smith and the Boy Scouts, prepared to leave the vicinity of the Quaking Bog and start in among the trees, with which this queer island, looking like an oasis in the midst of a desert, was pretty well covered. Every fellow just knew that they must be very close to the place where the man they were hunting had his hangout, and the knowledge caused them to experience a succession of odd little thrills that seemed to chase all over their bodies as though some one might be pouring ice water down their backs. But at the same time there was a delightful sense of expectancy in the air that caused most of the scouts to feel that the climax to their long journey must now be at hand. End of chapter 23. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021.
Chapter 24 of The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 24. The Oasis in the Quaking Bog. Before they made any sort of a start upon what would probably be the last leg of their hunt, Thad believed it would be only a wise move if he and the sheriff had a little consultation with the man who was guiding them to where he believed the lair of the fugitive thief lay. Thad had always found that a good understanding in the start was more than half the battle. It often prevented serious complications from arising and mistakes being committed that were apt to prove fatal to success. Accordingly, he spoke to Alligator Smith along that line. A little hold-up right here and now won't interfere with our hopes of success, will it, Tom Smith? Was the way he put it. Reckon as how it ain't calculated to do the same, sah, came the reply, for the alligator skin collector had learned to have considerable respect for this thoughtful and resourceful lad who was serving as scoutmaster in the absence of Dr. Philander Hobbs, the real head of the troop. Wait a little bit then, till I get the sheriff alongside, added Thad. I think we ought to have an understanding, so there'll be no need of much whispering later on, when it might upset our calculations to indulge that way. Seems like you mout be correct thar, son, admitted the other readily, and possibly wondering how it was that this boy seemed to think of everything. The sheriff quickly joined them when he saw that something was in the wind. He, too, had been more or less impressed by the quiet sense of ability shown by this northern lad, who, while serving as a leader among his fellows, did not attempt any of the swagger that many lads could not help displaying. Before we start off again, Mr. Sheriff, we ought to find out a little more of this business, it seems to me, Thad began, and especially about the lay of the land, what sort of a shack this is, and how we'd better creep up on the same so as to take the man by surprise, and at the same time not give him any chance to endanger the life of the little girl, because if he's the sort of rascal they say, he might be small enough to hold her up as a sort of shield from our guns and threaten all sorts of terrible things unless we went away and left him alone. I've known that same to be done, sir, agreed the official, nodding his head as though he agreed with what Thad said. And let me say that I understand just how you must feel about it. We've butted into this game, and it's only right and proper as how we ought to try and suit our purposes to yourn. So whatever you reckon on as agreeable, sir, you'll find us a-tryin' to meet up with you. Thad gave him a grateful look, for, truth to tell it, was the fear lest some unexpected and unprepared for peril threaten the girl before they could capture the desperate man that had been worrying him. He knew that doubtless among the members of this hastily summoned sheriff's posse there must be a number of hotheads, men or boys, who were so bent on accomplishing something that would serve the ends of justice that, given half a chance, and they would spring forward, risking their lives recklessly in the hope of being selected by fate as the one to pull the rascal down. Many a brilliant plan, Thad knew, had been spoiled by just such well-meaning but thoughtless individuals, and he was trying to figure it out how the chances for having such a blunder occur might be greatly reduced, if not cut out altogether. In fact, he had it in his mind that since the posse now virtually controlled the avenue of escape from the island, it might be well for the guide and himself, say, to leave the others nearby and creeping along try to find out what Jasper might be doing. And deep down in his heart, Thad possibly was hoping that if this were undertaken, a glorious chance might arise whereby he could manage to get in communication with the girl and even stand by to protect her while Tom Smith went for the rest, or else even coax her to flee with him. The very thought gave Thad a thrill of strange delight, now that the crisis was so very near, and he must soon learn the truth. He had great difficulty in repressing his eagerness and displaying his customary caution when his heart was urging him to more hasty action. "Why," said the swamp hunter as he screwed up his forehead in a way he had of doing when trying to cudgel his brains, as the saying is, "'bout all I remembers o' that shack, she were only made outen slabs and their like, and seems to me like they were a tier o' years, like as not, make it look sick. But then maybe as how this here Jasper, he done tote some more stuff across and patched that cabin up so hit'd shed water like." "Does it lie among the trees?" asked Thad. "It sure does, sah," replied the other. "How long would it take us to get there from here?" the boy went on to inquire. "If so be we started to walk regular like, we'd be there in 3 minutes, I done reckon," answered Tom Smith. "So close as that," muttered the sheriff. "I hope, then, none of my posse happens to let out a bark or a sneeze. Seems like that'd be heard if a fellow happened to be awake and listening like." On his part, Thad was more concerned about Bumpus than any of the others, because in the past on more occasions than one the fat scout had, as Giraffe expressed it, knocked the fat into the fire by some unexpected act, which explained in part why the scoutmaster was wild to accomplish something looking to the rescue of the little girl before any such accident could occur. Why it had come to such a pass among the scouts that if a fellow wanted to be very particular about some group picture he hoped to snap off, he kept his eye severely on Bumpus all the while, for if he could make sure that the clumsy member of the patrol were all right, he had little fear about the rest. Bumpus had ruined many a picture by some stumble or upheaval that was not gratifying to the artist. "I'm going to ask a favor of you, Mr. Sheriff," said Thad suddenly, as he leaned forward the better to speak in the other's ear. "Then spit her out, son," replied the officer, though he looked rather surprised and somewhat disappointed, just as if he suspected along what lines this request on the part of the scout might lie. "As I said before, this here is more your game than it is ourn, and I'm willing to let you have the right of way. Would you care very much if Tom Smith and myself crept on ahead
to see how the ground lay?" asked Thad, determined to take advantage of the sheriff's kindness while the other was in a mood to accommodate him. The officer glanced toward the guide. "Would you think that to be a good play, Tom?" he asked. "Case, if you do, I ain't got a word to say against the same. This youngster beats my time, and I'm right glad I run up against him. Never did have much use for Yankees since they run off my old man's slaves years and years ago, leaving the family po as church mice. But if they raise his breed up there, I got to change my ideas, that's all. How about that move, Tom Smith? Be you of the same mind as him?" Now, possibly the guide had not up to then even considered such a move, but he was quick to see the wisdom of it, since Thad had brought the matter up. He was also too shrewd an old chap to disclose his ignorance, and accordingly he made out that he had himself been considering such benefits as might come to them from a spying expedition, but through a sense of modesty had refrained from mentioning it thus far. "Wanted to say something like that myself, Sheriff, but didn't know just how you might take it," he observed complacently. "But since Thad," he opened the IG, "sought me down as favoring the same." "Oh, all right then, just as you figure, son," the sheriff went on to say, turning once more to the young scoutmaster. "But take us along as fur as you dar, Smith, and fix it with me so as how, if you need help sudden like, we'll know it's time to get busy." Thad felt almost like shaking the hand of the sheriff again and again, he was so delighted with the readiness with which the other had fallen in with his scheme. Under similar conditions there were many pig-headed officials so inflated with a sense of their own importance that nothing could have induced them to yield one atom of their authority in a case like this. They would have insisted on taking the lead and running things as they pleased, no matter if failure resulted through their recklessness. "We'll give a loud whistle if we get in any trouble, and want you to rush up with the whole posse," he said quickly, fearing that unless he clinched the bargain immediately, the sheriff might repent himself of having made it. "No need of telling you to be careful, son," continued the other, as Thad and the old swamp guide prepared to leave the party, "because I reckons as how you just couldn't be anything else if you tried. Yes, this here scout business has cotched my fancy right smart, and I 'spect to look into the same later on. Good luck, Thad, and here's wishing she may turn out to be all you hopes for." That told the boy the sheriff had a good heart, even if his business was that of hunting desperate men, and his face had what would appear to be a hard look. None of the other scouts took occasion to say a single word, because they had not been asked to share in the consultation, but when they saw Thad and Alligator Smith preparing to move on ahead a short time later, leaving the rest of the posse in hiding, they could easily guess, all but Bumpus perhaps, as he afterwards got his information from Bob White in the lowest of whispers, what lured the pair forward.
So they simply took it out in waving their hands to Thad when he turned his head to look back, as though in this mute fashion they might waft after him their very best wishes for success. After which the boys settled down to count the minutes, which would of course drag as though each one were weighted with lead, hoping that at any time they might hear the welcome coo-ee or whistle that had come to be known among them as a signal that their presence was needed in hot haste. And it need hardly be stated that every fellow belonging to the Silver Fox Patrol held himself in readiness to make the utmost speed in case such a call came from their leader. So the utmost silence reigned over that island oasis amidst the great Quaking Bog. Now and then some bird would give utterance to a caw or a croak, but beyond this not a sound could be heard as they crouched there, wishing it would come to an end and something in the way of excitement follow. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Boy Scouts Down in Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Boy Scouts Down in Dixie by Herbert Carter. Chapter 25. Playing Second Fiddle to a Boy. Action must now take the place of words with Thad. From the moment that he separated from his chums and started off on this scout in company with the swamp guide, he would have little or no opportunity to exchange confidences with anyone. It suited his mood exactly, because he was wishing to do rather than plan, and gladly welcomed the opportunity to accomplish something. He quickly discovered that Alligator Smith had changed his course considerably, and could guess the reason for this. The other judged it best that they try to come up on the concealed shack where the fugitive was in all likelihood hidden from the other side, and as Tom Smith had been here before, he undoubtedly must know what he was about. Being quite content to take things as he found them, Thad did not even try to ask a single question, which he might have done by placing his lips close to the other's ear. When the hunter got down and wriggled along past some spot that was more open than usual, Thad followed suit, and it was fortunate that he knew as much concerning the ways of the tracker as he did, and could imitate him to the life. After a little while he saw Smith making motions as though to call his attention to something ahead. This caused Thad to find an opening in the brush that shielded them, and the first thing he saw was what appeared to be a primitive shelter made of slabs and branches, though capable of shedding rain, no doubt. In front of this a small fire was burning, though throwing up very little smoke, as the man had been careful to select such wood as would not give off the black oozy results that come from southern pine. This in itself was enough to tell Thad they were in luck. A fire could not be started without some human agency. Undoubtedly,
Alligator Smith must have figured correctly when he allowed that this same Jasper, wishing to remain hidden from everybody for a time, would come to this former retreat where, as a boy, he had been wont to retire from the parental wrath. And if Jasper were here, of course the girl must be also. Thad was straining his eyes to the utmost now, in the wild hope that he might discover her somewhere by. He had often thought deeply over this part of the matter and wondered whether it would be possible for him to recognize this girl. Should he meet her on the street? Would there be something about her that must tell him he was looking on a Brewster? When he failed to see anything of her, he confessed to a sense of disappointment. But even as he looked, there was a movement at the door of the shack, and a man came slowly out. He was fixing a pipe for a smoke and seemed to be entirely at his ease. So Thad made up his mind that at any rate no suspicion of the danger that hovered over his head had come to Felix Jasper. Lying there, perfectly motionless, the boy tried to study the man whom he had come so many hundreds of miles to find. So this was the unfaithful steward whom his mother had been compelled to discharge, and who, it was believed, had revenged himself in the most cowardly way possible by stealing the Brewster baby, and so cleverly that all the detectives who had been hired at great expense to search for the same had been unable to accomplish anything. No wonder Thad shivered and then grew fiery hot as he fixed his eyes on the figure of the man who had once been in the employ of his parents and proved treacherous to his trust. He had always hated the name because he believed that if Jasper were really to blame for the disappearance of his baby sister, his act had certainly shortened the life of his dear mother, for whom Thad had grieved many a year. Jasper was a slender sort of a man, but then, knowing this fact already, Thad was more concerned about his features. He saw that when the other glanced up and looked around, there was a hunted expression on his face, just as though he must have known that this last desperate act of his would make him a much-sought prize with all the sheriffs and marshals of the country. He must have figured on remaining in hiding for a certain length of time, after which, in some sort of disguise and carrying his stolen loot as well as the girl along, he could make his way to New Orleans and take passage on some steamer bound for a Mexican port or else one in Central America, where he could buy a plantation and live at his ease. Neither of the concealed scouts dared move hand or foot so long as the man was in plain sight, for the least action might have caught his attention, with the result that the plans of the sheriff would be overturned. A dead man was not worth more than half as much as a live prisoner to the law. After puffing away at his pipe for a few minutes, the man knocked it on his heel, as though, after all, the flavor did not appeal to him. He looked around once more, shrugged his shoulders, yawned once or twice, and then taking out a revolver from a hip pocket, he seemed to be idly turning the cylinder, as though to make sure the chambers were all loaded. When Thad saw him yawn again, he concluded that Jasper must be doing more or less sleeping day and night to make up for lost time, or else hardly knew what to do with himself while in hiding. He did not like the man's face. To his mind it expressed cunning, and he wondered how anyone could trust him. But then Jasper may not have always looked this way in those days far back when he had charge of the Brewster estate. Now he was gone again, having passed back into the shack. Thad could catch what seemed to be the sound of voices within, and again he felt a thrill because this went to prove that the man was not alone. If only the girl would show herself, Thad thought, he would be satisfied. Besides, it might give him a chance to get in communication with her, and if such came about, there could be no telling what the happy result might be. And while he was wishing this, it came to pass, for suddenly the boy realized that she stood there in front of the lowly shack. Imagine the feelings that swept over him as he lay there, his eager eyes fairly glued upon her face. Yes, she was pretty, but that alone did not occur to Thad. He believed that he could surely see a Brewster strain there, something hard to describe, but which reminded him of the picture he had of his father in his own room at home. So this was the girl Jasper was now calling his daughter. Why, she no more resembled the man than she did Bumpus Hawtree, and that was saying it as strong as anyone possibly could, for the fat scout had a red and freckled face marked more by good nature than rare intelligence. Thad was seized with an almost irresistible impulse to rush forward and carry her off, but he held himself in with an iron hand. That would be a silly thing to attempt, because she would be apt to look at him with distrust, perhaps call out in wild alarm, and bring Jasper hurrying to the spot, angry and ready to do all sorts of terrible deeds in order to defend himself against arrest. As Thad lay there and watched her every move, he saw the girl stoop down and take hold of a galvanized bucket, which, with other things, Jasper must have purchased at the time he laid in his supplies, looking to an indefinite stay in the swamp. She was undoubtedly going to some spring for water. Thad never gave the fact of fresh water bubbling up on that elevated ground in the heart of Alligator Swamp the slightest thought, though later on he might consider it a singular thing. What flashed into his head was the sudden, wild hope that in some way he might cut off her return to the shack and thus manage to separate her from her guardian. As soon as she started away, swinging the bucket in her hand and humming some little air that she had possibly learned in the convent school in New Orleans, where it was afterwards discovered Jasper had kept her all these years, Thad gave evidence of meaning to follow after her. The old swamp man had kept just as still as the boy all this time, but somehow he must have divined what influenced Thad now, for he made no sign to show that he considered it
an unwise thing to do, but followed along at the heels of the patrol leader. And perhaps that was the very first time in all his life that Alligator Smith ever played second fiddle to a boy. They backed away, first of all, so that another growth of bushes would come between their moving bodies and the shack. In case the man chanced to issue forth again, he would not be quite so likely to discover them as though they kept to the open. Thad could still catch glimpses of the girl, for her pail flashed in the sun's rays as she swung it idly to and fro. Then again, her dress happened to be something along the red order, and in contrast to the browns and greens of the island in the Quaking Bog, it stood out vividly. One thing that pleased Thad was the fact that the spring would seem to be some little distance away from the cabin. He felt that every yard counted in a case of this kind, and, too, she was going in a direction at right angles to the course that must lead to the place where the sheriff and his posse lay concealed, waiting to be called to the feast. He meant that when he disclosed his presence to the girl, he and the swamp guide would be standing between, so that should she be alarmed and try to return, they could prevent such a thing from coming to pass. But Thad was fervently hoping that he would be able to convince her how much it would be to her interest to at least stop and listen to what he had to say before either trying to flee or even raising a cry to warn Jasper. Much depended on how she felt toward the man. If he was a tyrant, it would all be easy enough, but on the other hand, should he have been good to her, and did she believe him to be really her father, Thad feared he might have a hard task cut out for him. He had made up his mind, though, that since the girl was separated from Jasper, she must not be allowed to rejoin him, even though force had to be temporarily used in order to effect this result. It was a glorious chance that had been raised up, and he would be a queer sort of a scout if he hesitated to take advantage of the golden opportunity. And presently he saw that she had reached the spring, for she was bending down as though to fill her bucket. End of chapter 25.